All right, good morning everyone. Welcome. I'd like to now declare open this session of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for the year 25-26 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set the 11th of December this year as the deadline for senators to submit written questions or notice, and the 29th of January next year as the date for the return of answers to any questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to this committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings, being any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a right or discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly said otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of this 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and I ask that witnesses, including senators, speak clearly into the microphone. And also, a timely reminder, make sure your phones are on silent or switched off. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise. Senators, I do remind you of your obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat all witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I ask members of the media to please follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. Also, another reminder that the guidelines mean that you cannot film or take photos of laptops, mobile phones or other devices or personal papers. I also remind members of the gallery who are here today, you are not permitted to speak or interfere with proceedings or with any witness at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents are requested to provide them if they can by electronic means via the Secretariat or provide us with advance notice. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need any assistance. Now, with formalities out of the way, today we commence our Senate estimates with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the non-trade programs. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
And good morning, Secretary.
Good morning.
I welcome both Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Ms Jane Adams, AO PSM, Secretary of the Department, and all the officers who are here today. Do either of you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. And before I address the broader strategic context, I want to begin with the devastating floods and extreme weather that have struck Southeast Asia and Sri Lanka in recent days. And on behalf of all Australians, I extend our deepest condolences to all who have lost loved ones, homes and livelihoods. This morning, Anne Ali and I announced that Australia is providing an additional $5 million in emergency assistance to help affected communities. This takes our total assistance to over $14 million to date. Senators, we all see that our world is becoming less certain and less stable. More people displaced, more people hungry, more conflict, Sudan, Ukraine, Gaza and elsewhere. Geopolitical tension, economic uncertainty and technological disruption is testing the resilience of our economies, our peoples and the strength of our cooperation. But as I said before to this committee just a couple of months ago, I'm confident in Australia. I'm confident in Australians and in our ability to work together to protect the peace, security, stability and prosperity of our nation. For the past 3.5 years, the Albanese government has been strengthening every one of our regional relationships. We have been building Australia's future in our region because we do not just live here, we are architects. And since I last addressed this committee in October, we have concluded negotiations on the Treaty on Common Security with Indonesia, a watershed moment in Australia-Indonesia relationship. We have built on the Puk Puk Treaty with Papua New Guinea, with Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles holding our first ever trilateral Defence Ministers meeting with PNG and Indonesia just this week. This follows the successful PNG Australia Ministerial Forum held in Canberra, where we reaffirmed our shared commitment to shaping a peaceful, stable and prosperous Pacific as allies. As a result of our COP31 negotiations, Australia and the Pacific family will have unprecedented influence over multilateral deliberations and actions of the global community next year. Our partnership is a practical expression of what it means to be part of the Pacific family. We don't lecture, we don't mock, we listen respectfully. We are a reliable partner, and we are elevating Pacific leadership so that the Pacific can help shape solutions to our shared problems. I've also travelled to India for the 16th Australia-Indian Foreign Ministers Framework Dialogue, my 26th meeting with my Indian counterpart. I've met with the new Japanese Foreign Minister on the sidelines of APEC in South Korea, where we affirmed our commitment to elevate our special strategic partnership. These milestones demonstrate what Australia wants: a peaceful, stable, prosperous region where sovereignty is respected, a region where countries large and small have the freedom to decide their futures. Senators, we are also strengthening our traditional and diversified relationships. The Prime Minister has travelled to Washington DC, signing an historic critical minerals deal with President Trump. We are also increasingly working with Canada and New Zealand and working to find common ground in new groupings, including Quad and MICTA. And we continue our work to stabilise Australia's relationship with China without compromising our interests. We know we are stronger when Australia and our partners work together, which includes upholding the rules that protect us all. And even as institutions are being undermined and rules being broken, international law and multilateral system, the international law and the multilateral system still set expectations and enables free trade and cooperation. Finally, Senators, I think all of us here appreciate Australia's unique parliamentary system and the strength of our democracy. The trust Australians place in our institutions enables us to navigate a world that is more divided, more contested and more insecure. I again say, our strength at home, our cohesion at home, raises the costs for those who seek to coerce us. Our strength reinforces our capacity to engage with others with confidence, to withstand pressure and to shape outcomes in Australia's national interest. As I've said before, we can't afford to stand still while tectonic plates are shifting around us, because in these circumstances that means going backwards. So we do not stand still. We focus on our region, we focus on our relationships and we invest in them, and we uphold and protect rules, and we strengthen Australia's resilience. The government is realistic about the circumstances we face, and we recognise that not every decision will go our way. But we will keep pressing Australia's interests in all of these ways, and as a result of our work so far, Australia is more connected, more respected and more influential than at any time in recent years. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Minister. And you're happy to table or provide us with a copy of your opening statement? Thank you. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to make opening remarks. Last estimates, I spoke about the deteriorating strategic environment and how the department was strengthening Australia's security and prosperity, not only to respond to, but to find opportunity for Australia in these challenging circumstances. By strengthening our relationships with key partners across the Indo-Pacific, and by protecting Australia's interests in relation to the impact of conflicts and promoting rules in global institutions and in new trade agreements that benefit Australians. Over the 2 months since we last convened here, our department has continued this work in the face of ongoing challenges in our strategic environment. We've signed consequential treaties with our closest neighbours, and in doing so strengthened what the Foreign Minister has described as architecture that will secure Australia in our region. The Prime Minister signed the Australia-Papua New Guinea Mutual Defence Treaty with Prime Minister Marape on 6th of October, a very tangible representation of the level of strategic trust and respect we share in every aspect of our relationship. In quick succession, at the 31st Australia PNG Ministerial Forum, 10 Australian ministers and 11 ministers from PNG agreed outcomes to implement the treaty and expanded our cooperation in education, skills and humanitarian assistance. In November, during Indonesian President Prabowo's first official visit to Australia since taking office, our leaders announced our countries had substantively concluded negotiations on a new treaty on common security. This watershed treaty represents a significant extension of our defence and security collaboration and signals a shared commitment to regional peace and stability. At the same time, we've been working hard to advance our relationship with the United States, our principal ally, in ways that strengthen our security and our prosperity. The meeting between Prime Minister Albanese and President Trump in October resulted in strong outcomes for Australia. This included the signing of the Critical Minerals Framework and President Trump's articulation of his support for the AUKUS arrangements. The framework promises to promote greater investment in new critical minerals supply chains, particularly in those essential for defence and advanced technology manufacturing. We're also deepening our engagement with Japan, our key strategic partner in the region. The Prime Minister met new Prime Minister Takaichi, the Foreign Minister has met Foreign Minister Motegi, and we are working closely together at all levels on our shared security and economic interests. Our cooperation has never been closer. Senators, we also remain focused on diversifying our relationships and embedding our prosperity and security in our region and rules. At the recent ASEAN meetings in October, the Prime Minister announced 2 major investments under the $2 billion Southeast Asia Investment Financing Facility to support the growth in Southeast Asia of major Australian companies IFM and Plenary. These investments are embedding Australian investors, including our super funds, in the economic growth of the region. Australia's role as 2025 Chair of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership could hardly have come at a more consequential time. As Chair, we have successfully worked with parties to inject new momentum into the agreement, which remains the standard bearer for high-quality trade rules. Trade ministers, when they met in Melbourne last month, agreed to deepen the agreement through the first general review and broaden the agreement by making progress on the accessions agenda. Australia and the Pacific will have unprecedented influence over the global climate change agenda in 2026, after we agreed with Turkey on the hosting arrangements for COP31. Our goal has always been to elevate the climate concerns of the Pacific, and this is the goal we've achieved: a pre-COP leaders meeting hosted in a Pacific Island country and a session at COP31 focused on the climate finance needs of small island developing states, particularly the Pacific. Chair, as the Foreign Minister has said, over recent weeks our region has experienced the impacts of multiple devastating concurrent disasters, typhoons, flooding and landslides. So many hundreds of lives have been lost, communities devastated and very significant impact on local communities. Australia has responded to requests for international assistance, now providing $14 million to support Sri Lanka, Vietnam and the Philippines and other partners in Southeast Asia. We stand ready to continue to work with countries and communities in the region to support them as a steadfast and reliable partner during good times and bad. Over the last 2 months, Australian diplomats around the world have also supported 10 further outward visits by our portfolio ministers, all with the aim of delivering outcomes for Australia. This is on top of the Prime Minister's engagements in Malaysia for the East Asia Summit, Republic of Korea for APEC, and South Africa for the G20, where he met more than 25 global leaders. And while we've been delivering these priorities for government, we've also been working hard to keep Australians safe abroad. On 10th of September, we launched the Partying Safely Hub, a dedicated online resource that helps young Australians stay safe overseas. For their delivery of all these outcomes throughout 2025, I offer my sincere thanks to our people, both here in Australia and across our overseas network, for their hard work, their dedication and their commitment to working with integrity and achieving results. Thank you, Chair and Senators.
Thanks, Secretary. And I'm assuming you're also happy to provide us with a copy of your opening statement. Thank you. Okay, now, Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister and Secretary and officials. Thank you for your participation. I'm correct, so in response to a question or notice to the Department of Climate Change and Environment, etc., they advised that DFAT participated on the COP31 project board. That's correct, Secretary?
Chair, before I'll just get the officers to come to the table.
Thank you.
Could you just give us the number of?
So SQ25 000280. There was a simple question just about the governance arrangements for COP31.
SQ285?
SQ25 000280.
And this is a chamber question or a
This is a chamber question. I have got a copy of it right here. It's very, very simple. It just goes to the governance arrangements for COP31.
I'd just like to get them.
And the department advised that the correct name was, I thought it might have been called a governance committee. They advised that it was called COP31 Project Board, and they advised that that department, Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, in addition to Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Department of Finance all participated. Good morning to you.
I'll throw to Mr Isbister or, yes? Yes, about that. Can I just, Chair, just one point? Sure. I think there was one edit to my opening statement. I used the word new. I intended to say other. It's minor, but I'll reflect it.
We'll get that corrected, yeah.
I'll just reflect it in when I pass around.
Thank you.
Mr Isbister.
Great, thank you very much. Officials, could you at a high level just explain the nature of DFAT's involvement in the COP31 Project Board?
Yes, Senator Jamie Isbister, the Deputy Secretary of the Development Multilateral and Europe Group. The COP31 Project Board was chaired by the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water, and it had a role, a whole of government role to sort of look at how to advance and prepare and support Australia's efforts on the COP31 bid and preparations.
And how many DFAT officials participated on that project board?
It was. I often was the one who represented DFAT, and there might have been one other at different times.
So when we reflect on the failed COP31 bid, what factors contributed or influenced that failure?
Hang on. That's a rather loaded question, Senator Smith. The questions on this should really go, the lead agency obviously is DQ. Can I say, you would understand this is a very big negotiation in a context, and I can say this as a former climate minister who's attended a number of COPs, and Ms Adams was my ambassador for climate change at that time. It's a challenging multinational forum. One of the reasons that makes it challenging is it's obviously decisions are by consensus. So we're negotiating in the context of there being no the consensus really being required to achieve resolution, the default being if no consensus was required, the COP would revert to Bonn and the presidency would be elected late, which would have a really detrimental effect on global climate negotiations, which we are committed to. So you would understand the prime reason we sought to bid for the COP was our desire to elevate the Pacific experience and the Pacific's voices. And that has actually been an approach Australia has taken for many years. I can remember when I was Climate Minister, we would, caucus with, we would engage with, talk with AOCIS, with the SIDS group, with the Pacific, because in a multilateral context, those voices are often not sufficiently elevated. The outcome that has been negotiated, and again, these are primarily DQs in terms of portfolio responsibility, but obviously we were engaged, I think is an outcome which has unprecedented influence from the Pacific for the negotiations. And we stayed very close to the Pacific and leaders and ministers and representatives in the context of the negotiations. But Mr. Isbistas,
Thank you. So,
do you want to add anything? Or you don't have to.
I was going to say a very brave official to add to the Minister's contribution.
Well, all I'd say is, as the Foreign Minister said, that I think, it isn't... Australia had overwhelming support for its COP bid. We had the Western Europe and Other group, which was the group that his turn was to host, was universally almost supporting Australia. The Pacific had got behind the COP over the last few years, but most particularly in the most recent Foreign Ministers and PIF leaders events. But I think, as the Foreign Minister said, at the end of the day, it comes down to a consensus decision. Turkey had been clear about their position for a very long time, that they'd had a bid for the original COP back in 2020, which happened in 2021 in Glasgow, and they'd stepped back for the UK, and they'd been clear on that position right up until Belém.
So having been beaten by the consensus model, are we advocating for changes to the consensus model?
Well, I mean, I think UNFCCC processes, every multilateral system has its own elements and processes. Driving climate ambition, one of the key elements that came from the Paris Agreement and others is around a consensus model that drives ambition and collective effort, and I think we've respected that. We went to Belém, as the Foreign Minister said, to focus on two things: continuing to drive global ambition on climate negotiations, climate action, and making the Pacific having its opportunity to focus on its issues, concerns, and for leaders and the world to focus on the needs of the small island states, in particular in our region, the Pacific.
So I see the COP31 bid in two elements. One, the domestic element, a COP event in Adelaide, and second, a international, heavy Pacific-focused element. On one element of that, the domestic element, we've been spectacularly unsuccessful. We didn't get the Adelaide component of the bid. The second element, the elevating climate matters in the Pacific, I accept as a worthy ambition, and we'll see how that plays out. But just going back to the project board management mechanism, at what, and given your recognition that Turkey had for a long time an ambition to host a COP, it had expressed an interest in the Glasgow meeting. At what point did the project board make a decision not to proceed?
Well, the COP board didn't make a decision not to proceed. There was a focus constantly right up to Belém to maintain Australia's efforts and continue to press and push to see if we could secure Australia and Pacific hosted COP, including outreach from the Foreign Minister, from the Climate Change Minister on his track, and also from the Prime Minister.
So who and when made that decision?
Well, I mean, the decisions around the negotiations really moved to Belém when we'd been clear about the ongoing efforts to secure a COP bid. And when the Climate Change Minister travelled to Belém, obviously he then had conversations with his counterpart. There was negotiations with Turkey and WEOG in the Pacific about how we could try and resolve the competing bids to ensure that we could deliver and not undermine the multilateral system, drive ambition on climate action, and as we said, ensure that there's a strong focus on the Pacific Islands.
So when did you, as a DFAT official participating on the COP31 project board, become aware that we weren't proceeding with our domestic component?
Well, the COP31 project board didn't meet again after the negotiations moved to Belém.
So on notice, could you just provide me with details of the meetings of the project board, just the dates, and if possible, just a summation of what each meeting discussed or contemplated or resolved?
Look, I've got the dates, but in terms of the elements of it, we'll take it on notice, Senator.
That would be helpful. That would be helpful. The South Australian Premier specifically focused his criticism at Turkey. He said, and I'm quoting now, "It's really disappointing that Turkey's expression to veto, despite the will of the rest of the world to have the event here in Adelaide, has resulted in this outcome because we would have done it really well and everyone knows that." Minister, do you agree with Mr Malinauskas's characterisation of Turkey as, well, more specifically, its decision against the will of the rest of the world?
I think as Mr... well, first, we were very appreciative of the very strong support from Premier Malinauskas, and as Mr Isbister said, we did have the majority of support, we believe, from the WEOG group, Western Europe and others, but these are the rules that the organisation has in place, and obviously consensus means a minority can hold out. I think that's been the case in a number of COPs. You know, I've been in COPs where a very small group, a very small number of nations had a different view from the majority. And consensus is not being achieved. And we've seen, you know, that a similar sort of outcome in the WTO.
Mm. On notice, could you just provide me with details around the total cost of DFAT's contribution to the COP31 effort?
Well, I mean, yes, but I could probably answer it, Senator. I mean, the DFAT's engagement and support for the COP31 bid was largely through our sort of international network and the work of the ambassador with me here and our climate diplomacy division. The government obviously has been clear about continuing to lift our ambition, working with other countries to lift their ambition, and the COP bid campaign was very much driven through our international diplomatic network as we run many other of our multilateral campaigns.
Ambassador, what lessons have been learnt from the failed COP bid?
Senator Will Nankervis, Ambassador for Climate Change. I think, as outlined by the Minister and Mr Isbister, there were many elements of the outcome which were very positive for our Pacific engagement, and those outcomes have been welcomed by the Pacific. I could actually quote from some Pacific leaders on the outcomes if that's helpful. For example, Vanuatu's Minister for Climate Change, Adaptation and Energy, Ralph...
Ambassador, perhaps I should have been more specific. I was talking about the failure of the COP bid in the context of Australia hosting the COP31 itself, the domestic element of what I've characterised as a two-part bid.
Well, I think some of those elements have been canvassed by the Minister and Deputy Secretary Isbista. This is a consensus process, so we were bound by the way the UNFCCC processes work, which meant that at the end of the day we had to negotiate an outcome with Turkey. If we didn't negotiate an outcome with Turkey and there wasn't a consensus candidate from the Western Europe and Others group, the meeting would have reverted to Bonn, and no incoming president in the lead up to that meeting. And the impact of that, we assessed the impact of that on multilateral climate action on UNFCCC and assessed that that would have been very harmful. So it was important to come to a negotiated outcome with Turkey, which is what we did, focusing on protecting Pacific equities.
Is there anything in Turkey's behaviour that we need to be alert to when considering future international engagement, Secretary?
Could you repeat the question? Is there anything?
Sorry, I can't hear you, Minister. Yep. Anything in
Is there anything in
Turkey's behaviour on this particular issue that we should be alert to that would inform our future negotiations in other international fora?
Senator, I think we've worked very well with the Turkish government throughout this process, and we will continue to into next year.
Mm-hmm. Just turning to, there was an article in the Australian Financial Review which talked about costs of hosting COP and suggested that, I'll read the first opening paragraph, and this is an article of November the 10th, 2025. The cost of hosting next year's United Nations Climate Change Summit could reach $2 billion, with new estimates showing the price so far of $1.3 billion does not include the associated gathering of world leaders and any new climate initiatives the government will announce. Does DFAT have any awareness of those cost figures that are contained in that AFR article?
I'd just say that's a question to ask Department of Climate Change. They're the lead agency on the planning and preparations of the COP31.
But my question goes to your awareness, DFAT's awareness of these cost figures.
I'm not aware of those costs of $2 billion, no.
Thank you very much. Is my time expired, Chair, or have I still got...
Well, you still have another 5 minutes, but like the opposition will manage their own time.
Oh, okay.
So up to...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You finished? Yeah, okay, thanks.
So am I coming to you, Senator?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank
Deputy
you very
Chair,
much,
you have the
Chair.
call.
Just on, thank you very much, Chair. Just on the COP31 bid, Minister, do you acknowledge that the Albanese government's bid to host COP31 has failed?
Do we just go through this?
I think we secured in a challenging process a very good outcome for the Pacific and also for Australia, with Mr Bowen being having the negotiation role, the lead negotiation role as incoming COP president. So I just couldn't recall. Of course, it's a matter of fact that the bid in relation to Adelaide did not succeed.
And disappointing for your hometown, Adelaide?
Oh, of course. You know, the Premier was, as he stated, we are a state that leads Australia on renewable energy, and a state that recognises the reality of climate change, unlike your party, and a state that recognises the economic benefit of transition and are determined to take hold of that for our people.
Well, I would put to you, given the cost, and as Senator Smith has been prosecuting, it's a disappointing result given the cost involved. Are you able to bring those costs back to the table?
I'm sorry, which
the cost of the bid from the DFAT's perspective?
The costs?
Yeah, the cost of the failed bid. If you could bring that back to the table.
I think Mr Isbista has referred that to DQ.
All right, to the extent that there's costs incurred by DFAT.
I think as I said earlier, the costs that we incurred were largely sort of how we utilised our international network and the ambassador and the climate diplomacy division. So it's DFAT's role in supporting other departments in delivering on multilateral campaigns is part of our role and our objective. So it was largely within the costs of the department.
Okay. Minister, can I move to...
Can I come back, though, to your question about, I think the real failure would have been a stalemate and the COP reverting to Bonn with no incoming president, because that would have meant climate negotiations internationally would have stalled. No progress. Now, I know your party doesn't support action on climate change, apparently doesn't support the Paris
Minister,
Agreement.
I would appreciate not having the pot shots. That's a false premise, and please
Thank
do
you,
not.
Senator.
Please do not make false allegations in
Senator
relation
Henderson,
to our party.
come on, it's we only just start. Hang on. The minister has a right to conclude her response. You have a right to then ask a question. Let's just start.
Well,
it's only 9:30. Let's just keep moving.
The minister needs to be
No.
directly relevant, and pot
Thank
shots
you. I
to the
don't
false
need you to help me with my
claims
job.
about
Thank you,
our
Senator.
side of politics
Minister,
are not appropriate.
Minister, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Senator, we actually place value on the international framework, and I think it is a matter of fact that your party does not.
Well, Minister, I don't appreciate the pot shots, as I've said, and that's inappropriate and false, and I don't think that's a good start to the day, so I would ask you to desist in those sorts of false claims.
Senator, can I just... I'm allowed to
Minister,
respond to that.
I'm sorry.
Chair, I'm allowed to respond to that. Thank you. Thank you. Well, Senator, I think everybody in Australia watched your party alphabetically speak against a credible pathway on climate change. The whole country saw your... So for you to tell me that it is false to say that you don't support action on climate change consistent with the international agreement, I think is wrong.
No, you didn't say
it. It is... I hadn't...
Senator Henderson.
Sorry, Senator Henderson.
Finish and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I mean, now, you may have you may try and, duck and weave about it, but fundamentally, before the whole country, person after person, and I think you were part of the group that argued for this, stood up to say, we don't want to commit to net zero, we don't want to transition our economy.
Chair,
that is not consistent with the Paris Agreement.
Minister,
it's not consistent with credible action on climate change.
Minister,
That's how it is.
I would just...
Deputy Chair.
Sure.
Chair, I would just perhaps ask that you bring the minister back to why we're here today. I don't appreciate the false characterisations.
Let's all get back to questions and answers, please, on relevant questions to do with estimates.
Thank you. I don't appreciate the false characterisations. You made a claim that we don't support climate change. That's false. That was your first claim.
Action on climate change.
Yeah, and that's a false claim, Minister, so I'm not going to accept that.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to move to the issue of the ISIS brides.
Well, before you do that, I just need to inform you your time has actually expired. So I'm going to go to Senator Shoebridge and we'll come back to you, Senator Henderson. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Minister, if we wanted to show leadership on international climate change, unambiguously supporting net zero by 2050 would be part of it, wouldn't it? I would have thought.
Well, I don't think saying that you support action on climate change whilst walking away from net zero, which is fundamental to your international commitments and transitioning the Australian economy, is consistent.
It's a hard sentence to craft and sell, isn't it?
Well, I think Australians understand precisely what has happened here on the other side of politics. And if I can say, I take no joy. I take no joy from this, because one of the things I tried to do when I was Climate Minister was get bipartisanship or multi-partisan agreement to the policy we had. And the reason is, if I could just, I'm not going to have a go, I just wanted to say this. This is such a big transition for Australia that we need to make for our future prosperity. We have to be able to be a strong economy in a world where some 90% of our trading partners have already committed to net zero. Then we need to transition, and it would be good for business to have the certainty that comes from having a cross-party support for this. So I think it is a disappointing outcome.
I 100% agree with you.
That may not be good for either of us.
No, it's a bad start to this, Senate estimates, agreeing with you, Foreign Minister, but it was one of the reasons why, literally, I'm serious, ensuring that we have as much political support for renewable energy rollout so that we have certainty for the investment pipeline. It's one of the reasons why I was proud in New South Wales to be part of ensuring that we got the country's first renewable energy zone legislation through, and we pushed it through with as much political consensus as possible in New South Wales. And when we have political parties tearing down that consensus on climate, well, they're actually selling out our future. They are selling out that critical investment. And to hear it being repeated here again today, I find just deeply, deeply depressing. But I promise that'll be the end of the agreement, and we can move on to the rest of Senate estimates.
Now to have a go at me. Okay.
Well, I'm going to agree with you again, actually.
Another Dixer.
We didn't discuss that.
When in your opening statement, you said, we know we're stronger when Australia and our partners work together, which includes upholding the rules that protect us all. And even as institutions are being undermined and rules being broken, international law and the multilateral system still sets expectations and enables free trade and cooperation. That's a good statement to make. But to back it up, do you agree? International law does not enforce itself. To back that up, when Australia sees breaches of international law, then we need to make clear statements and we need to act. Do you agree with that?
I think we all understand the framework for international law. I think, Senator, you in many contexts move to demanding public statements condemnation. And I understand as a Green Senator why you do that. What I would say to you is we articulate our interest in a range of ways, and some of them don't always involve making the sorts of statements that you seek. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have a view about the importance of international law. We do, and that's been a long-standing Australian position.
Well, one of the most disturbing global breaches of international law has been the numerous reports of the US. It appears on orders from the Trump administration, the highest levels in the Trump administration, engaging in extrajudicial military strikes on boats that they're claiming are seeking to smuggle drugs to the USA. Have you sought a briefing from the US government, the US administration on that? And have you communicated with the Trump administration in relation to those very, very disturbing extrajudicial killings?
Senator, maybe I'll start. Australian officials have had discussions on these issues with the US officials.
All right. Has Australia, in those discussions, raised our concerns? I would say condemnation, but raised our concerns at least with what is now becoming apparent was a double tap strike on September the 2nd, where not only was there the initial military strike on the boat, but there was a second military strike killing 2 survivors in the water. Has Australia sought a briefing on that? And has Australia raised our concerns with the United States about that action?
Senator, I think you will be unsurprised to hear me say that we won't be commenting on confidential discussions between government officials.
Well, Foreign Minister, what is Australia's position on that behaviour by the United States? The initial strike on September the 2nd, in international waters on a boat that the US alleges was smuggling drugs, but then the second strike that came after, killing the 2 survivors in the water. You said before, and I agree with you, that international rules being broken undermine the multilateral system we rely upon. That's a clear example, isn't it? Foreign Minister?
Senator, good morning. Harinder Sidhu, Deputy Secretary, International Security, Legal and Consular Group. We are obviously watching and what these events unfold, but the point I would make on the specific incident you reference is that that is a matter that is under live discussion in the United States, as you'll be aware from the media reporting and from your own comments. And we will not, we're not in a position to comment on what is essentially an ongoing discussion.
Well, the fact it's a discussion... Oh, sorry, if you want to...
Well, I'll give you an answer, Senator. Probably, which goes back to my earlier point, because which was what you seek of the government regularly is a sort of public condemnation of many issues, and how we choose to assert Australia's interests and values will differ from you. But what I would say is, I would make it 3 points. First, Australia is not involved in these US actions. Secondly, it is for the United States to articulate the legal basis of its actions. Third, that our approach, so I can speak for Australia's approach, is on issues such as transnational drug crimes or smuggling. Our approach is to cooperate with regional parties to target, to disrupt, and where possible to prosecute.
Well, Foreign Minister, there are 2 issues that arose from that answer. You say it's a matter for the United States. This happened on international waters, not in United States jurisdiction. And to simply say, well, it's a matter for the United States when it happened on international waters seems to cede to the United States the right to determine what is or isn't international law. This is an international law matter. And when you have the most powerful nation on the planet so publicly, so brutally breaching international law by doing the second strike and killing survivors, and countries like Australia say nothing, it undermines the international law, doesn't it? That undermines international law because it sets a new low standard when you don't speak out against it.
Well, Senator, I think you verbaled me in your question, so I'll refer you back to my answer.
Well, Minister, it's very simple. Does Australia support other countries engaging in double-tap strikes like that in international waters, whatever the justification for the first strike? Does Australia support or does it oppose other nations sending a second strike in to kill survivors in the absence of armed conflict?
Well, Senator, you've heard me say many times, and I'll say it again, Australia supports observance of international law.
But this was a gross breach of international law, wasn't it? And I put it to you before and I'll put it to you again. International law doesn't just enforce itself. International law requires state parties to take action when international laws and international norms are being broken. Here we have the United States grossly breaching international law and international norms, and unless states take action, that could set a new norm where this is accepted in the world, this kind of killing of survivors.
Well, Senator, I suppose we differ on... your view is that Senator Shoebridge saying something in the Senate has an effect on international law.
Well, you say that. My view is
Senator,
my view is the foreign. You falsely put in my view. My view is the Foreign Minister of Australia saying something might.
Senator, allow the Minister first to finish, and then you have an opportunity to respond.
I've explained that the principles by which we deal with issues of international law, and I've also expressed to you that how we approach articulating our position on that, There are a range of ways in which we do that. But I think I've responded to your question. I appreciate you have a different view, but that is how the government is approaching it in accordance with the principles that I've outlined.
In order to give you an answer to respond to my proposition, I'll make it clear. My proposition is that international law is enforced by states, nation states, taking action. Whether that is a diplomatic response, a trade response, or another response, international law is enforced by states taking action. And so far as I can tell, in the face of this gross breach of international law by the Trump administration, the Australian state has taken no action. If I'm wrong in that, can you tell me what action Australia has taken in the face of this breach?
Senator, I think it's important to remember that the facts that you're referring to as settled actually, I don't think, are settled and are under active discussion, as Deputy Secretary Sidhu said, in the United States. And really it is for the United States to explain the legal basis of its actions.
So we're going to let the United States be judge, jury and executioner. We're going to wait for the United States to work out whether or not its actions on international waters were legal.
That is not, Senator, you use cross-examination technique well, but it's not always, it's often not accurate. That is not what the Secretary said. So the Secretary said what the Secretary said, not what you were saying she said.
All right. I've got a short amount of time left in this, so I might just address something that's, Foreign Minister, has caused very real concern amongst NGOs, supporters of the peace movement in Australia, and that includes my party, the Greens Party. When your ministerial colleague, the Defence Minister Miles, was asked about does the Albanese government still support the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons, he refused to endorse it. He refused to give support for it and said, well, whatever the Labor Party might put, the Albanese government is focused on the non-proliferation treaty. I've got to tell you, that caused deep despair amongst ICANN and other groups who have been pushing for this treaty for years. So I'm going to ask you very clearly, does your government, does the Albanese government support the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons?
Thank you, Senator. Now, I would not normally simply respond to what another minister's said, but I think given the importance that is placed on the TPNW, it is useful and appropriate for me to again articulate our position on it. Our party has a very proud history of championing practical, I emphasise that, practical non-proliferation and disarmament efforts internationally, and obviously Gareth Evans, one of my predecessors, was foremost amongst that. We are steadfast in our support for the NPT. The Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons is the cornerstone of global disarmament and non-proliferation. So I think it is the right thing to be committed to the NPT. We also recognise the devastating consequences for humanity of the use of nuclear weapons, and you would have seen, I think my colleague Mr Wilson attended the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I have, including at the UN Security Council, spoken about the risks of AI being integrated into nuclear command and control systems. So we do believe the best pathway to advance non-proliferation and disarmament is to ensure or to work to get the NPT acted on and progressed. Now, we are engaging constructively on the TPNW. We continue to monitor its progress, including in the issues I have raised, identified for a number of years now, that goes to the operation of the TPNW, is its universality, its interaction with the NPT, and verification and enforcement architecture. And I would refer you to this. Both myself and also Mr Evans have said quite a lot about that. What we are doing is continuing to engage. We've attended all meetings of state parties as an observer. We have abstained at a time where a number of other parties have voted against the younger UN General Assembly resolution in relation to TPNW, and we are continuing to engage with civil society here and internationally, as well as allies and partners in relation to the TPNW.
All right, thanks, Minister. I have to move the call on, but I will come back to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My questions were also on the TPNW, so I'll spare the Minister some of the questions that I had about the assessments or consultations that have been undertaken, but if there's anything additionally that the Minister would like to add on how the government's approaching its consideration of the TPNW. And as mentioned earlier, that the government the government did commit back in 2018 to sign and ratify the TPNW when in government. So just curious to understand if there's any particular anticipated timeline for a decision.
Well, Senator, I think I covered a fair bit in my first answer, but I just, in the interest of accuracy, because I wrote with others that provision in the platform, so I have a lot of familiarity with it, and it does reference the three things that I identified in my answer.
And so is there any anticipated timeline for a decision?
The answer I've given, which goes to enforcement, verification and universality, are the things that we continue to monitor. And that's consistent with the platform position. But I think it is a good thing. I've explained why the NPT, we believe, is the cornerstone of disarmament and non-proliferation. And I don't accept the way in which some disregard the importance of the NPT. It is what the world has come, nuclear and non-nuclear powers, with the exception of North Korea, DPRK, have come together to agree. Now, the TPNW is a different type of mechanism. I think it has great benefit because it articulates the deep concern that so many of us have about the consequences, the horrific consequences of the use of nuclear weapons. So we continue to press on NPT and we continue to engage on TPNW.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Senator Ghosh, you've got some questions, I understand.
I do. Minister, in your opening statement, you referred to us as architects in our region, and I just want to go to our regional engagement. In terms of the work that the government has done in the Indo-Pacific, are you able to expand on how this advances our national interests?
Thanks very much, Senator, and relevant parts of the department won't want to add to that because I've spoken as has the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister for many years now about not only the strategic circumstances we face, but that the world's future is being shaped in the Indo-Pacific. The way I explain it to counterparts is I say the world is being reshaped and the focus of that reshaping is the Indo-Pacific. It is where Australia also has the most on the line, and it is also where Australia can have the most effect. And in the opening statement I talked about building our future in the region, and I used a phrase, or I used a description that I included in a speech I think last week where I talked about architecture and thinking about what we are doing as being architects, and that is because we are trying to ensure that we have the framework of agreements, relationships, partnerships in our region that maximise Australia's capacity to influence the reshaping of our region in really challenging times. And you would have seen we have achieved groundbreaking treaties with 4 countries: Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Nauru and Tuvalu. We are making progress on new agreements with Fiji, Tonga and Vanuatu. We have stabilised relations with China, upgraded our relationships with Japan, Vietnam, Philippines, Laos, Brunei, enhanced our relationship with Singapore and agreed to strengthen our relationships with India. If I may say, none of this was thinkable under the previous government, where I think there was clearly a neglect of our region, and a mocking of a number of our key partners. Obviously, we can't be complacent. I've been very upfront with the Australian people and the Parliament that our strategic circumstances aren't getting any easier. I've been very clear that we won't always get our way, but things won't always go our way, I should say. But we will keep pressing our interests. Obviously, China will continue to reshape the region according to its own interests. I've said that very clearly. Russia, Iran, North Korea will continue to destabilise. So obviously, in that context, not everything will go our way every time, but we're determined to build that architecture which maximises Australia's influence in the region in which we live.
You've spoken a number of times about resilience and its importance to Australia's interests, and that it's a priority for this government. How does our resilience help Australia build a future in a less stable world?
Before being elected to this position, I talked about using all arms of national power, and I suppose resilience is maybe a more precise way of talking about one aspect of that, which is who we are in the world, our values, our institutions, the freedom of our press, our democracy. These help us or contribute to us navigating a world that is a tougher place to be. I think what you are seeing across government is also an issue for, I think, any foreign minister, but it's also resilience is built across portfolios, across government, by community and by institutions. And from the government's perspective, you can see we are working to protect our institutions against external pressures, against internal pressures. I think it's really important that all of us work to maintain social cohesion. Whilst we have divergent views, that raises the cost for those who might seek to influence us internally and externally. I also see resilience in an economic context, and I think you might have heard me when we were seeking to stabilise our relationship with China saying we shouldn't have all our eggs in one market. But it was an exhortation to the business community to try and to recognise that diversification of our economy is a key aspect of our economic resilience. And the work that Secretary Adams referred to, that Deputy Secretary Chan is leading on the Southeast Asian Economic Strategy, is a really essential part of that. It is government trying to encourage Australian businesses to have a deeper economic engagement with Southeast Asia, which is a good thing in itself for our prosperity, but is a key, that diversification is a key aspect of resilience. There's a lot more I could talk about. I think Asia capability, the new Colombo plan, the Australian Awards program, these are all about trying to encourage or build resilience by having more people in Australia able to navigate our way in the region in which we live.
Secretary, the Minister's referred to, in the context of regional architecture, a number of treaties, upgraded partnerships and negotiations that are ongoing. Among them are treaties with Indonesia, PNG, Nauru and Tuvalu. Are you able to elaborate on how these agreements help us advance our objectives in the region, so what they mean for us pursuing our national interest in the Asia Pacific?
Thank you, Senator. I'll make some general comments and then invite my colleagues to further assist. But in general, I think this architecture of agreements that we're building really articulates that we have a stake in each other's future. So it's really articulating that we see the security and prosperity of our close partners as part of our own security. In essence, I think it expands the scope of our shared interests. They emphasise building the space for cooperation, building the space for conflict prevention, for crisis management. Basically, it's the way that you operationalise the aspiration for a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. I mean, that's how you do it in kind of diplomatic mechanics. You build the structures, the norms, the expectation, the articulation that we are going to work ever closer with our most consequential, close neighbours in pursuance of shared interests of peace and security. So to me, it's very satisfying to see that we've been able to achieve these quite consequential, as I said, high-level statements of basically shared stake in the future of our region. But my deputies in charge of the different aspects of that can speak more in more details of the specific agreements. But overall, they're the general sort of assessments that I'd offer.
If I may, Chair, I think Ms Peake's spoken before, but always happy to speak about Falapili, the Nauru Agreement and where we're going. But I did wonder whether Ms Chan might want to, because it's the first estimate since the Treaty on Common Security, perhaps add a bit more to that. I haven't actually told her to prep for this, so hopefully she's across it. I think she'll be fine.
Thank you, Minister. Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and Southeast Asia Group. As the Prime Minister said on the 12th of November, Australia has substantively concluded negotiations on a new bilateral treaty on common security with Indonesia, and he described it as a watershed moment in the bilateral relationship. The treaty really is a recognition, I think, of the fact that as close neighbours, we both see that the best way to secure peace and security and stability is by acting together in concert, as the Secretary has said. So the treaty really is a demonstration of the importance that we both place on the relationship and reflects the respect and the strategic trust that we have in each other. And I think that's particularly consequential at this time, given the deterioration in our strategic circumstances, as others have spoken of. I think it also reflects our very close status as close partners with a long shared history of friendship and cooperation. The treaty will commit both countries to undertake to consult at leader and ministerial level on a regular basis about matters affecting our common security. We will commit to undertake to consult each other in the case of adverse challenges to either party or to our common security interests, and if appropriate, consider measures which might be taken individually or jointly in accordance with the processes in both countries. We will also commit to promote mutually beneficial cooperative activities in the security sphere, as we both identify. So it really is a new era in the partnership, as the Prime Minister has talked about. It brings us even closer together and builds on our strong, comprehensive strategic partnership from 2018. It also builds on other bilateral architecture that we have with Indonesia at the treaty level. So the Lombok Treaty of 2006 and our Defence Cooperation Agreement from 2024.
Chair, can I add something to that?
Sure, of course.
Thank you. I really only 2 points. First, I think the Secretary in her characteristically pithy way identified 2 points which I think are really important. One is that this architecture seeks to expand our shared interests, so both countries or all countries' perceptions or conceptions of how they conceptualise their interests. And secondly, this is how one of the central ways in which you operationalise the objective of a peaceful, stable and prosperous region. But I also did want to say in this forum, if I may, the ambition of the government's agenda across the Indo-Pacific and the focus on seeking these sorts of partnerships in their various legal forms is incredibly intensive diplomatic work. It takes a lot of work from ministers, it takes a lot of work from senior officials, it takes a lot of work from posts, and I just wanted to acknowledge the work of the department across the board, but particularly in relation to these agreements, because I know how much work goes into them, and to thank them actually not just for their work for me, but actually for the country, because this is work that is seeking to make our country more secure in difficult times.
So we've spoken a little bit about some of these bilateral relationships. I'd like to take it now to a multilateral level. Are you able to elaborate or tell us a little bit about the importance of the regional institutions and architecture like ASEAN and the Pacific Islands Forum, their role in promoting regional stability and perhaps aspects of their interaction with some of the bilateral architecture as well?
That's a big question.
Yeah,
it is.
As you like. But I think Foreign Minister has said in many speeches, including recently, that the importance of the regional groupings, and of course we're mostly thinking of ASEAN and Pacific Islands Forum, is that it's a way for small and medium countries to increase their voice in the context of major power competition. It's a way to expand the space for influence of countries by working together. So we are extremely committed to those, particularly the Southeast Asia and Pacific Island Forum regional groupings. I think regionalism has come from the regions. They're not Australian constructs, but we're backing them in many ways. I suspect Deputy Secretary Chan can speak in more articulate terms than I about ASEAN, and likewise Deputy Secretary Peake on Pacific. But overall, I think to me it's the same as in the trade architecture. You need all the levels. So you need the multilateral overarching rules, you need the regional rules and agreements and commitments, and the bilateral ones underpin all of the above. So it's part of the layers for building resilience, security, and working on shared interests. And as I said before, with respect to the agreements, kind of encouraging a cooperative, shared vision of the future. So, increasing the stakes that we all have in each other's success.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair. So Australia is deeply committed to a rules-based system. Can you explore for us how strengthening international rules and norms contributes to regional stability, and how that rules-based system or rules-based order supports Australia's economy? And perhaps with an addendum, because it's my last question, how are we using those systems to build and diversify our economic partnerships in the region?
Good question.
That's another big question.
It is.
Senator Peter Sufchak, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategic Planning Coordination Group. I think how the Secretary described the interacting nature of our bilateral, minilateral and regional relationships inside existing regional architecture is very sound in the sense it's about the architecture that the Minister's spoken about, that we are architects in the region, but we're also investing in the building blocks that make the architecture firm. And one thing I would say about some of the things already mentioned in terms of the treaties we've established is they do obviously allow us to share assessments, they allow us to identify common interests, they allow us to agree approaches in our defence cooperation, in our diplomatic messaging, how we manage our economic relationships, but they also send an important positive signal about the transparency of our approach and the openness as an example to others, B, that we need the rules to underpin our economies and our security, and this helps buttress the regional architecture because we are adhering in our bilateral and minilateral arrangements to those rules. And also how we implement those rules, and that goes to your point about how they have a practical purpose. One example that we've been pursuing in DFAT is how we apply them in conflict prevention and risk reduction, how we make the option of recourse to military conflict to settle disputes unattractive. And we've done a lot of practical work in that regard. The Minister's spoken a lot about that, but we have made a lot of success in the region in that regard. And the Secretary, of course, has spoken about other arrangements. Multilateral trading regime, other colleagues can talk about that in more detail, is under a lot of pressure, of course. But what we're doing in the CPTP, for example, we had a very successful ministerial meeting in Melbourne only a few weeks ago to further buttress what we do to prevent misuse of our economic independence and to underpin that commitment we have to fair and free trade. So I think that interlocking sort of nature of our bilateral, minilateral and regional arrangements is really important, and the efforts we make to make the rules implementable.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Move the call along. Now, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I wanted to go to the issue of the ISIS brides. At the last estimates, we discussed the group of Australian women who left to join Islamic State or marry Islamic State fighters and now wish to return to Australia. Since that hearing in early October, and of course I say this in the context that there's been some significant revelations in Senate estimates in Home Affairs about Minister Burke's meeting with Save the Children, which occurred in June. But from DFAT's perspective, can you provide the committee with an update on how many of these women and their children have returned to Australia and what interactions they've had with DFAT?
Senator, good morning. Thank you for your reference. In relation to your question, there is no update in terms of the numbers coming back from what we testified at the last estimate.
And can you just, for the benefit of the committee today, can you remind us how many of these women and children have returned to Australia to date?
So in 2019, the Australian government...
No, I'm talking, sorry, just the most recent cohort this year.
She'll get to that. She's just going through.
No, Minister, just
well, she's
was
allowed
asking.
to answer it, Chair, how she seeks.
She is.
Sorry, Ms Sidhu is permitted. The question was an open question. The question is being answered.
No, I'm asking in relation to the cohort that's returned in September. How many? That's my specific question. How many women and children returned in September of this year, please?
Senator, I believe that the Department of Home Affairs at the last estimates testified that there were 6 people in all, 2 women and 4 children.
Thank you. And what have the interactions been between that cohort of people and DFAT?
Those interactions there have been no interactions. They are these are all matters for the Department of Home Affairs and the relevant agencies.
But from a DFAT's perspective, can I ask, and for the benefit of this committee, what are the key facts that DFAT holds in relation to this cohort, please?
The The 6, not those that were returned under the Morrison government in 2019?
No, Minister, no, I'm not. I'm asking about the 6 people, the 2 women and the 4 children who returned in September. What else do you know about that cohort?
Senator, I don't think that I have anything much more to add than what we spoke about at the last estimates in relation to that cohort.
All right, thanks, Mr Dew. When did DFAT itself first become aware that this cohort would be returning to Australia, and on what basis? Was that advice from another department, another agency? I just want to clearly understand how you ascertained information about that cohort returning.
You'll be aware of our testimony at the last estimates, where we said that we had become aware through the Department of Home Affairs of that cohort had departed the camps, and I believe we were informed later on that they had arrived in Australia. That was, as the Department of Home Affairs mentioned, a self-managed return. Those matters were known to the Department of Home Affairs, and that is where we received our information.
So just to be clear, and I also referred to your response to question on notice 236, you say DFAT was informed by...
Can we just get that? Yeah.
Sure, Minister.
236, was it?
Yes, that's right.
So SE 25?
And I'll just read out the quote.
No, sorry. I'm happy for you to read it, Senator. I just like officials to be given...
Notice
make sure we have the quon.
Okay. So in that response to question on notice 236, the department said DFAT was informed by the Department of Home Affairs on the 6th of June 2025 that a cohort of Australian women and children had left the camps. So for the avoidance of any doubt, when the cohort left the camp in June, was it DFAT which alerted Home Affairs about that, or was it the other way around? I just want to be clear.
Well, the answer to the question, Senator, clearly says that we received our information from the Department of Home Affairs.
Okay, so was that by way of written communication, telephone? How did that notification occur? And who in Home Affairs advised DFAT?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
So you don't know?
I think evidence, my recollection is evidence on this was given at the last estimates, but I might be wrong, Senator Henderson, but we could get that.
I don't recall that, Minister, but I stand to be corrected. So in terms of that notification, if there's any way that could come back to the table?
Well, Senator Henderson, you asked on the last occasion about this, and I think the officer answered that there was a phone call on the 6th of June. But we'll follow up if there's anything more than that. But that was the... I just have some...
No, thanks, Minister. Yeah. And so I'm just keen to understand who made the phone call and who received it.
In Home... Well, we don't usually give officers...
No, I understand that, but is it...
Home Affairs called us, I think, is the evidence. If I'm wrong, I will make sure on notice I correct it, but that's my recollection of the evidence last time we were here.
Thanks, Minister. And just concerning the passports of this June cohort, when did DFAT receive passport requests? And was it on or after the 13th of June? The 13th of June, of course, is relevant because that was the day that Minister Burke had his meeting with Save the Children.
In relation to the 6, the question is, when did we receive...
When did DFAT receive passport requests in relation to this cohort?
If we did.
So, Senator, Lizelle Veneros, the Executive Director of the Australian Passport Office. I don't have information available to me about individual passport applications.
If you could take that on notice, I'd be grateful.
We'll take it on notice, see what we can provide. Yeah.
Did DFAT receive any information about the outcomes of Minister Burke's 13 June meeting with Save the Children?
I'm not aware, Senator, but I can take that on notice.
Minister, did you have any Were you aware of that meeting at all, or have any discussions with Minister Burke about that meeting?
I will have to take that on notice to make sure I give it, I want to give make sure the details are correct. I was aware that Save the Children were advocating for repatriation of ID, internally displaced persons in the Syrian camps, and that was public knowledge. I think there was a legal case against the Commonwealth, and the government had made a decision that we would not repatriate, but I would have to check a specific question about that meeting, whether I was aware of that before the notes were tabled in the Parliament.
Did you have a discussion with Minister Burke at all about that
I
meeting?
had many discussions with Minister Burke about the issue of the Syrian IDP. That was the context of the government making the decision we made.
And do you recall whether you had a discussion with Minister Burke about this particular meeting?
No, that's what I've just said. I remember a range of discussions and the government making a decision, or not making a decision, but I don't recall a specific discussion about that meeting.
About that meeting, because obviously...
But I'll take that on notice. I mean, I could say to you, Senator Payne always used to say, every time I ask that question, I don't disclose private discussions, but I recognise, I'll see what I can answer on notice.
Because obviously we now know that including from notes by Ms Foster at that meeting on the 13th of June, that there were notes made about that meeting, including Mr Burke as making a C''MENT, which I assume might be commitment to find a way, politics harder at this end of the term. There seems to be a suggestion that Minister Burke was trying to find an unofficial way to bring these cohort of people back from Syria.
Well, I mean, you'd have to refer questions about those notes to the Department of Home Affairs. I can only answer from my perspective, which is what I've said before, that we are not assisting this cohort to return to Australia.
So you don't recall whether, and I know you've taken that on notice, but just specifically, you don't recall any sort of discussion with Minister Burke, Foreign Minister, about anything that you could do unofficially to support this group?
I've taken the question on notice. What I've expressed to you in this forum, and I'm happy to say it again, there were a number of discussions in government about what Save the Children were doing and seeking. That was public knowledge, and including the legal case. Government made a decision that it would not support repatriation, and that has guided government's decisions and actions since.
Can I ask you also to take on notice the timeline of how and when the request and approvals for the passports were made? If we could just have an understanding of the timeline too, we would be grateful.
Sorry, can I just confirm, you're talking about the 6?
Yes, that's right, the cohort of the 6th. Yep. I just want to refer to Quan 232, your response to Quan 323. And in this Quan, if you've got that, DFAT, it says you've advised that DFAT advised that the Foreign Minister's Office on the 29th of September 2025 that this cohort had returned to Australia. I'm just keen to understand how this notification was made, by email, phone call, in-person briefing, discussion.
Senator, I'll have to check that just to be sure, so I'll take that on notice.
So obviously that was an advice to your office, Minister. Do you know how that was received and who in your office received that?
I'm not trying to be difficult, Senator, but as you can imagine in any Foreign Minister's office, the amount of information that is advised by the department is substantial.
I know, I appreciate that.
So, no, I don't recall the mechanism by which that was provided. I think the evidence was, I thought this was covered last time, and the question I'll note is that we were advised. But you're wanting to know on the 29th of September?
Yes, just how that notification
sure.
was made.
I'll find out.
And if we could receive on notice a copy of the email.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not. It's not. Nothing turns on it, Senator, and I don't think it's fair to identify individual advisors or individual officials.
Happy for that information to be redacted. We don't want to know individual names. Just if there's been anything in writing in relation to that notification on the 29th of September, I would ask for a copy of that document, please.
I'll see what we can find.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, can I ask when you personally first became aware that this cohort of ISIS-associated women and children had returned to Australia?
Well, I assume at some point after the 29th of September. I don't know if I was travelling on that date, Senator. Yep. I don't know. I can't recall.
So at the last estimate, Senator Cash asked whether you had discussed this matter with Minister Burke. I know I've asked you this again. Around the time that the cohort returned in late September, you said you weren't sure and you took it on notice.
Did I?
So, yes. So
what did I respond?
So so you did take that on notice last time. So I just am seeking that information given it's already been taken on notice. So did you have a discussion in September with Minister Burke?
Senator, I think my evidence then is it's consistent with what I've said. You know, I've been aware for some time. It's a matter of public knowledge. There's a cohort, including women and children, in the camps in Syria wish to come home. That's public knowledge, well known to you. As I said, your government made it clear you would see sporadic and occasional returns, and that is what you were seeing.
Okay, so
I think my office was advised on the 29th of September that the cohort had returned. I assume I was advised at some point after that.
Yeah, and so you have taken on notice already that whether you and Minister Burke had a discussion. I mean, obviously, I would have thought you would have remembered if you'd had a discussion with Minister Burke about this.
Senator, with respect, I've just outlined in the what we have been doing this last year, including and I haven't even gone to the range of announcements and activities at UNGA, which was in September, the UN General Assembly. So, with respect, no, I don't carry all of those details.
No.
My focus is much more on the job I have to do let me finish, please. For Australia, as the Foreign Minister in pretty challenging times. This was, I will find out, you want to know, did Minister Burke and I ever discuss the return of the cohort after the 29th of September? I suspect if I haven't responded on notice it's because we don't have any record of such a discussion. I don't have an independent recollection. But I will see if we can find something.
So we are talking about the return of associates of a listed terrorist organisation, Minister.
No, hang on,
I would have...
Senator.
Sorry, if I could just finish my question. That's true, 4 of them were children. But I'm talking about
Even your former leader.
Excuse me if I... Excuse me,
right,
Senator Shoebridge. So I just would have thought...
Thanks, Senators.
Minister, I would have thought on something as substantial as this, that if Minister Burke had discussed it with you, you would have remembered.
Senator, what I would say to you is we have faith in our security agencies to keep people safe. And I would refer you to what the Australian Federal Police and ASIO have said about the individuals in IDP camps more generally, and I would refer you specifically to Australian Federal Police Commissioner Barrett, who has said that the AFP remains appropriately prepared and positioned to respond to any self-managed returns from the internally displaced camps.
Minister, what do you say? So the Prime Minister said very clearly that your government was not providing this cohort with any support to return to Australia. We've now learned information which appears to contradict this. What do you say to this apparent contradiction? And particularly I'm referring to the meeting Minister Burke had with Save the Children on 13th of June, when clearly there was some information documented which suggests that Minister Burke was seeking a way for this cohort to return to Australia.
Senator, I appreciate that the Coalition missed the opportunity to ask these questions in Home Affairs, and so you're trying to remedy that by asking questions here. I've been in that position before where focused on other matters, so you don't get to the questions that you want to get to, and now you're trying to remedy that here.
No, I'm not doing that at all. I'm just seeking information from you, Minister.
Senator, if you have questions about those documents, they are properly a matter for Home Affairs, not for me. I've outlined to you that the government, as your government said, we anticipate there are individuals in these camps. Your government identified that there would be, I think they described it as sporadic returns. The Australian government is not repatriating these individuals.
But Minister, you're the Foreign Minister.
I am.
And I'm asking you, in light of the assurance that the Prime Minister gave all Australians that the government was not supporting this cohort return to Australia, we've now received evidence that contradicts this. I'm asking you as the Foreign Minister to explain the contradiction in the two stories that we are being told.
Senator, I again say you should put these matters to the Department of Home Affairs. I would say, however, I would make this point: your question is inaccurate. It is not correct. We've been very clear that we are not supporting the repatriation of these individuals, of this cohort, and I would reflect that that position is confirmed by what Save the Children has said.
But Minister, and I'm referring to the report in The Australian published today, Tony Burke's secret talks with Save the Children over ISIS brides trying to come home, and we will distribute this and table it if necessary.
So you're going to distribute an article from The Australian as evidence in a committee?
That's right, Minister.
Goodness me. Well, there you go. That says everything about where you're getting your strategic advice from, doesn't it?
Oh, Minister, please don't disparage me. Sorry. This is quite frequent that we actually, you might know, table articles in media reports. But notes distributed from the June meeting typed by a public servant in attendance said Mr Burke stated there may be a way to achieve the same outcome, the outcome to return this cohort back to Australia, without government undertakings. So, given DFAT's knowledge of the cohort returning back in June, given DFAT's engagement, I would put to you, Minister, that the Prime Minister gave an assurance that the government was providing no support whatsoever, and now we have evidence that Minister Burke was seeking to assist this cohort return to Australia. And now we don't know whether you had a discussion with Minister Burke about this.
Oh, well, no. What I've said is, and I think my recollection is I was in New York in relation to the September return, right? So or perhaps returning. So I don't know what you think that adds to your question. In relation to the Australian article which you are relying on, I would make the point there are many accuracies in the reports, including that there were 2 groups returned to Australia, and that you've got from the Sidhu that was incorrect. These are matters for the Minister for Home Affairs.
Sure, but what I'm asking about is...
minutes.
Thanks, Chair. The Australian people expect your government to be transparent about these matters, Minister. I understand that not everything is known by you or your department, but I'm asking for transparency in relation to what you knew and what DFAT knew.
And we've been very transparent. We've answered multiple questions on this. We've answered them on notice. And I've been very transparent with you this morning, Senator. So I don't think that your assertions are correct.
All right, well, I would...
Can I please finish? I've also been very clear with you. The government is not repatriating these individuals. Individuals have been seeking to return from these camps for many years. Mr Morrison's government was made clear that we would see sporadic returns over time. That is what we are seeing.
But, Minister, you won't even address the question as to whether Minister Burke told you that this cohort had arrived in Australia.
No, Senator, please, don't misrepresent what I have said. I have said to you on notice and in the last hearing that my office was advised, and we have given you the date.
But you don't recall the question. You don't recall the conversation with the minister.
Please. First, so you've asked me that. You've then asked me for the email or phone call or notes of how the 29th return was communicated, and we've taken that on notice, and I've expressed to you that we want to redact individuals' names out of that. Third, you've asked me, did I have a conversation specifically with Minister Burke after the 29th?
That's right, and you've already taken that on notice.
Let me finish. And I've been very upfront with you that there have been a number of conversations over a long period which have resulted in the government determining that we are not repatriating. And I have said I do not independently recall something from some time ago, but I will check. And so I've taken that on notice. So please, that is a very transparent response to you, Senator.
Right.
So I would ask you to desist from making assertions from behind that microphone which are not correct.
Right,
well, just my last question, Chair.
Well,
Sorry,
just along, Senator.
Can I just ask one last question, please?
Quickly.
Minister, what I'm concerned about, I understand the notification to your office on the 29th of September, but you don't recall that Minister Burke ever called you and said the ISIS brides and their children have touched down on Australian soil. I mean, that is a very, very substantial matter. You took it on notice last time, and so we should have a clear answer here today, Minister.
Senator, if it was around the 29th of September or thereafter, and I think this is correct, we were in the process, we were at the UN General Assembly week where I had some 60 interactions where I launched a declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel involving about 100 other countries and civil society, including the International Committee, the Red Cross, that we had recognised Palestine. So this was a particular busy period. I will just make that point. Secondly, I've said to you, we had many conversations about this cohort, or a number of conversations about this cohort, which resulted in the government determining we would not repatriate. I will take on notice if there was a conversation after the 29th of September, but I would say to you, it doesn't need ministers to speak to each other about a return of people which has already been communicated between departments. And we have been clear that this was communicated on the 29th between Home Affairs and DFAT, and that my office was then advised, I think, on that day. So the communication between the portfolios had already occurred.
All right, thanks, Minister. We're going to move along. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. To be clear, the 6 people who returned from Syria were 2 women and 4 children, all Australian citizens, who were issued passports because they had a right to a passport as Australian citizens. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. And we've heard from the Coalition wanting to just, erase the fact that 4 of these were children. Foreign Minister, the Australian government obviously has an obligation to keep Australians safe overseas, and that surely extends to Australian children overseas, doesn't it?
Can I just correct something very quickly? I think I said in response to Senator Henderson the 29th, the Secretary has just indicated to me it was the 26th.
Right.
I think that's consistent with
September.
the date of arrival. I think I used the phrase 29th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Senator. Do we have an obligation?
To keep Australians, as best we can, Australians safe overseas, but that is a particular obligation for Australian children.
We all want to keep children safe, but...
Well, you'd think so. Well, I don't think everyone in this room wants to keep children safe. I would hope that we all want to keep children safe.
What's the point of order, Senator Henderson?
Just on the imputation that Senator Shoebridge is making, I would ask him to withdraw that imputation, please, against another senator, which is a breach of the standing orders.
I withdraw it against an individual senator, but I withdraw it against any imputation against an individual senator. I'll put it this way. Foreign Minister, we have heard the coalition repeatedly attack ISIS brides, slam any action the government does, even if it's required to do under law, to issue passports to Australian children and to comply with the law so that Australian children can return home. Of the 6 people who came to Australia in September, 4 of them were children, weren't they?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And of the 37 Australians who are in a detention camp called El Roj in Syria, I know this because I visited there. I've met with one of the children there, a 6-year-old child and her mum and 2 other women there. 12 of them are women and 25 of them are children, is my understanding, in El Roj. Do you know how many children are in El Roj?
So I'm sorry, Senator. This really should be... This is not for DFAT.
All right.
It would be a Home Affairs? Yeah, it would be a Home Affairs question.
Well, I was advised when I was in El Roj that Australian officials from both Home Affairs and DFAT had attended the camp at the end of 2022, and that had been consistent with some prior contact that had happened under the Morrison government. Is that true, that there were DFAT officials that attended the camp in 2022?
I think that to the extent that DFAT officials were engaged, I'm not quite sure whether it was the camp itself, but that was the repatriation that occurred. That was around the repatriation that occurred in 2022.
And biometrics were taken and material taken for to assist in issuing a passport, and DFAT obviously had a role in that through the Passport Office.
It's different, but it is a different operation. I mean, that was a repatriation. We made clear we're not repatriating this cohort. Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that you did that.
That would have been why.
It was a very different context.
So in 2022 it was a repatriation, but as part of that, DFAT officials went and assisted in getting biometrics and other details for passports. So DFAT has had a attendance at El Roj.
Senator, I will have to really check and clarify whether DFAT officials were in fact there, because citizenship testing is a matter for Home Affairs. We would just need to clarify that on notice. Thank you.
Well, Foreign Minister, in that detention camp in Desert, I've visited. It's a brutal place. And as I said, I met a 6-year-old child who speaks with a broad Australian accent and has had her entire life in a dust-filled jail, living in a tent, an Australian child with a broad Australian accent. We have the coalition wanting to demonise these children and wanting to say that they are a deep security risk to Australia, wanting to demonise Australian children. Can I ask you if you endorse what the former coalition Prime Minister, who's a man I don't often quote, said about the children? Scott Morrison, who seems to have a higher moral standard than the current coalition, said this. And this was of the children who the Morrison government repatriated in 2019. These young children who are coming back to Australia, they can't be held responsible for the crimes for their parents. They've got off to a horrible start in life as a result of the appalling decisions of their parents, and they'll find their home in Australia. And I'm sure they'll be embraced by Australians, and as a result of that embrace, I'm sure they'll live positive and happy lives. That was the standard Scott Morrison set in 2019. Do you accept the basic truth in what he put, Foreign Minister?
Senator, I would refer these questions to Home Affairs. I mean, I have sought to be as helpful to Senator Henderson as I can be, as we can be. But these are primarily matters for Home Affairs. I would also say to you, Senator, this is a very, as you would know, a very dangerous part of the world. There are matters that, I know that you have sort of briefing from me, and I think we've both had to reschedule a couple of times, but I would encourage that some of the details that you're seeking be explored in a less public forum.
We have been trying to get that briefing and we'll still try and chase it. I think it's been a series of diary clashes.
I think we've both been in the Senate at different times,
I think
including arguing with each other, so we couldn't be in a briefing.
Yes, it wasn't the right place for the briefing. Foreign Minister, there is a job for the government to show moral leadership here. We have the coalition showing the complete opposite of moral leadership. Demonising children, threatening your government with a political attack if you dare take steps to protect Australian children. The result of which is we know now that 4 Australian children had to have an incredibly dangerous journey across Syria without support to escape. When you hear the coalition do the attacks like we're getting this morning, like we've had consistently for months, wanting to so demonise these children that it becomes politically almost impossible for the government to protect Australian children, I would urge you, and I'd ask you to have the opportunity now, to push back against the demonisation that's coming from the coalition, to push back against this divisive, ugly politics which is putting Australian children's lives at risk. I said I've met with one of them, this little 6-year-old kid who spent her whole life in a detention camp. Can you push back against the rhetoric?
Well, Senator,
will you push back against the rhetoric from the coalition?
Senator, again, we're back to your test.
No.
If I please, you regularly seek to set tests that you believe that you assert are the tests of moral leadership, and the test is to do what Senator Shoebridge or Senator Faruqi do. I think there are a range of ways in which to show leadership, and we do not engage in demonisation of individuals or groups as a way of leveraging political advantage. You heard my speech in relation to, I'm conscious Senator Whitten is here, so I know he won't agree with me, but you heard my speech in relation to Senator Hanson. I do think, and that is the approach I take.
Well, Foreign Minister, I'll be clear what I believe the test of leadership here is, and I'd ask you, will you meet it? The test of leadership here, the test of leadership, which I've asked, will you meet it, is to just do what Scott Morrison did. Scott Morrison, even he was able to recognise that the Australian government should bring Australian children back. The test of leadership isn't a statement in the Senate. The test of leadership isn't even your response to me in this Senate estimates. The ultimate test of leadership that I believe your government is failing, and it was one that even Scott Morrison met, is to protect Australian children and to bring Australian children who are at risk, and I can tell you they're at deep risk in Syria, to do what you can to bring them home safely to Australia, to incorporate them safely into our country, to do it with our security agencies, to do it with support. Why won't you meet that test?
Are you done?
Well, yes.
No, I was just because the very long question. Senator, you regularly appoint yourself the arbiter of moral leadership. And
these are kids.
And, well, let me finish. And what I would say to you is this. You would have seen the repatriation in 2019 under Mr Morrison and repatriation in 2022. The government has also been really very upfront about acknowledging the humanitarian issues affecting those in the camps, and we continue to we're partnering with humanitarian organisations that have access to the camps and have the mandate to deliver assistance. And we've committed, I think, $500 million over a decade. Would that be right, to Syria, because of the and that's both governments. To be fair, parties of both governments of both parties. To reflect the humanitarian conditions in Syria. The government has a set of obligations around the security of Australians, and we take those very seriously. We also take very seriously the risk for public officials in an area of the world that is increasingly unstable. I know the advice continues to be do not travel to Syria due to the dangerous security situation and the threat of armed conflict, the threat of kidnapping, the threat of terrorism, the threat of airstrikes, the threat of arbitrary detention. So we have to make decisions in the national interest considering all of those circumstances, and that is what we have done.
Foreign Minister, I know that the Chair wants to move on. The other attack the Coalition has repeatedly made, and it does to their eternal shame, is to repeatedly attack Save the Children. And that's even in circumstances where the former Coalition Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack has been on the record repeatedly, contrary to what we're hearing from Coalition representatives here, supporting the work of Save the Children, endorsing the work of Save the Children. But it doesn't seem to stop the Coalition in their attacks on Save the Children. Save the Children are providing education services to these children in the camps. Save the Children is the oldest charity for children on the planet. Foreign Minister, will you make it clear that the government supports the work of Save the Children? And to hear the Coalition suggest that some sort of evil conspiracy when either you or Senator Burke meets with one of the preeminent global charities for children, to hear them talk about it as a conspiracy rather than just what you should do as a Foreign Minister or the Home Affairs Minister, it's offensive and obscene politics from the Coalition. It is part of your job, isn't it, to meet with Save the Children, one of the world's leading global charities on children. Well, that's just what you do.
Yeah, I've not only met with Save the Children, I hesitate to say in relation to Ms Anderson, not in relation to this issue, but in relation to their work. They're a very important humanitarian partner, and they have been for both governments, Australian governments, for a very long period of time. My recollection is I have, as Foreign Minister and in opposition, seen or visited Save the Children projects. They do a lot of good work in the world. And I don't expect, as I often say to humanitarian groups or NGOs and other stakeholders, I don't expect them always to agree with the decision of government. They have a role in our society to advocate, and they do. And I may not always agree with them, but I'm not critical of their right to advocate. They have, and as I said, they've been a valued humanitarian partner for Australia under many governments for a very long period of time, Senator.
All right, thanks a lot. We're going to break now for morning tea. I'll see everyone back here at 11:10. Well, we're not broadcasting just yet, just... Welcome back, everyone. Now I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Chair.
The floor's yours, mate.
I've got some questions about the PMG rugby league team. So I'd like to go to the 600 million Australian government is committing towards a PNG rugby league team. The NRL has announced a Perth team for 2027 ahead of the PNG to secure broadcast revenue. Does the government accept that this is evidence the NRL is preparing for PNG's possible delay?
Possible what? Delay? Was that?
Yeah, PNG's
delay.
Possible delay.
I can take it. Senator Charlotte Blundell, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Economic and Infrastructure Division. No, that's not how we'd understand that action. All normal activities towards PNG's entry into the competition in 2028 are still progressing.
Thank you. Has the government assessed the risk that PNG's entry could slip into 2029 or beyond, as suggested by analysts? And what probability was assigned to this?
No, we don't judge that the likelihood's there yet. We'll keep a watch as all the milestones are met, but everything's on track at the moment.
Okay. What specific milestones must PNG meet before further tranches of Australian funding are released?
So I think I mentioned at last estimates that the funding's split into two main components. So there's funding for the franchise itself, for the PNG Chiefs Club, and then there's funding for a pathway development program that's regional in nature. So for the pathway development program, ARLC needs to provide a series of grant funding agreements for different activities that are consistent with a design for that program. So they've done one recently that was for their hosting of the Pacific Championships, and the project didn't fund that fully, but it put a contribution forward so that some matches could be played in Papua New Guinea, for example.
So are there specific milestones they need to meet before they receive further funding?
Yes, so it's grant-based project, so there's certain conditions on reporting and providing financial statements of past expenditure, and then actual proposals have to be written and assessed against guidelines before we provide the next tranche of funding, which are demonstrating progress towards end of program outcomes.
And are they made public?
No, most of it is commercial in confidence at the moment.
Okay. If the PMG team does not come to fruition after taxpayer funds have been expended, what mechanisms exist to recover that money?
I think we don't assess it as a likely eventuality, but the money's deliberately split into smaller tranches so that we can release it as the progress is being made. So the main protection would be that if progress was delayed, funds wouldn't be released.
But if the team never comes to fruition or something happens, there's no mechanism to retrieve any money?
There'd be limited means. There might be, more likely, a scenario would be to allow more time, because a lot of the investment is in sunk startup costs that would still, I think, be the backbone of the team's entry into the competition.
Will the NRL be required to refund the $60 million licence fee back to Australian taxpayers if the team fails to launch or maintain its licence?
The licence is for their entry into the competition in 2028, but it's not refundable, Senator.
What accountability measures apply to the $290 million earmarked for the team itself if operations cease prematurely?
So as I said before, we're only releasing the funding in small tranches as progress is made, Senator.
Yeah, but so there's no money coming. If this doesn't happen, there's nothing coming back, I guess is the point.
Senator Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. I would say an important practical fact is that we are putting our full energy into bringing this team to fruition. The PNG government is completely committed to that outcome, as is the ARLC. The team is progressing at a positive rate. You will have seen the announcement of the name of the team, the chiefs, many of the actions are progressing, and that's the energy that we're putting into ensuring that the foundations are in place so the team can enter in 2028.
Okay.
Hope you buy your membership there, Senator. For the Chief.
Come on.
Will the full terms of the agreement, including exit clauses and refund obligations, be published for transparency?
That's not the intention, Senator. That most of them are commercial in confidence.
Yep. Why was PNG chosen despite clear warnings about infrastructure safety and sponsorship deficits compared to Perth?
Senator, I don't know if I understand the question because both Perth and PNG have been given entry into the competition.
PNG have got a lot of money, and how much did Perth get?
From the federal government?
Yeah. Senator, the desire from the PNG government and indeed the whole nation to have a team in the NRL has been a long-stated ambition, and we have received requests for many years at the highest levels. The investment into achieving a PNG team for 2028 is an investment in sport, but it is an investment in unity and of the PNG nation, but also our bilateral relationship. So there is, it's been a significant investment, not only in sport, but in health outcomes, in bilateral relationship, as well as bringing our two nations together on this very important year, the 50th anniversary of independence.
So what happens if, for example, in 2029, the team is up and running, Australian taxpayers have paid for the establishment, and PNG enters into arrangements with China?
Senator, it's PNG's sovereign decision to engage with other countries, but we have, of course, most recently signed the Puk Puk Treaty, which you'll know is Australia's newest alliance, and indeed Papua New Guinea's first alliance. The strategic trust between our two nations is built on a strong foundation, but is at an all-time high. Papua New Guinea has very clearly articulated at the highest levels through Prime Minister Marape that Australia is the security partner of choice, and that is the Puk Puk Treaty is emblematic of that.
Okay. So the NRL was the first to have money dispersed to it?
Senator, do you mean the Australian Rugby League Commission?
Yeah. NRL? Oh, sorry.
Is that your question? Yeah, they are the funding is flowing through Australian Rugby League Commission, if that's what your question is.
Okay. So why pay it now if there's no licence until 2028?
Because the licence has been issued for their entry so that they can do the necessary preparation to enter. It gives them and us confidence that investing in that preparatory work is on the basis essentially of a legal agreement with the competition regulators.
Thank you. Go the Bears. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Senator,
I knew there was a
I'm from
punchline
South
somewhere.
Australia, and so rugby league is not something I have grown up with. But I have said that I'm happy. I'm going to back in the Chiefs. because you see, then I don't irritate either the Prime Minister or the Treasurer.
Imagine that, you and I on opposite sides.
Thank you. Chair, I don't know if it's consistent with how you might want to run this, an allocation of time, but Senator Collins might be following up on rugby union. If she wanted to do that now and that were convenient, we have the officials at the table. If you want to do it later, given the allocation of time, I'm also happy to do so. No worries.
Look, Minister, I think without sort of unravelling things at the moment,
I was
we will
trying
come
to be
back
helpful.
to...
I was not,
I know you were. Thank
whatever
you.
you want, yeah.
And I was just about to say, we've got two WA colleagues here on my right who are obviously very big supporters of the new NRL team since they got dudded with the union team. But I'm sure the WA folks are very happy that the Bears are on board.
You're doing fine.
I know they are. Okay, now, just getting back to our program. So, Senator Henderson, I will give you the call.
Thank you, Chair. And Senator Collins will be asking some questions about a range of matters, particularly focused on the Pacific a little bit later today, so we look forward to that. But I do want to return to the issue of the ISIS brides, Minister, and refer you to Quan 239.
Sorry, can we just get the officers to the table?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
And refer you to Quan 239.
239.
239. And I'll just read this out, noting that you need to pull the Quan up. The Quan response, question on notice response, you advised between July and September 2025, the Australian Passport Office received 3 inquiries from individuals in Syria, one related to this cohort, being the cohort which returned on the 26th of September. Can you confirm that at least one of the women who returned on the 26th of September made a passport-related inquiry or application between July and September?
Executive Director, Australian Passport Office. I don't hold details.
Sorry, can we just get the microphone?
I can't hear it.
Is that better?
I think that is better, yes.
Yeah. So I don't hold the actual details of the caller for privacy reasons, and I wouldn't hold that with me today. So I can't confirm who the caller was. What I can confirm is that they asked us a question about women and children in the IDP camp.
Okay, so not wanting to reveal any identities, breach any privacy, is it your understanding that of the inquiries you received, they related to this cohort which returned on the 26th of September?
So I'm not sure what the specific person related to. What were asked a question in relation to was the women and children in the IDP camp.
And what was the nature of that question? Could you just explain?
I don't have that detail with me.
They were obviously inquiring about obtaining a passport, though.
They were making inquiries about application processes.
And what advice was given in response?
I don't have that detail with me, Senator.
Is that possible to provide on notice?
We would treat everyone exactly the same, no matter who the caller was. So we obviously advise them about what their process is, how they can get an application form, how they can reach out to their local post if they're overseas, or work with Australia Post Office, etc., if they were here locally. So information that we share is very generic in the context of the passport processes.
And so was information sent to these people?
It was an inquiry.
But the inquiry related to how to apply for a passport. Was information then sent to...
Not to my knowledge, Senator, or I'll correct that on the record if it was.
All right, maybe there was
an inquiry.
Reference to a website that someone should go to, etc. So I just wanted to know.
So website information we would normally send anyone who's inquiring to the passports.gov.au website. If they were for a particular region in the world, we will also put them in contact with their local post, just to make sure that the information about how passports are processed or accessed overseas is also available to them.
Okay, we're obviously speaking about individuals in very unique and difficult circumstances in Syria. One inquiry related to the cohort which returned on the 26th of September.
I didn't say.
I
didn't say it was in relation to the cohort that returned on the 26th of September.
So
I just want to correct
that is actually the information that's been provided to us.
No, it's not.
No, in the response, it says between July and September, the Australian Passport Office received 3 inquiries from individuals in Syria, one related to the women and children in the Syrian IDP camps.
One related.
Oh, my apologies. I thought it said one related to this cohort.
Oh, sorry. Cohort, sorry.
One related to this cohort.
Sorry, cohort, yep, sorry.
So you had one inquiry from someone who was part of this cohort.
In relation to the women and children in IDP camps.
Okay, it says one related to this cohort, meaning the cohort which returned on the 26th of September?
No, just women and children in the IDP camps.
Thank you. So was one of the women who made that particular inquiry one of the women who returned on the 26th of September?
I don't have the detail about the caller, Senator.
And there were 2 other inquiries that you received about passports. Have those individuals since returned to Australia?
I don't know, Senator. We do get, every year we get hundreds of thousands of phone calls. In fact, last year in 24-25 we'd have over 100,000 inquiries. We don't follow every individual line through to whether they receive a passport or not. I don't have that information. So we receive a lot of inquiries about passports and how to apply. Questions related to citizenship, for example, questions related to the application process, the types of information we require. I don't hold the detail, Senator, of these particular calls, and we don't follow callers through to whether they receive a passport.
Through to whether they received a passport. So can I just ask more broadly, is passport assistance currently being provided to any other individual that you understand to be part of a broader cohort of ISIS-associated women and their children?
Yeah, so as we're aware, there is a number of women and children in Syria that are seeking to return to Australia. The Department and Government have been aware of that for some time. Any Australian can apply for, and if they meet eligibility requirements, be issued an Australian passport. The issuance of the passport is a mandated service under legislation, and that is subject to citizenship and identity requirements. We provide these services to any Australian, both living here and overseas, and any application received by the Australian passport is assessed in accordance with the requirements. But questions on individual passport applications or identifiable groups, we don't talk about, Senator.
I appreciate that. So you talked about a number of other Syrian women and children. How many inquiries have you received in total? We've got the information up until September.
So, as I said, Senator, even this year we've had about 230 or 240,000 inquiries. We don't individually track them.
I mean of those in Syria. How many inquiries have you received in total?
Yeah, so Senator, we generally don't track inquiry information and in that sort of level of detail. The reason why I was able to answer that question is we were looking for people who particularly called from that region of the world.
Okay, so we know that 3 people made inquiries who were individuals in Syria relating to passports.
Yep.
And that was between July and September. What I'm asking is, have there been any further inquiries from individuals in Syria, part of this broader cohort, since September?
Not that I'll have to take it on notice, Senator. I don't have that detail with me, I'm afraid.
Okay, Mr. Du, are you able to add? And I just saw you gave a note to Ms.
I was just suggesting. So, Senator, I was just suggesting to Ms. Veneros that she might consider taking that on notice. The reason being, as Ms. Veneros has explained, we don't necessarily always track where these inquiries come from. You're potentially asking a reasonably large question, so it would be something we would need to investigate.
All right, I appreciate that. I just want to move to Quan 237. your response, DFAT's response, and this states, I'll say, I know you just got some time to get to that, Quan. DFAT was informed by the Department of Home Affairs on the 6th of June 2025 that a cohort of Australian women and children had left the camps. Now, we have canvassed some of these issues at the last estimates, but I just want to understand, at that point in time, what precisely was DFAT told, and on the 6th of June, about how many, including how many women and children were in that cohort?
Senator, I think you've raised this earlier in the estimates today, and I would have to check whether it was specific as to the composition of that group, or whether there was any other specific information that was provided.
All right. Can I just ask more broadly of the individuals who have left the camps as per that advice, have they all now returned to Australia? Are there others who've left the camps who are coming back to Australia as well?
Senator, the answer to that question on notice related specifically to those individuals who arrived in late September.
Yes, so what I'm asking now, more broadly, are there other individuals, apart from the 6 who arrived on the 26th of September, who have left the camps in Syria and are either on their way back to Australia or who have returned to Australia?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't think it's something that DFAT particularly tracks, but we will look and see if there is any information.
Minister, are you aware of any other ISIS brides or their children returning to Australia or on their way back to Australia, apart from the 6 who returned on the 26th of September?
I think that would be a matter for Home Affairs. I would make the point that I think the evidence from AFP, excuse me, and other security agencies is, that they are, I think the phrase is monitoring, and have for many times individuals in the camps and are aware of and have information about them. But that would be a matter for those security agencies.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking about what the security agencies know. I'm asking about your knowledge, Minister.
And I'm saying this is a matter for the security agencies.
No, Minister, I'm actually going to press you on this because what I'm asking...
You can press me and I'll give you the same answer.
No, I'm asking about your knowledge, Minister.
Senator, this is something that we have faith in our security agencies to do their job, and this is one of the aspects of the job they do.
So I'm asking you to either confirm or deny, do you know whether any other women or children are returning or have returned from Syria apart from the 6 who returned on the 26th of September?
Senator, I again say I am aware of the 26th of September return. That was advised by Home Affairs. These are matters for Home Affairs, not for me personally, not for this portfolio. So what I would say to you is 2 things, or 3. 1, your own government recognised that people would return sporadically. 2, we are not repatriating any individuals from the Syrian IDP camps. 3, that security agencies, in response to many questions from senators on the last occasion, made very clear that how they were positioned to assure Australian safety and their ongoing monitoring of individuals of interest. That is my answer.
So, Minister, you are the Foreign Minister of this country. I'm asking your knowledge as to whether you know if any other ISIS brides or their children are either back in Australia or on their way back from Syria. I'm asking about your knowledge, and it appears...
That is not something that is this portfolio's responsibility.
But it doesn't...
No, well, Senator...
You're not answering the question,
please.
Minister.
You keep interrupting me, Senator
No, I'm
Henderson.
not. I'm asking you to address this question.
I think you self-evidently are interrupting me. Would you like to finish your question and then I shall do my answer?
I will. Thanks, Minister. What I'm asking you to tell this committee is whether you know if any other ISIS brides or their children have either arrived in Australia or are en route. And as the Foreign Minister, if you have that knowledge, I'm asking you to share that knowledge with this committee.
And I've said, though, I have responded to that now twice. I will respond again. One, your own government said there will be sporadic returns. Two, that we have made a decision not to repatriate. So if we had made a decision to repatriate, that would be a different matter because this portfolio would be engaged potentially in a different way. Third, these are matters for Home Affairs, and security agencies have given evidence about this, Senator. And I would refer you to the evidence of security agencies about this.
Well, Minister, you are very clearly declining to answer my question. I'm asking about your knowledge. Why won't you answer this question, Minister?
Well, Senator, I think you're drawing your lines of questioning from media reporting that you, I think, have tabled as evidence. I have said to you that there are inaccuracies in that report, including that there were 2 groups returned to
If you
Australia.
don't know, just say
Sorry,
it.
can I just finish, or are you just going to interrupt me after complaining about being interrupted?
I would just like you to answer the question.
Chair, I think a little bit of quid pro quo would be fair.
And I don't want to remind people, but obviously just refer people back to my opening statement this morning about, courtesy and respect.
Thank
and
you.
just treating others in the same way we'd want to be treated. So let's just get back to questions and answers, please.
I will again say there are many accuracies in the reports that you have tabled as evidence, including that there are 2 groups returned to Australia. The evidence from Ms Sidhu and other officials and in Home Affairs was there was the 1 group that you've been asking questions about. Senator, these are matters for the Minister for Home Affairs, and you can dress asking me up as in the political way you have. You failed to ask these questions in Home Affairs, and so you've come to try and get some footage up here in Foreign Affairs. You know this is not the portfolio that is responsible for these matters, and you should ask them in those estimates committees.
Thank you, Minister. I note that you have declined to answer my question. I'll go to you, Secretary. Is DFAT aware of any other individuals who have either arrived in Australia or who are on their way back from Syria who comprise the broader ISIS brides cohort?
Senator, I would also say that that's a matter for the Department of Home Affairs.
I'm not asking about Home Affairs. I'm asking what is DFAT's knowledge about any other ISIS brides returning to Australia?
Senator, just because you want to make a political point does not overcome the structure of the Westminster system and the government. Now, governments have portfolios, ministers, responsible to the Parliament, including through Senate estimates, for the matters which fall within their responsibility. That's the basis on which we are here. This is ministerial accountability to the Parliament under the Westminster system for those matters for which we have a responsibility, and those matters are set out in the AAOs. Now, we have tried to be courteous, and I understand the political game you are playing, but it is not fair to badger the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs about a matter that she is not responsible for.
Minister, please, I'm not badgering anyone. Well, I'm simply trying to ask for the truth.
You're asking the
sorry,
wrong...
if I could just finish my question. So I'm asking, DFAT became aware in June of the cohort of 6 returning to Australia. DFAT was properly informed by the Department of Home Affairs. Correct. So I am now asking, has DFAT become aware of any other ISIS brides returning to Australia?
Having returned?
Returning or have already returned?
The evidence was that we were advised on return.
That's right. So what I'm asking...
And I've said to you that the evidence from Ms Sidhu is that is the only cohort, the only group that we have information about that has returned.
Okay,
right?
thank you.
In relation to other... I've said that 3 times now.
Now, one more minute to go, Senator, and then we'll have to move the call along.
Thanks. So you're not aware of any others who have returned to Australia. Are you aware of any other ISIS brides or their children who are en route back to Australia? And I'll ask Ms Sidhu, are you aware of that?
Senator, I think I will only repeat that, well, firstly, all of these issues are a matter for Home Affairs and security agencies. We have known since 2018 that individuals in camps had intention to return, and that we could expect that may happen sporadically.
Ms Adams, I'm asking about DFAT's knowledge.
Sorry, Senator, just let the Secretary please answer the question.
And that we have complete confidence in our security agencies to monitor people of concern.
All right, we do need to move the call
just on notice, could I please ask for all documents, correspondence, materials held by DFAT in relation to these matters, and particularly since the 26th of September, including any correspondence or emails or messages in the possession of DFAT or the Minister's Office about any other ISIS brides or their children who are either planned to return or who are en route back to Australia. And I note with concern that, Secretary, that you have declined to answer my question in relation to whether there is anyone en route to Australia.
No.
I think it's verbalising the evidence provided, but anyway.
Yeah. That is,
you have,
no, Senator, that is
so it's not. So you don't know. So you don't know.
Excuse me,
That's
Chair,
the point.
may I?
Senator, please, I'm going to cut you off if you're going to be like this. And this is how we delay, like we did yesterday, and then the opposition complain that they don't have enough time to ask their silly questions.
Senator,
okay?
it is really
Minister.
inappropriate. Secretary Adams has served governments of both political persuasions, including yours, with distinction. It is an inappropriate aspersion to make. The Secretary answered your question. It may not have been the answer you wish, but she answered appropriately, and you should not be making aspersions of a public servant like that. You can have a go at me. Well, you were.
Aspersions.
You
I'm
were.
just seeking an answer.
You were.
Yeah.
And it is not appropriate.
So can I assume...
It is not appropriate.
So, Minister,
No. That's it. Your time has expired. I'm sorry. Your
okay.
time has expired. All right? Now, who was it? Now, the Greens. Sorry. Senator Hodgins-May, you have the call, and then I'm coming to Senator Pocock, and then to Senator Whittaker, just so people know the flow.
Sorry. Hodgins-May, Senator Senator Hodgins-May, Senator Pocock, and Senator Whittaker. Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly to start, there's a role listed at the Australian Embassy in Tokyo, Councillor Industry, Science and Resources. Can I confirm this role reports into DFAT, or if I should put these questions to DISA?
Senator, the councillors that are in embassies from other departments work in the mission to the ambassador, but also report to their home departments. So I guess it's a little bit of both, but primarily in their own portfolio.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the Greater Sunrise Project. The questions about Timor-Leste and the Greater Sunrise Project,
Can you just hang on? We'll just get people here.
Sure.
Thank you.
All sorted? On 25 November, Woodside and the Timor-Leste government announced a new cooperation agreement in relation to the development of the Greater Sunrise oil and gas fields that overlaps in Australian waters. I'd like to know, was DFAT, or more broadly, this government involved in any way in facilitating, advising or observing the development and signing of that agreement?
Senator Lauren Bain, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Maritime Division. The agreement that you refer to is between Woodside Energy and the Timor-Leste government. The Australian government's not a party to it.
I understand the Australian government's not a party to it, but did they have any role in advising or helping to facilitate that agreement? Any role?
Obviously, Greater Sunrise developments are something that we're monitoring closely. However, this was a matter that Woodside was pursuing with the Timor-Leste government directly.
So what does monitoring closely entail?
Senator, the Greater Sunrise endeavour is something that we have been seeking to work on constructively with all the partners as one of the parties to the Maritime Boundary Treaty. It is ultimately a matter for the Sunrise joint venture, which is Woodside, Osaka Gas and Timor Gap, to come up with a development concept and then seek agreement from the states.
Thank you. I'm just really keen to, when you say work on constructively, to get a little bit more detail about what work on constructively or monitor closely just means.
Senator, it's been on the public record for some time that we have been doing everything we can to ensure the right conditions for a commercial agreement between the Sunrise joint venture partners and then ultimately the states to see the development of Greater Sunrise.
Do you have any information on what DFAT's resourcing looks like for this, constructive work that's been happening?
Senator, I would have to take that on, the detail of that on notice.
Thank you. And sorry, Minister, did you want to? In particular, how many people from DFAT are working on this too, please?
Senator, I'm not really sure. And I'm sorry, it might just be that the question, we don't understand what you're trying to seek with those questions. What is our position on Greater Sunrise? What are I'm sorry, I don't actually understand what you're seeking, so I want to try and be helpful if I can.
Yeah, so look, I really want to understand what DFAT's involvement in this project has been, so in a nutshell.
Well,
so on a practical level, advisors, teams that are working on it, what level of involvement has the Australian government had in that agreement?
We'll see what officials can add, but we've been clear that we have a very important relationship with Timor-Leste. We want to, across a range of domains, work with them to bolster their economic resilience, their development and their sovereignty. We're the largest development partner. We work with them on their ASEAN accession and WTO accession. They have a strong view about development of Greater Sunrise. Now, I don't know whether your party supports it or not, possibly not, but we respect their sovereignty and their desire to develop it. The commercial structure around the Greater Sunrise joint venture, Dr. Bain has outlined. What I have said publicly and I think what the Prime Minister has said publicly, including when discussing it at leader level, is that we are open to any solution to develop Greater Sunrise. We obviously want it to be consistent with the 2018 Maritime Boundaries Treaty, and we're very conscious of the fiscal circumstances of Timor-Leste, which make these sorts of developments an imperative.
Thank you, Minister.
Is that helpful? I'm just trying to...
I'll ask a few more questions and we'll see if we get a bit closer.
Is the Greens' policy to oppose?
I'm seeking to understand, in particular, to DFAT's understanding, how does this current agreement, I suppose, differ from previous agreements?
The current commercial agreement that's just been announced.
Senator, as I said before, it's the agreement that you're referring to, I think, is the one between Woodside Energy and the Timor-Leste government. Australia has not seen the text of that agreement.
You haven't seen the text of that agreement? Okay.
But we have said, like, I went to Timor-Leste, I'm sorry, last term, I can't remember, and I said, look, this has been stuck we would like to unstick it, I think was the phrase I used. We've worked with Timor-Leste on, including through the former Special Envoy, I think, Mr Brax, who has a long history of engagement with Timor-Leste. I think the Prime Minister's announced a dedicated infrastructure fund for Timor-Leste, funded from part of what would otherwise be our share of Greater Sunrise revenue, should it be developed. So we're trying to increase the benefit to Timor-Leste. And I would encourage you, Senator, I hope the Greens...
Thank you for your encouragement, Minister. I take your encouragement on board.
You want to be transparent. You talk about transparency. I think Timor-Leste will be interested to know whether the Greens support the project that they want.
Minister, I will get to further questions. This is my opportunity to ask questions of the department and yourself, respectfully.
Well, I just think a transparency on this would be good.
So in terms of you not having seen that text, is that something that you would expect to want to see? My understanding is that it does operate in Australian territory as well, or is that incorrect?
Senator, the agreement is between Woodside Energy and the Timor-Leste government.
We're not a party, Senator.
I know, but it does operate in Australian territory,
because everything operates in a territory doesn't mean we
so you don't have... Okay, I'm asking questions, Minister.
No, but Senator...
Come
on, let's just get back.
Respectfully, I am entitled to ask questions of you on this matter.
And I'm still waiting for an answer whether the Greens support Greater Sunrise in accordance with Timor-Leste.
When we're in government, which we hopefully will be at some point soon, you will have your opportunity.
I thought you liked transparency, Senator.
I do.
All right, come on, people.
Come on, be transparent.
Chair, can you please rein in the Minister?
Well, I'm trying to, but everyone keeps talking over each other. I mean, I might as well just, go get a coffee and come back.
Transparency for some, but not for the Greens.
Maybe we'll turn on an episode of Bluey or something. I don't know.
You get your time to talk. Now it's our turn.
Okay, let's just get back to it.
As you'll know, the Australian government has committed to the Clean Energy Technology Partnership, which prohibits funding of fossil fuel projects overseas. Yes, I have young children, Minister, so I am very conscious of these issues. Does this commitment prevent the Australian government providing financing to the Greater Sunrise project?
Senator, I would come back to the point that I made earlier, which is that at the end of the day, it is for the Sunrise joint venture to propose a development concept. At present, there is not one.
So there's not one, so there has not... we don't know if the government's going to be prevented or not from providing financing to that project. Will the government rule out providing financial support to the project?
Senator... we have got to where I thought we would get to. And this is always a difficult problem, isn't it? Because from one perspective, philosophical perspective, I get lectured about colonialism by your party, but this is a very, if you really are interested in empowering and respecting...
I don't need a lecture, Minister. I've worked in the Pacific Islands extensively. But you're not answering the question. You're giving me a lecture about something that is unrelated to my direct question.
I'm responding to your question. You don't get
Let's just get back to...
You are trying to lecture me on something that I do not need to be lectured on.
You don't get to control my answers. I'm sorry.
You don't get to lecture me.
Okay, let's just get back to questions and answers, please. Hello, Senators. Hello. Everyone just...
Sorry, I thought I had the call. Sorry, Chair.
Let's just take the heat out of it. Okay, now let's just get back. Minister, conclude your response, and Senator Hodgins-May, back to your questions.
Thank you, if I may. I've heard a lot from your party about colonialism, but it seems that your position on respecting what Pacific partners want or other countries want only extends so far. The fact is, and this is something I would encourage you to consider, Timor-Leste has made it very clear what their priority is. Now, we have already been upfront that we remain open to any solution to develop Greater Sunrise that's consistent with the maritime boundary. As Dr Bain has said, the study and outcomes that you described, a development concept, I think, is a matter for the commercial partners, not for the Australian government. What we have done, so this goes to your funding point, is we have said that of the revenue that would come from a project when developed, and so there is a share within the treaty, we would fund in part we would fund an infrastructure fund from part of what our share would have been. So to, if you're seeing how we would, in terms of funding, that is one of the announcements already made, but at this stage there is not a development concept which has progressed to investment. So I did get to your question, Senator.
Thank you, Minister. And look, I have had the honour of meeting President Jose Ramos Horta, and he is a global leader in, I think, climate justice and that transition. And to quote him, I, for one, would be happy if my country never had to expand its fossil fuel industry. What if, instead, high-income countries began to finance a transition so we could build a sustainable society based on renewable energy? So my question, over the past 3 years, has the Australian government engaged with Timor-Leste about the option of providing and enabling financing to economic development options?
We are the largest development partner for Timor-Leste. We are the largest development partner, and others can go through the scope of and extent of the development assistance. But I would say to you, Senator, the very clear position of President Guzman and the government is they want to develop Greater Sunrise. That is very clear.
Thank you,
and
Minister.
in fact, it's there imperative. Sorry,
in particular, if you could speak.
Sorry, I just wondered, but you might want you asked a question about the nature.
Yes, and in particular, in relation to renewable energy, please, Dr. Bain.
Sure, Senator. What I can say, as Minister Wong has said, is that Timor-Leste's economic resilience is clearly important for both of our countries. We are the largest development partner for Timor-Leste. We're strengthening Timor-Leste's long-term economic resilience in a number of ways, including through support for connectivity and infrastructure initiatives. This includes support for a Timor-Leste South submarine cable and the Dili Airport redevelopment. We're also providing significant support in the area of skills training and mobility, labour mobility opportunities in Australia, including through a Timor-Leste Australia Labour Mobility and Skills Partnership to boost the number of Timorese workers in Australia from 4,000 to 10,000. We also have a really...
Sorry, may I just interrupt if we could focus particularly on renewable energy projects in that list?
Senator, I don't have the detail of that in front of me, but happy to take that on notice.
I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
The challenge, Senator, that you may think that's what people should have.
No, it's. I quoted the President, Minister Wong. I quoted the President, so please stop putting words in my mouth. I really don't appreciate it.
Oh, Senator. You may think that,
Minister,
but we respond. I'm trying to explain how we do development. We work in partnership, so we respond to their priorities. So what you're suggesting is we should somehow say, well, we know that's your priority, but we think this should be priority. You know,
no, I didn't say that.
So
I didn't say that.
Can I finish?
Okay,
if the development partnership with Timor-Leste is something, as we do with Indonesia, as we do with Tuvalu, we respond to their priorities. And if their priorities are to structure the development or to prioritise development in certain ways, that is what we will do.
Okay. You got one more question?
I've got another round probably.
Okay,
so
all right. We'll come back to you a bit later.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much. Can you just follow up on some of the questions asked by Senator Whitten in relation to the Pacific Rugby League package? And in doing so, I really want to set aside the portion that goes to the team in Moresby, in Port Moresby, and really focus on the what's it called, the Pacific Pathway Development Program. And so I'd be interested to know the formal decision-making process that led to approving the Pathway Development Program portion of the package, and which ministers signed off at each stage.
Senator Charlotte Blundell, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Economic and Infrastructure Division. Thanks for your question. So the process was that as part of the negotiation of the whole package, a portion of it was set aside for the Pathway Development Program you've just referred to across the 4 countries that are participating. The intent of that is split, I think, I understand it into kind of 2 main areas. So some of it will be invested in grassroots sport, and even some aspects of community infrastructure. Sure. And another portion will be more into the elite pathways, talent development, into the tournaments and the championships. So just to be clear.
Ms. Blundell, sorry to stop you there. I sort of understand some of the, I know Senator Collins has asked questions on this before. I'm sort of across how it's split up. I'm really keen on the decision making.
Yes.
Who signed off on this at various stages of development?
So DFAT was given a negotiating mandate for the package writ large.
By who?
By the government.
Who in which department in government? PMO?
No. I mean, this is not. Can I talk in the broad rather than in the specific, please?
I'd love specific. But
No, because I'm trying to be helpful and I don't want to disclose, and I can't disclose what happens in Cabinet, but I'm going to give you an in-principle answer so you can infer from that. Sure. So I'm actually trying to be helpful, Senator. Negotiating mandates for whatever agreements are generally agreed by executive government, sometimes at particular senior levels, other times at different levels, but officials go into negotiations with mandates, whether it's Tuvalu, the Whalapili Union, or the Puk Treaty. So it is there's a process of ensuring officials know what their mandate is.
Sure.
Thanks, Minister. And perhaps to skip forward more to the present, Senator, which I think is more to your question, we've then, at the start of this year, gone through a process with Australian Rugby League Commission and the rugby league federations in each country doing consultations with broad groups of people in each of the 4 countries. I think there was over 250 people consulted on the details of the design, and then a draft document has been put together at the moment that's currently with Australian Rugby League, who will ultimately determine the final details.
Thank you. But I'm keen to understand, where did this idea come from? Who decided to spend $350 million on a Rugby League Pacific pathway?
So 250 million, Senator, just to be clear. It formed part of the discussions about how to ensure that a PNG team coming into the competition would be, over time, grounded in PNG talent in part, so that goes to some of the...
Sorry.
But hang on, please, let the officer finish.
Yes, I have such a short amount of time.
She's entitled to finish.
I understand that, but
she's entitled to finish.
Maybe I just need to clarify my question.
Well, she's entitled to finish.
So Senator, as I understand it, it's core long term to the idea that the PNG team will, at least in part, have a greater pool of Papua New Guinea and Pacific talent to draw upon, but it's also advancing work that's been ongoing for many years in the Pacific, more at the grassroots level, around sport for children and sport for adults as something that's empowering and beneficial for broader health.
Sure. But again, I'm not asking about the PNG team. I'm asking about this Pacific Rugby League pathway program, which is outside of PNG. What involvement did PMNC and PMO have in the development of the pathway development program?
Senator, the answer from Ms Blundell, I'm sorry to officials, was in response to the pathway. So you said, I'm not asking about the PNG team, and the answer was in response to the pathway.
But it was the pathway is to support the team, but rugby league is huge in PNG, not that big in some of these countries that you're trying to essentially set up rugby league academies to feed the NRL. So I'm interested, what involvement did PMNC and PMO have in the development of the pathway development program?
Senator Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Those questions would be for Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Did DFAT recommend the Pacific pathway development program?
Senator, we don't obviously disclose the details of advice that we give to government.
But I would say, and look, I know, and I assume there's also this Union League thing, which, as a South Australian, I'm fairly ignorant about, Senator. But the concept of the team, which was such an important, was so important to Prime Minister Marape and his government, and as you know, the people of PNG, there was a recognition of the importance of, as Ms Blundell said, seeking to ensure there was a long-term proposition around Ms Blundell's used the term pathway, but a pipeline of players for a Pacific team. So I think that is not, I can say to you at a political level in terms of our discussions with PNG and others, has been an early concept.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that works.
It really doesn't, because I don't see how Tongan and Samoan and Fijian players want to go and play in Port Moresby. Like this seems to me like an idea has been hatched between the government and the NRL to essentially expand the NRL's footprint into Pacific Island nations. And again, let's set PNG aside, because it is clearly a rugby league country. The team makes a lot of sense. But this Pacific Pathway program, I just fail to see how it's delivering. And talking to people in government in some of these countries, rugby league's not their big sport. They would love money for other sports. And so I'm really trying to understand, like, where has this actually come from? The rugby league team in Moresby makes a lot of sense, but $250 million for rugby league in the Pacific? Not so much. And so I'm interested, what input and engagement did the Australian Rugby League Commission have in the process of developing the Pacific Rugby League pathway?
Senator, I might add, and then invite Ms Blundell to make any remarks. Senator, the senior people, including the leaders of Fiji, Samoa and Tonga, have welcomed this Pathways program. They see advantage for their country and their young people in particular in terms of the broader empowerment and development and health benefits, leadership that can come from, that we see indeed in many sports where young people have access to them, to the facilities and to pathways for talent.
Sure.
So the leaders have, including Prime Minister Rambuka, when he was here only a few months ago, he articulated that, and I'd just make that point.
Sure. I would assume in development that you're actually asking these countries what they want. I'm sure if you're dangling $250 million, no one's going to turn it down. So I'm interested what assessment
That's not my experience, Senator. I mean, in dealing with Pacific leaders and Pacific ministers, in my experience, they have very clear ideas about how they would like to progress their own development and the future of their people and their countries.
We've just learnt that this was a cabinet decision rather than a DFAT decision.
No, that is really unfair. When I was trying to be very unhelpful, for you to verbal. And misrepresent what I said, Senator.
That was my understanding what you said.
Misrepresent. It is part of the Westminster system. Cabinets, I was trying to explain to you because, and I didn't do it specifically, and I shouldn't have tried to be helpful if you're going to misrepresent me in that way. I shouldn't have tried to be helpful. I was explaining to you, because I can't, the officials can't give you the information you were seeking, how in general mandates work. And mandates are the way in which cabinet governments in Westminster systems ensure that officials across the board understand what they have authority to negotiate on behalf of an Australian government. So please don't misrepresent what I've said. Now, I understand you may be, because of your history, a very storied sporting history, be a strong supporter of rugby union, and others have asked questions about that. I think it's our largest single sporting spend in the Pacific outside of the NRL. And I understand that you may not like that this is part of what has been discussed and agreed and announced, but a pathway for younger players in countries where there is a presence for league as well as union, and I make no preference, was an important part of the discussions around a Pacific-based team.
Sure.
Now, that doesn't mean that we don't understand the importance of union. As I said, I think it's one of our most significant spends outside of this particular spend. But I just would say to you, we do engage very closely with Pacific nations about what they seek.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. And that was, sorry, I didn't mean to verbal you there. That was my understanding, and I'd appreciate if you didn't verbal me either. I said I was very supportive of the Port Moresby team. I think it is a great move for Australia and for PNG. The thing I'm trying to understand here is where the idea of the Pacific Pathway program came from. And you would expect when we're spending $250 million that the Senate would actually be able to find out where the idea came from. And that's what I'm finding mystifying about this whole thing is, like, where did this actually come from? Was it, DFAT doing great work in the Pacific, and I really want to thank all of you for the work that you're doing in the Pacific. That has improved out of sight since the change in government. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be able to actually understand whether this was DFAT engaging with those countries, saying, actually, this is a real opportunity, let's put $250 million behind it, or if it's something where you're tapped on the shoulders as DFAT and said, hey, we think this is a good idea as a government, make this work.
Senator, can I respond again, though? Because what I can say to you, and obviously I'm not the lead negotiator on this, but that the idea of making sure that the pipeline of players into the team was across the Pacific was an early part of the discussions. And I'm just explaining that to you. And I would also say to you that I think Samoa, you mentioned Samoa and Tonga, all competing in the Rugby League World Cup next year.
I know that.
So, well, you probably...
All right, we'll need to wind up.
So, but my point is, it's not just... League is... And again, as I said to you, the league union contest, not something I sort of inherit.
But that's really not what this is about, Minister Wong. This is... I'm trying to understand where this came from.
We might need to come back. We might need to come back, Senator.
I'm happy to finish.
One more question, and then I'll wrap on this bit. If that's
just one more? All right, just one more.
Ms Blundell, at last estimates, you told Senator Collins that funding provided in PNG will flow through the NRL because there are no direct funding agreements between Australia and PNG. Can you confirm again how much of the funding will flow through the Australian Rugby League Commission to PNG and how much has been paid to date?
Yes. So, Senator, the agreement between the Commonwealth and ARLC is the direct pathway for the flow of funds, but then from ARLC there are payments, for example, to the franchise. So I was just stating what the funding pathway is for us. But so far we've spent, I think I said last estimates it was at around 66.6 million. It's now 68.1 million.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Senator. Now, Senator Whittaker, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I understand that following the very tragic loss of Australian teenagers Bianca Jones and Holly Bowles, that the Albanese government launched initiatives to help protect young Australians travelling overseas from alcohol-related risks, in particular methanol poisoning. Could you tell us a bit about why the government has prioritised initiatives like the Partying Safely Hub?
I might, because Ms McGregor and others have done a lot of work on this, might throw to her shortly, but as you know, the tragic deaths of Bianca Jones and Holly Bowles as a consequence of methanol poisoning in Laos have been heartbreaking, was obviously tragedy and heartbreaking for their families, but and for all who love them, and a very heartbreaking reminder of the dangers or the risks people face when travelling abroad. One of the things that I talked with the family about was, in addition to seeking a transparent accountability from Laos, we talked about what we could do to improve the information that young Australians had. As you know, obviously going overseas, bit of a rite of passage for most of us. And I wanted to place on record my thanks to the Jones and Bowles family for their work in supporting us doing this. I'm going to ask the department perhaps to take us through the hub and the partnership with Drinkwise ahead of schoolies, and then I'll add if I can, but I suspect Ms McGregor is probably more across it than I and her colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator. Elizabeth McGregor, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. So the Partying Safely Hub on Smart Traveller, which we're very proud of, was developed in-house and was budget neutral for DFAT. However, the hub and the campaign around it have been informed and strengthened by partnerships with experts and organisations that are active in both the youth and health sectors. We've worked with experts and industry partners to strengthen our messaging, and that's letting us reach new audiences. Some of our partners have included Red Frogs, who regularly provide a peer presence in alcohol-fuelled environments to support safe partying behaviours for young people. Doctors Without Borders, that provides technical advice on methanol poisoning. Choice, that's offered insights on how alcohol impacts travel insurance, and a range of universities as well. For the recent launch around schoolies, as the Minister mentioned, we've also partnered with Drinkwise, which is an evidence-based social change organisation dedicated to promoting a positive, safer and healthier drinking culture in Australia. Drinkwise has been really helpful for our campaign. They've contributed expertise in alcohol education, including new research that they conducted on attitudes and behaviours around alcohol safety among school leavers and parents. All of this, we've done qualitative testing on the campaign, which has helped to refine it so it truly connects with young people.
Thank you. Could you go into a bit more detail about the specific resources that are available on the Partying Safely Hub?
So there are a range of resources that are available on the hub. We have fact sheets that are there that can be downloaded that are for parents and educators to support informed conversations with young people about partying safely. There are also videos there which feature interviews, including with families affected by methanol poisoning, which sends a very powerful message to young people who are looking for advice and guidance on these issues.
And how is the hub being promoted, particularly as we head into what I'm sure is a busy travel season for lots of young people around the country?
That's right. So we've shared Partying Safely messaging through multiple channels to engage young people and their parents, carers and educators. This includes DFAT's own Smart Traveller communications, as well as partnerships that we have with NGOs, with the private sector, with youth media and also with industry experts. DFAT's targeting and channel choices have been informed by research and expert advice, including advisors, called advisors. We've selected all of those channels in collaboration with the government's master media buying agency as well. The Partying Safely Hub targets parents, carers and educators as intermediaries to reach young people and influence them successfully. It supports more informed conversations with young people. Beyond all of that, through the Smart Traveller and Drinkwise partnership, we've delivered things like video content for school leavers and parents. Our videos are on Schools TV, Drinkwise and Smart Traveller websites. And as I mentioned, they feature families with real-world experience. We've also got digital ads targeting school leavers nationwide, including messaging at all Australian international airports and across social media. I can give you a figure which is over 1,900 panels have been displayed across our airports that display alcohol safety messaging. There have also been promotional events at airports in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, engaging young people as they head to popular schoolies destinations. Alongside that, we have in-flight videos on Jetstar international flights from December, which is giving key safety tips as school leavers depart, and also boosted posts on Smart Traveller social media. So since January of this year, our alcohol safety social media posts have reached around 2.7 million users.
Wow, that's excellent.
And if I can just say two things again to thank particularly Michelle and Samantha, but the Jones and Bowles families for really, there's a lot of courage to be involved in the launch of this and publicising this, so another family, to try and avoid another family having such a tragedy. But I would actually encourage all senators, as you're heading into the season where young Australians are heading overseas, please make sure that people are aware of Smart Traveller and the Partying Safely Hub. It's good information there. Certainly not information that I think many of us might have known when we were travelling overseas. And we'd encourage all senators and members to publicise that too online in whatever way they can.
Absolutely. Could you talk in a little bit more detail about how you're using youth media and social media platforms to get the message out to young people?
Of course, Senator. So we're using youth media to reach young people where they are. So we have engaged with outlets like the Daily Oz, which is well consumed by young people. We've also had partnerships with NGOs such as schoolies.com and Unleash Travel, which have very strong reach with this audience. Our youth media partnerships are both mainstream and culturally and linguistically diverse media. So we're looking to engage a diverse range of youth with this messaging.
Great. And then you mentioned schoolies in one of your earlier responses. Minister, I understand you recently launched a new partnership with Smart Traveller and Drinkwise ahead of schoolies. Could you give us a little bit of information on that partnership?
I think Ms McGregor went to it a bit, didn't you, earlier? I drink mindfully. Yes. I did ask if that was that word, but apparently it does. Obviously, I was Minister Clare and I, the CEO of Drinkwise, and Holly and Bianca's families launched this campaign at Melbourne Airport. It's a campaign that's about equipping school leavers with the tools to travel more safely, to make informed decisions about alcohol, and to celebrate with confidence. As Ms McGregor said, the resources are being rolled out through a whole range of different vectors, online, airports, schools, trying to provide practical advice about moderation of alcohol consumption, looking after friends, the risks of methanol poisoning, and advice about what you can do if something goes wrong. And again, as I said, I thank the families for their involvement and their courage and strength.
Thank you. And then just one final question. Why is it so important that young people have access to this information, in particular when they're planning to travel overseas?
Senator, I guess it's because we want young people to travel. We want them to explore the world. We want them to be able to go with their friends and to learn and to come back safely. I think it's important that when people travel, particularly young people, they're informed travellers, they look after their friends, they have a good time, but also we want to see them back at the end of that. So this is a really important resource which is ensuring that the messaging around how to be safe with alcohol and how to look after your friends gets to the right people when they need it to make those decisions overseas.
Can I add to that? I mean, I think we all understand this, but the risk profile of other countries can be very different to ours. So informing young Australians, all Australians, but particularly young Australians, of some of the differences in those risks in a different country. Like we would not, I mean, methanol poisoning is not something in Australia that you would be worried about when you went to a bar, right? So, but unfortunately, it is something we need young people to be, all Australians, but young people particularly, because of the, obviously more likely to be in these sorts of scenarios. We need to help people better identify methanol poisoning, how to respond to drink spiking, the warning signs, and the, as I said, the risk profile is very different in different countries. Not only is the risk profile different, but also the response, the capacity to respond is different. So, as Ms McGregor said, we want people to travel. I'm the Foreign Minister. I want, Australians to engage with the world individually, and that is a really important part of who we are, that we do travel, we do experience our region and beyond, but trying to help give people the resources to make sound decisions and be aware. As I said, there's advice in there which I would never have known when I was travelling quite extensively through the region when I was younger.
Thank you. Thanks,
Right,
Chair.
thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to return to the ISIS brides issue and just ask you, there was a question on notice 0025. It was in the Home Affairs portfolio, but it's the notes of the Secretary of the Department, Ms Foster, and in those handwritten notes of the meeting with Minister Burke on the 13th of June, there's a statement saying save the children, and then underneath it says spoke to Penny and Claire. Now, I assume the Penny is you, Minister. Did you have any conversations with either the Minister or the Secretary or Save the Children about the return of this cohort?
In relation to these notes, those are questions for the Home Affairs Department. In relation to Save the Children, I've already given you that answer. I indicated I have met with Save the Children, but not in relation to this matter, I think was my answer.
But given this...
No, well, just hang on. I've taken on notice already, I think essentially that question, but I would again say to you, I was aware, as the public were, that Save the Children were asking us to repatriate this cohort. That is public information. They have asserted that. They took legal action against the Commonwealth So that is not a surprise and not a secret. A number of discussions have occurred about the Syrian IDP, persons in the Syrian camps, and the government made a decision not to repatriate.
So Minister Secretary Foster's notes suggest that Save the Children spoke to you about this cohort prior to the 13th of June. I'm just trying to understand the timing.
Sorry, are you asserting they spoke to me?
No, I'm asking you because the notes say Save the Children, and then underneath there's a dot point, spoke to Penny and Claire. So I'm just wondering, so obviously these were notes from the 13th of June. Had they already met with you about this cohort and discussed this with you at all, Minister?
I think I've answered this before, and my office has checked the only meeting that we identified was that I met with the Save the Children this year with other members of the ACFID board, and that was in relation to development assistance cuts, reduction by obviously other partners, Gaza, the declaration of humanitarian personnel and associated issues. So,
and what was the date of that meeting?
Can I take that on notice? I think I might have had 2 meetings with ACFID, and so I need to check if that's the Australian. It's a federation of development bodies.
This note from Secretary Foster.
But I want to be clear. I don't think in either of those was this issue raised. The focus of that discussion was humanitarian assistance and development assistance and the declaration.
So the note says...
Well, they're not my notes.
No, I realise that. The notes made by Secretary Foster said spoke to Penny and Claire, I assume Minister O'Neill, but just in relation to you. So it appears, was there a phone call or another conversation that did not constitute a meeting?
I don't believe so, not on this issue. I've just looked at the notes. I've not seen these notes before. Visited the camps in 2022, and then under the spoke to Penny and Claire, habeas corpus. Now, if that I don't know what the time frame of this, but the habeas corpus action was in 2022, 2023. So that is the action before that I was referring to.
So your view is that this referred to a discussion with you at an earlier point in time?
I don't have a recollection of this, but if it is in relation to the habeas corpus, that was 3 years ago now, 2 years ago now.
So just to be clear, you didn't have any interaction with Save the Children in relation to this particular cohort or any other ISIS brides cohort returning?
This
to
year?
Australia, yes, yeah.
Not that I can recall. I've met with them, as I said, I think on 1 or 2 occasions, but that was in the context of the ACFID discussions.
All right, if you could take on notice the details of those meetings and any other telephone discussions, including any notes of those meetings or discussions.
Well, no. Senator, all right, I mean, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I think again for the 3rd time, and then if
I just want you to take that on notice, Minister. That's all.
I'm going to tell you what I think again for the 3rd time, and then I will take on notice if there's any change to that. My recollection is, and my office has checked, that I have met with Save the Children in the context of meetings with ACFID, and I think there have been either 1 or 2 meetings this year, that those meetings have not dealt with this issue. And if I'm incorrect, I will correct that on notice.
Okay, and just to wrap up this issue, a final question. As the Foreign Minister, can you confirm whether there are any ISIS brides who are currently overseas who are seeking to return to Australia, or are in the process of returning to Australia.
You've asked me that. I've responded on now 4 occasions.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair, I'll now hand over to Senator Smith.
Senator Smith, okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Minister, in your opening remarks, you drew attention to the fact that you'd met with the new Japanese Foreign Minister on the sidelines of APEC. And Secretary, in your opening remarks, you said, we are also deepening our engagement with Japan, our key strategic partner in the region. The Prime Minister met with new Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister met with the Foreign Minister, and we are working closely together at all levels on our shared security and economic interests. Our cooperation has never been closer. I just wanted to discuss, if we can, the article, the commentary that appeared in the Australian newspaper yesterday by the former Japanese ambassador to Australia, Mr. Yamagami. I'm just curious to know, first, are you familiar with the article?
Senator, yes.
By familiar, you've read the article?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any early observations you'd like to make about Mr. Yamagami's concerns that he's raised in the article?
Senator, I'm also a former ambassador to Japan, and
Indeed you are, that's right, yeah. And my apologies, I should have directed the question to the Minister, but given your strong association with Japan, I thought I'd come to you first.
I do indeed have a strong and long-standing association with Japan, going back to the trade negotiations and actually before that on climate change. So I pay very close attention to the relationship. I would say it's in excellent shape. Well, there would be a very long series of things we could talk about that we're doing with Japan. I'm sure you know many of them, but I'll just start with saying that that relationship is clearly a high priority for both governments, and the early engagement that we've already had with the new cabinet ministers that we've referred to in the statements is one aspect of that. It also happens that our current ambassador in Japan, Justin Hayhurst, is in his final week, so he's doing a series of ministerial level farewell calls. And in another context, he told me a few days ago how pleasing it is that the relationship is acknowledged by everybody he speaks to in the Japanese system as being at an all-time high.
So given all of that and given the strength of the relationship, why does Mr Yamagami effectively say that Australia should be doing more to support the new Japanese Prime Minister, given the comments that were made by the consul representative of the People's Republic of China?
Well, of course I won't attempt to speak for Mr Yamagami. He's now a private citizen. He doesn't speak for the Japanese government, so I won't attempt to impute reason to why he made those statements, but I can certainly say that the government of Japan and the current members of the Japanese government who we engage with very closely are in no doubt about Australia's commitment to not just our bilateral relationship but our shared security, defence, economic, cyber, economic security, etc., agenda. I mean, we have such an enormous scope of close cooperation now. Japanese government is in absolutely no doubt as to our strategic alignment and our shared endeavour in support of regional stability and prosperity.
On notice, can you advise whether or not any Australian officials here in Australia or Japan have recently met with Mr Yamagami? I know what you said in regards to him being a private citizen. Just on notice would be...
Oh, well, We don't engage with Mr. Yamagami in any official capacity.
Well, I'm just asking you to be very, very sure of that by providing that information to me on notice, unless, of course, you are 100% confident that no Australian officials...
It's pretty hard to... I don't track everybody's private conversations.
That's why I asked for it to be provided on notice, Ms Adams.
Sure.
Has Australia reached out to the Japanese embassy here in Australia based on the article from Mr Yamagami, or has the Japanese embassy here approached DFAT in regards to Mr Yamagami's article?
I think if we were to respond to every matter that's reported in the Australian media, we'd be doing very little else. What I can say is that...
Not all commentators are equal. It's a former ambassador to Australia from Japan.
Private citizen, not holding any current office, not representing the government of Japan. We actually are working with the government of Japan, and I think we are... I don't know if we've already announced, but...
So perhaps I can assist here. I mean, since becoming Foreign Minister, I've visited Japan 6 times. And that is visits, not just engagements with the Japanese, relevant Japanese Foreign Minister. I will be visiting again in the near future.
Post-Christmas?
Can I leave it at that, Senator?
Because, of course, there's future, near future, near
I said near,
future,
deliberately near.
You did.
You know,
closely.
I can indicate to you...
I'm reading the tea leaves.
You read the tea leaves. I'm indicating to you, in addition to the, obviously, the regular contact or engagement between Defence Minister Miles and Defence Minister Koizumi, I can indicate to you that the Deputy Prime Minister will be in Japan imminently. And the reference Ms Adams made to Ambassador Hayhurst's engagements, I mean, he has met both the Foreign Minister and Defence Minister in the past week. We have a regular 2+2 meeting, so that's Foreign and Defence Ministers, the most recent of which was September, and obviously in that we discuss, as we should as special strategic partners, our perspective on strategic challenges in the region. That is a very fundamental part of our engagement with Japan.
When was the last time you met with the Japanese ambassador?
Me or?
Yourself, yes.
I don't know that I've met him since I met since the last meeting with, I'll check that, with the Foreign Minister. Obviously the Foreign Minister is my counterpart.
On the sideline of APEC?
I hope you're not trying to minimise it. One of the good things about
No.
It was. So we had
My apologies.
Yeah.
That was an expression because I was looking for the exact document to confirm.
Yeah, that's right. APEC. So we had a 2+2. In September. Obviously, the government changed not long after the visit.
5th of September it was.
Yeah, 5th of September. The government changed and it took some time for counterparts to be sworn in, the government to form, which is obviously a matter for the Japanese Parliament and government. And so the first opportunity I had to engage with the new Foreign Minister was at APEC, and as I said, my intention is to visit in the very near future.
Thank you for that, but my question was, and sorry if I wasn't clear, when was the last time you met with
I'll take that on notice.
With the Japanese ambassador to Australia?
Ambassador Suzuki.
To Australia.
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
When was the last time you met with the ambassador from the People's Republic of China to Australia?
That engagement generally is through Secretary Adams. But obviously the meeting with Chairman Joe Joe Legee, was that last week or the week before? Everything's blurring into one. He was obviously on the Chinese delegation.
So, Secretary, when was the last time that you met with the Japanese ambassador to Australia?
Senator, I saw the ambassador at our diplomatic, what do we call it, end-of-year reception, which I think also was just last week.
Okay. With the, in regards to my query, in regards to the last time you met the ambassador from the People's Republic of China to Australia, was because he was here as part of the chairman's, he accompanied the chairman. Was that? Did you accompany him on that whole trip, or was it a formal meeting with him as just part of that delegation? And just to understand,
So
was it
who's that addressed to?
the secretary?
Oh,
yep.
No, I didn't accompany the travelling delegation.
The
So
travelling delegation is usually accompanied by, not always, but the ambassador. So it would be the ambassador for China.
Yep.
So the equivalent.
So, Secretary, it was last week that you had a formal meeting with the Chinese ambassador to Australia.
No, Senator, I didn't say that. I didn't have
Okay,
a formal,
if you
I didn't
could
have a
clarify.
formal meeting with him. We were both present at the Prime Minister's meeting, and he also attended the diplomatic call function.
Great, thank you very much for that. Okay. So, Mr. Yamagami's. Okay, just one last question. So at the very end of Mr. Yamagami's commentary piece, he says, when Australia came under tremendous pressure from China and was subject to similar economic coercion, Japan stated out loud that Australia was not walking alone. Is it too much to expect the same from our Aussie mates in times of need? Mr. Yamagami, the former ambassador, says in his commentary piece. How does Australia respond to Mr. Yamagami's call for a louder voice from Australia?
Thank you, Senator. A few points I would make. A loud, assertive approach isn't always the best approach. I know that Mr. Yamagami, when he was here, took it upon himself to make comments in speeches about his views on our relationship with China. But I would also note that Australia's strong, consistent, regular voice standing against economic coercion is well known to all. We say that consistently and clearly, no question. Likewise, our articulation of our concerns about China's destabilising or provocative behaviour at sea or in South China Sea, in East China Sea, in Taiwan Strait, or in other venues, such as the multilateral negotiations, is also clearly on the record. You can see it articulated most recently in the 2+2 statement, was admittedly the previous administration, but same party, where we certainly don't shy away from expressing our strategic alignment with our special strategic partner, Japan.
Can I add to this,
Of course.
Chair? My office, and I will correct this on notice if it is not correct. My last formal meeting with the Japanese ambassador was on June 2025. I also was pleased to be hosted by him in July. You asked the Japanese. The last formal meeting, and obviously I've seen him as part of the delegation. My last formal meeting with the Chinese ambassador was August 2023.
Thank you. Australia would regard the comments that were made by the Chinese Consul General in Osaka as totally unacceptable. That's correct, isn't it? We would.
As I said before,
You're familiar with the comments, Secretary?
We don't make a habit of commenting on every comment that's made.
Well, not every comment was like the one the Chinese Consul
Senator,
made.
I think
against the
I made
Prime
this
Minister.
point when I was in opposition, when the Prime Minister of this country chose to amplify a comment made by, an inappropriate comment made by a junior Chinese official, is that I don't know that we serve our national interests or others by amplifying some of the inappropriate comments.
And that's why I've refrained
I'm just
from
making a general
quoting-
point.
that's
I'm
why
just
I've
making a
refrained from
general
quoting
point that I'm not.
You can inquire into government attitudes in a diplomatic and sensitive way, and this is, I think, an important matter of public record, what the former ambassador has said. I think the way that I've managed this and consciously,
You've been very, yes.
are being responsible.
You have.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Sorry, Secretary. Yep, sure.
Sorry, just one comment on solidarity. If you look at the Australian ambassador to Japan social media, you'll see some nice messaging about the forthcoming ski holiday season in Japan and how many Australians will be enjoying their holidays in Japan and how safe and enjoyable we know Japan is as a tourist destination.
And of course, Western Australia has a very important relationship with Japan as well.
I knew we'd get back to WA somewhere in this.
I thought I'd end it with a bit of parochialism just
There
for
you go.
consistency.
There's
and
enough WA senators
thank you,
today.
Thank you, Secretary. Yep, thank
Too
you,
many
Minister.
WA
Thank you,
senators
Minister.
on this committee.
All right. I think Senator McGrath,
Three of you.
Clarifying point.
Clarifying question.
And then Senator Shoebridge, and then we'll break for lunch. Yep.
Questions raised regarding Minister Bowen's appointment, and I know that you've raised Pacific Islands in your opening statement, Minister. Can you just outline to me, with the government's net zero targets and 2035 targets, and the ability for Minister Bowen to bring in the voices of the Pacific to the COP negotiations, how that assists you in your diplomatic efforts in the Pacific?
I might get one of these gentlemen to respond first, and then I'll add to that, if that's right, Senator.
Senator, just so I'm clear, your question is in terms of the commitments the government's made in its 2030, 2035 target, how that'll support the work of Minister Bowen as the President of the COP negotiations.
And also to assist our Foreign Affairs Minister, and how that's being received by our Pacific neighbours.
Yeah, so look, I think obviously having Minister Bowen as the incoming President and the President of the negotiations means that really over the next year we're going to be in a unique position to drive ambition with the Pacific on critical issues around climate mitigation, climate adaptation and climate financing needs. The country's 2030, 2035 targets are on the most ambitious ends of any country, and that sort of allows Australia to work across a whole range of different countries around how to lift that global ambition, how we're ensuring that other countries are stepping up, leaning in to respond to what we know is an increasing global challenge for not just Australia and the globe, but particularly for the Pacific. Just touch on the Pacific and then I'll pass it to my colleague, the Ambassador for Climate Change. He's obviously, the Pacific faces very unique challenges. One of the reasons that we very strongly focused on bidding for the COP31 was to bring leaders and bring people to the Pacific to see those challenges, small island states, atolls that are suffering now from sea level rise. And I think, as the Foreign Minister said earlier, is also having an opportunity to really highlight those financing needs and the agreement beyond the pre-COP, which will bring people to the Pacific, to then have at the COP31 a special session that will look at pledging for a Pacific-owned resilience facility that they need. But I might pass it to just Ambassador Nankervis just to talk about some of the comments, particularly that have come from the Pacific following the COP bid.
Thank you.
Will Nankervis, Ambassador for Climate Change. So I'll quote Ralph Vanuatu's Climate Minister, comments he made in a press conference on the day that the arrangements were adopted. It is a unique arrangement, it's unprecedented, but I believe there will be many more to come because it is a great model, especially for smaller countries who can't afford to host a COP but would like to be involved in the agenda setting, which for us is the most important thing.
I'm conscious that we're nearly finished, so I'll try and be quick. Put simply, without targets, Australia has no credibility in the Pacific. The Prime Minister puts it in this way. He talks about credible action on climate change is the price of entry for diplomacy in the Pacific. And so it would not be possible to have the sort of engagement we have, the deep trust that we have, to achieve the agreements we have achieved in the Pacific without a credible climate policy. We have worked very hard to get over the position that I'm not trying. This is a genuine question for you, so I don't want to sort of respond politically, but the perceived disrespect, or the actual disrespect of Australia on this issue that the Pacific had before we came to government. So those targets are not only economically necessary, but I would say as the Foreign Minister, without them, Australia would have no credibility in the Pacific.
Thank you, Minister.
All right, on that note, we are now going to break for lunch and we'll see everyone back here in 45 minutes.
Thank you. 45. Oh.
45. 45. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Minister, I was going to ask you some questions about the Israel country brief that's found on the DFAT website. Do you have who you need to deal with that?
He's coming.
Thank you. Well, while the official's sitting down, Secretary, what is the purpose of the country briefs that DFAT puts on its website? Or Mr. Griffiths? Or anybody?
Thanks. Senator Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East and Africa Division. The country brief, like all of our country briefs, Senator, just give a snapshot of the country that's useful information for the public.
All right. And how are they? How does the information find its way onto the country brief? What's the process?
Well, I think the geographic divisions would be responsible for each country brief, Senator, and would be updating them accordingly.
Yeah. So when you say a snapshot, it's like important things you should know, Australians should know, the sort of key relevant elements that Australians should know about a country.
Yes, Senator, but they also do them in very general terms also, I should point out.
Well, you know, I find it astounding that in the country brief on Israel, it contains not a single mention of the occupied territories, of Gaza, of settler violence, of the conflict in Gaza. How does none of that find its way into the Australian government's Israel country brief?
Well, Senator, I mean, a lot of there's basic information on the country brief, effectively. I think a lot of the issues that you've raised are the subject...
Basic information?
Please let him finish.
The subject of regular statements by the government in relation to any of the issues that you've spoken about. There are several statements, be they multilateral statements, be they bilateral statements, that are made in relation to specific issues.
Well, I've had a look at a series of country briefs, and many of them contain links to media releases and other statements made. None of those links for the Israel one. I ask again, how could you put a country brief together about Israel, not even mention the occupied Palestinian territories, or even if you were trying to sort of indicate issues to Australians, not mention the scale of the settler violence in the occupied West Bank, or even, and I think I find this impossible, you just edit out, I call it a Gaza, I call it a genocide, you don't have to call it a genocide. You edit out the conflict in Gaza. How does none of that find its way into a snapshot on Israel?
Well, Senator, there is a difference between the country brief and travel advice, just so that the travel advice...
I accept that.
Not, obviously, I can tell you that there's been a lot of consideration of what to include in travel advice for the region.
Sorry? How can you do a country brief on a state that, I say has effectively an apartheid regime in a big chunk of what they administer in the occupied West Bank? And the only comment you put in about the politics is that the state of Israel is a robust parliamentary democracy. You don't mention the fact of a ongoing, decades-old occupation of Palestinian people. You just simply say it's a robust parliamentary democracy.
Well, we're speaking specifically about Israel in this instance, Senator, and as I said, the information in the country brief is at a basic level. We're talking about issues, particularly over the past 2 years, that are very fast moving.
Well, Israel has been occupying Palestinian territories, not for the last decade. Israel's been occupying Palestinian territories for 7 decades. Israel has been occupying all of the West Bank since the late 1960s. You're saying at no point since the late 1960s has DFAT been able to mention that, because it's fast moving. So that can't be your evidence, Mr Griffiths.
No, Senator, that's the situation we find ourselves in at the moment.
Why is none of that situation reflected in the Israel country brief?
Because, as I previously stated, Senator, a lot of the other information, the other events that you mentioned in particular are captured in other statements elsewhere, including our travel advice, which, as you know, is updated from a safety point of view.
Well, the country brief on Morocco has details about Morocco's occupation of West Sahara. Yet the country brief on Israel says nothing about Israel's occupation of Palestine.
Senator, sorry.
Sorry, let me finish. What? Can I just finish the question? Can I just finish the question? Was there a political decision to edit out all the uncomfortable facts out of the Israel country brief?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Can I say I've never actually looked at that country brief, and I don't generally read the country briefs. I'm sorry to say, whoever does them. But what we do pay a lot of attention to is travel advice, and I'd invite Ms McGregor in relation to the OPTs and more generally to give you where we have got to through the various updates to the travel advice to the region.
Senator Elizabeth McGregor, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. Look, our travel advice for Israel talks about, it's rated at reconsider your need to travel, and it talks about the volatile security situation, conflict, civil unrest and terrorism. It also references that the status of Jerusalem and borders are final status issues which remain subject to negotiations. It mentions the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, were occupied by Israel following the 1967 war, and that occupation continues. So there are references to the occupation in our travel advice, which also references the volatile security situation.
The country brief also does not mention, as you see in other country briefs, what the capital of Israel is. Minister, does your government, what does your government say is the capital of Israel?
Our embassy is in Tel Aviv.
And is it your position that Tel Aviv is the capital of Israel?
Senator, the government's been repeatedly said that the status of Jerusalem is a final status issue, along with the borders of Israel.
Right. So,
Senator, in relation to the country brief, as I said, it's not something I've looked at before. I'm not aware when the country brief was last updated, but I'm sure officials can take a look at it. The travel advice that Ms McGregor has outlined deals with some of the issues you've outlined.
Mm-hmm. Minister, the country brief as well also contains this statement: Australia is strongly opposed to unfair targeting of Israel in the United States and other multilateral institutions. What is the country brief referring to there about this unfair targeting in the United Nations and other multilateral institutions? What's the brief making reference to?
Senator, it's probably a reference to, for example, item 7 at the UN. I'd need some assistance from some of my colleagues on that, but any motion that specifically targets a single country, we've had reservations about.
Any motion that targets a single country, so motions targeting Russia for its invasion of Ukraine, you have an issue with that?
Okay. We will look at the country brief. As I said, until you had raised it, I have not read it. It's not the primary way in which we deal with these issues, but I accept that this country brief does not reflect some of the changes to the policy position of the government, including, I think, the recognition of Palestine. The travel advice deals with this. In terms of the UN votes, what I would say to you, Senator, I think it's undoubted that the disagreement, the conflict, the contest around in terms of the contest in the region and the different views between different groups, including the State of Israel and those supportive of the Palestinian cause, has been played out at times in the United Nations. So I think that is true, and what you would have seen is Australia considering its position in terms of a range of votes at the UN to reflect the position that the government is taking, which is that we are supportive of two states.
Well, Minister, I'll take it as a win and end the question in here on the basis that you've made a commitment to go and revisit this brief.
Well, I don't
make sure, and you will get the department to revisit the brief.
I don't do this brief.
I'm sure you. I'm not asking you to do it this weekend, but let me just start again. I'll take it as a win that you'll get the department to go and revisit this brief, and what I would hope is it comes even close to having a fair assessment of the reality on the ground in Israel, and includes those UN findings. Just on that, whilst we're on this.
It wouldn't, no, Senator, it wouldn't necessarily include the UN votes. I was making an observation about we have had to make a set of decisions to make sure our voting position, our public statements are aligned with the policy position of the government.
What I meant to say is, what I meant to say is that sentence that I took you to, I think it, if that's going to be reviewed and revisited, I think that would be incredibly useful. But could I ask about the West Jerusalem Trade and Defence Office? When was that closed?
I'd have to take that on notice to give you a precise date, Senator, but recently it's fundamentally a matter for Austrade.
All right. Is Australia considering terminating Australia's 2017 Defence Industry MOU or its 2019 Cyber Security MOU with Israel, given the repeated findings, and I could list them, but I don't think it'd be helpful, about Israel's appalling conduct in the conflict in Gaza?
Not at the moment, Senator.
Minister? No. We've seen the IDF engage in...
Sorry, Senator, can you just... What was your answer, Mr Griffiths?
Not at the moment in relation to...
Well, I think I will take on those agreements. I believe those agreements... Are they in our portfolio? Because we wouldn't be able to answer to them if they're in our portfolio. Okay, so I think the defence one is not in our portfolio, so that would be... I'm seeking your assistance here, Paul. So the defence portfolio, I think, is responsible for, was it the first one?
2017 Defence Industry
cyber,
MOU.
I think, Senator, I think the thing I would say to you is that on something such as cyber security, engagement with a number of partners is in our national interest, not for this reason. It is increasingly a domain in which our security and national interests more broadly are impinged upon. So, but I hear what I hear your view, but we engage with many countries, including countries with whom we don't always agree on everything. That's not the precondition for engagement.
Minister, you're pushing against an open door on the concept of engagement, but on the issue of having a cybersecurity MOU with Israel, in circumstances where an Israeli defence contractor had to be kicked out of the ADF because it had a backdoor into our battle management system and had a contract terminated at enormous cost to Australia in a situation where Israeli cyber firms have been deeply complicit in a genocide in Israel, including using AI to target Palestinians in the wholesale killing in Gaza. It's one thing having an engagement with a country. It's a very different thing having an MOU with a regime with that history. Don't you agree?
Senator, I think we'll take on notice the status of these MOUs. I don't think we have the information to hand.
All right. I know the time.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Now, Senator Whittaker, did you have some questions?
I do.
Yes. And then I'll go to some...
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for officials on the work of the Ambassador for First Nations people. So I'm interested to understand what you consider to be priority areas of work for the Ambassador for First Nations people.
Senator Jamie Smith, the Deputy Secretary of the Development Multilateral and Europe Group. I think the Ambassador for First Nations and the Office for First Nations has now been in place for almost a bit over 3 years. It's obviously been a central part of how we are aligning and bringing forward our First Nations agenda as part of our broader foreign policy work. Over that time, it's become a really central part of our engagement in the Pacific, how the First Nations Ambassador and the Office is working both in terms of some of the discussions and dialogues with the Pacific Island Forum, with individual countries in the Pacific. And I'll pass to my colleague, Liz Peake, to talk on that in a second. In addition to that, very strong focus on the trade agenda. The Ambassador has been part of the negotiations with the UAE, United Arab Emirates, and the FTA agreement, and for the first time ever it's had a First Nations chapter included in that, and obviously that's a really important part of how we're trying to take forward the economic security and economic opportunities for First Nations communities in Australia, but then into our trade agreements, our trade relationships globally, and particularly in our region. I think the Office of First Nations has also been a really important part of how we're taking forward some of our work and connections between cultural, sports, faith engagements in our region. The Office of First Nations has sat within the Development Multilateral and Europe Group now for since it was established. But as we go forward and look at how we continue to really embed the work of the Ambassador and the Office of First Nations into our agenda, we're now looking at moving it into the Office of the Pacific, where it will have a really strong and further alignment about the discussions with different countries around some of the treaties or bilateral agreements. And I might pass it to my colleague Liz to talk a little bit on that.
Thank you. Senator Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, I've witnessed the profound impact that elevating First Nations perspectives in our Pacific diplomacy has had on individuals and in support of our national interest. And in particular, the engagement of Ambassador Mohammed has been material in a number of outcomes that we've been able to achieve in the Pacific. It's partly because Pacific nations, they value Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous culture in a fundamental way. Indeed, it's fundamental to their sovereignty. And so elevating First Nations perspectives and having Ambassador Mohammed personally convey that, it conveys respect for those Pacific nations and what matters to them. He's been able to add, in a material way to our discussions, for example, on the Torres Strait Islander Treaty. He's been able to add in a material way to our discussions with Tuvalu on implementing the Whalaapili mobility pathway, and he's added in a material way to our discussions on Nakamal agreement with Vanuatu, and that's just a few examples. When we have the Office of First Nations International Engagement and Ambassador Mohammed come within the auspices of OTP, we hope to elevate those synergies further. But I should make an important point, which is we would not expect the broader work of the Office of First Nations to be diminished in any way. They would continue to work across our international agenda on trade, on multilateral issues and in other regions as well.
Thank you. I guess to your point just at the end there on trade, what further opportunities exist for the Ambassador to further trade and investment outcomes going forward?
We might make a couple of comments on that. I mean, just to say, as I said, the Office of First Nations, the Ambassador was involved in the discussions around the UAE FTA. Obviously, we continue to be having discussions with different parties around how we take forward First Nations. As you know, we're also talking with the European Union and FTA. But one of the things I think is in APEC, there's an Indigenous First Nations group that we're taking on the role over the next year from First Nations, and that's really, APEC is obviously a key regional global mechanism for driving economic cooperation, and having that sort of First Nations element connected into it very centrally, and Australia leading it, and the Ambassador himself, I think, really opens up opportunities for how we continue to sort of look at very practical and very real opportunities of further trade and economic benefits for First Nations communities here in Australia, but in our region as well.
Great, thank you. I've now got some questions on the foreign arrangements scheme. If we've got the right people at the table, I'll give it a second. On the 1st of September, the government tabled in Parliament the response of the independent review of the scheme and the government's response, announcing that the government had accepted all 23 recommendations, and we saw members of the strategic community welcome these reforms. Could you explain why we need the foreign arrangements scheme and how it strengthens Australia's national security and resilience?
Thank you, Senator. Julie Heckscher, First Assistant Secretary of the Regulatory and Legal Policy Division. Thank you for your question about the foreign arrangement scheme. Senator, you may recall that the foreign arrangement scheme was introduced in 2020 in order to achieve a better alignment of foreign policy, and in particular arrangements entered into at subnational levels with Commonwealth foreign policy issues. The review was mandated by the legislation and was carried out by Rosemary Huxtable. The review basically found that the scheme was operating very effectively in order to achieve a greater transparency of the arrangements that were being entered into at subnational levels of government. It provided an opportunity for us in DFAT to actually engage, brief, do outreach with subnational levels of government to increase the awareness of both foreign policy issues and foreign policy risks. It provides us with an opportunity to engage subnational levels on arrangements that they may be looking at and entering into in order to work with them to make sure that those arrangements are lined up with foreign policy, take into account national security interests, and achieve outcomes that are generally in the interests of Australia. I think that's probably quite lengthy, but a quick summary of key objectives of the scheme recognised by the review that was undertaken.
Thank you. And we're, of course, in an ever-evolving threat environment. What impact has that had on the foreign arrangement scheme?
Well, I think that what we've seen is an evolution, really, in the value and importance, actually, of the foreign arrangement scheme. I don't think when it was first introduced in 2020, anyone would have anticipated the way that the international environment has evolved, actually. What we've seen is the increasing importance of making sure that all subnational levels of government, universities, local governments, state and territory governments, are really alive to all of the risks that there are in the geostrategic environment. Now, that's not because we intend to shut off collaboration at all. It is to ensure that when our subnational levels of government, our universities are engaging, they're able to do so in a risk-aware way. They know what the world is like. They know how to manage potential risks associated with entering into arrangements. It has enabled us also in that changing geopolitical environment to actually, for example, make sure that foreign policy priorities are communicated well to those subnational entities. Just as a for example, with Russia and Belarus since 2022, the scheme enabled us to engage, and the Foreign Minister engaged with state and territory governments, local governments and universities to make sure they understood where the government was in relation to engaging, for example, with Russia and Belarus. We have undertaken reviews over time so that we've been able to confirm that actually relations, as we had communicated, between universities, between local governments, between state and territory governments with Russia and Belarus have in fact been eliminated, and the same with Iran. It gives us an opportunity to make sure that those priorities and approaches at all levels are aligned.
Thank you. A question for the Minister. Minister, I know the department is working with other countries on countering foreign interference and transnational repression. We hear from community groups, Tibetan Australians, Iranian Australians, Falun Gong supporters, for example, about their concerns. Could you tell us about what the government is doing to build our resilience to these challenges?
So, Senator, I have talked about resilience publicly, including, I think, in the opening statement earlier today. That resilience includes trust in our institutions. I think that our national resilience helps us navigate a more contested world. The government's also made clear that we're committed to dealing with any attempted interference or espionage or cyber security intrusions. I've said in the Senate in different contexts, we've made clear we won't tolerate any attempt to encourage violence, any surveillance, harassment or intimidation of individuals here in Australia. And that's a consistent position. Most of this does fall in terms of engagement with community in Mr Burke's portfolio, as well as I think Ms Ali's in her multicultural role, but the Home Affairs portfolio. I do know that portfolio launched a hub for communities in relation to foreign interference to provide information and services, including translated materials. So obviously the government's going to continue to engage with communities who may have a concern.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you very much. I just want to turn to the matter of the current status of Ambassador Wasi at the Embassy of Afghanistan. And I'll just go through, out of courtesy to other senators who've got questions to ask, I'll just go through these quite...
You want us to be...
Brevity.
As we say in Malay,
brevity might be the mutually agreed word. Thank you very much.
Efficient.
Time as well.
I understand. It's plain as the couch.
Good afternoon. When did the government first decide that Ambassador Wasi's diplomatic credentials would not be renewed, and who made that decision?
Senator Jonathan Muir, Chief of Protocol. I think we'd like to make the point that the Embassy can't continue to operate as it has been. The Embassy is unable to communicate with any home government. It's unable to provide full consular or other services to support itself financially. And risks are accruing to those who are relying on the Afghan Embassy for documents or services. For example, possessing a travel document that has not been correctly issued by the Embassy on behalf of a foreign government risks exposing the Australian community members to possible offences. On a practical level, when travelling, individuals risk being denied entry, stranded, detained or deported, possibly to Afghanistan. So, to your specific question, we've come to this conclusion over a period of time, including in extensive discussions with Ambassador Waisi.
So when was the decision made? I accept that there were discussions. So when was the decision made, and who made the decision?
Senator, it's still a matter of discussion with Ambassador Waisi.
I'm not going to comment on any confidential communications with the ambassador, but I think it would be fair to say at this point in time that what is in your question. Sorry, would you mind?
Of course.
So I'm just trying to understand the actual status of this. The government's not made, hasn't confirmed or announced what's in the media report. So I think I was trying to respond to your question, made a set of assumptions about what's in the media.
No, I haven't made any comments about a media report.
Yeah.
Which media report are you talking about?
Well, I'm not in a position to comment on confidential communications. I am aware of the media reporting. What I would say is, I spoke about this on the last occasion, as did Ms. Chan. First point is we do not recognise the Taliban and won't be. Secondly, the government has worked very hard over the last 4 years to support Ambassador Waisi in solidarity with the people of Afghanistan and the Afghan community in Australia. The evidence from Mr Muir and Ms Chan on the last occasion went to some of the practical difficulties that flow, including risks to individuals in terms of travel documents, that are weighing on are amongst are foremost amongst our concerns. Now, I think that summarises where we are. But we'll continue to engage with him.
So I hear that his status is ambiguous.
Well, I think the challenge is, and I think that the official said, I can't remember the phrase, can't continue operating in perpetuity. I think the way I would put it is, we all know what has occurred in Afghanistan. We also know Australia's position on that. There are many Australians who fought in support of a very different Afghanistan. But regrettably, that is not where we are. I think the facts are that the ambassador is not able to represent or communicate with any home government.
No. I'm not disputing.
No, let me finish this. The ambassador, there is no ongoing funding or support from any sending state, which is contemplated by the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The government would like Ambassador Waisi to remain in Australia, recognising he's a valued representative of the Afghan community. But the practical issues that Mr Muir has gone to and Ms Chan went to last time are real.
Does Mr Waisi hold diplomatic credentials in Australia, and are they currently recognised?
Yes.
Thank you. So he is technically still the ambassador?
Yes.
Thank you. And so So there's been no change in that status?
No.
Thank you. So my next question was going to be what formal reasons were given to the ambassador advising him that his credentials... so I'm ahead of myself. Have any formal reasons been provided to the ambassador, reasons been advised to him that his credentials may not be renewed from February 2026?
I think, again, it's going to private discussions, but just to reiterate what the Minister said, the ambassador was sent and accredited to represent a sending state. And in practice, that accreditation requires the support of a sending state. That state no longer exists, and practical risks are accruing to the community around the provision of the services of the embassy.
So the diplomatic credentials that the ambassador currently has and that are recognised by Australia at the moment are not time limited? They don't have an expiry date on them as of this point?
Senator, I am reluctant. We are seeking to engage, as we have in good faith, with Ambassador Waisi on what is a very difficult situation. I'm really reluctant to do this in public forum. So I'll take that question on notice.
Well...
But no, I will take that question on notice.
You're free to take that question on notice, but I still might have some other questions.
Well, that's a matter for you. I think the reality is we have for 4 years worked hard with him in solidarity with the people of Afghanistan and the Afghan community in Australia. I want you to be aware of what Mr Muir has said, which Ms Chan has said. The consequence of not representing a state and not being funded by that state and not being able to communicate with that state has a set of practical challenges. One of them, as Mr Muir went to, is the issue of documents which may not have, how shall I put it? I can't remember the words you used, Jonathan. That may put individuals at risk because they're not recognised. And now, as we have a responsibility to Afghan Australians to make sure that risk is not amplified. Sorry.
Or the risk is mitigated against, that's right, yes.
Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary South and Southeast Asia. We have had a very close cooperation, very close working relationship with Ambassador Waisi, and we'll continue to work with him closely as we navigate what are very complex and difficult issues. As the Minister and Mr Muir have said, ambassadors are sent to represent their sending state, and state practice is that accreditation requires the support of the sending state, and that sending state usually supports an embassy's operations, providing funding and enabling them to provide a full range of consular services. And unfortunately, that's not the case with the embassy here at this stage, as the Minister and Mr Muir have mentioned. So that does create and has created a number of practical complexities and realities in these circumstances, so that risks do accrue to those who rely on documents or services provided by the embassy, such as, at a very practical level, individuals relying on documents risk being denied entry or being stranded or being detained or deported, possibly even to Afghanistan.
Has DFAT received any representations encouraging it to formally end the diplomatic credentials of Ambassador Waisi?
We don't, it's not really appropriate to talk about confidential diplomatic engagements, but I would point out that the Taliban did issue an ex post in 2024, July 2024.
And just explain the context of that to me.
they said on X that they would no longer recognise the diplomatic and consular services of 14 non-Taliban diplomatic missions, including in Australia.
Has the department taken briefings or consultations with the Afghan community more broadly about the status of Mr. Wasi's diplomatic credentials?
The department has had a number of consultations with members of the Afghan community on a range of issues.
How many Afghan nationals are there in Australia and New Zealand, or in Australia?
Resident, did you say, Senator?
Sorry, Afghan nationals resident in Australia,
Resident,
or live
yeah,
resident, yeah.
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
And in the various discussions that you've had with Mr. Wasi and others, are you consciously assessing the specific impact of removing Mr. Wasi's diplomatic credentials?
I don't recall that we discussed that specifically, Senator.
If Mr. Wasi's diplomatic credentials were to end, how does the representation of Afghanistan in Australia operate?
Senator, there are a lot of variables at play. It's very hard for us to make or to speculate on that, but I would make the general point that when there are no remaining accredited diplomats in a country, it usually falls to the host government to protect that mission and its archives.
Can I, or just in respect of the Afghan community, because obviously this is a very, where we have, I think, in excess of 20,000 humanitarian places. 27,000 Afghan nationals have entered since the fall of Kabul under the offshore humanitarian program. So that's an example of, I think, I'll correct that if I'm wrong, but an example of, since the fall of Kabul, I'll check that to confirm that figure. So our focus is supporting that community. We understand that this is for many in the community not just an issue of the embassy, but the painful and awful fact that we have a regime which is oppressive in Afghanistan. So there are many ways in which this issue affects the community. So we're very conscious of that. And we'll continue to engage, not just at departmental, but also various ministers and MPs and senators. I would say one of the things we have looked at is how do we assist those whose Afghan travel documents may have expired, and what can be issued in Australia to these individuals, such as a certificate of identity. We have engaged in relation to people lodging visa or citizenship applications. Someone has come to the table. I'm very glad she might be able to assist me in that. So some of the issues you are raising, we are seeking to try and assist the community with. So I hope Ms Venaros can help me.
Thank you.
So these matters are unresolved at the moment, or there is a resolution of some of these issues?
So thank you, Senator Lucelle Venaros, the Executive Director of the Australian Passport Office. The department, through the Australian Passport Office, continues to provide passport services for eligible Afghan nationals. The Australian passport determinations define when a travel document may be issued. Broadly, these are for eligible applicants, including those who are recognised as a refugee under the Refugee Convention, or are about to leave Australia and are stateless or unable to obtain a valid travel document from their country of nationality. There are conditions associated with those, but convention travel documents and certificates of identity, as the Minister's just referenced, may be issued for a period of up to 2 years. So if there are individuals out there who are concerned with getting access to appropriate travel documents, we are certainly able to assist them where the legislation provides.
So I would characterise those as established arrangements that exist generally already.
Yes, I wasn't trying to suggest that there were new arrangements, but we are trying to make sure people are aware of that, because obviously one of the concerns that people have is what are the consequences of not having an embassy here that can issue documents which are recognised. What are the alternative ways to deal with this? Obviously, I think the outreach to the community about this pathway, which we will continue to do.
Is DFAT engaging with the Taliban regime over this representative matter, or over its representation in Australia?
No, Senator.
Thank you.
We are part of a legal action against them internationally.
That's right. I know, that's just for clarity. I thought I would just be, don't want to make assumptions at the Foreign Affairs and Trade Estimates Committee.
No, we don't recognise the Taliban.
Thank you. Are Afghans in Australia at risk of losing their various documentation rights if the ambassador ceases to operate?
I think the advice to me is the challenge is that the documents that would be issued by an embassy that was not a representative of the home country might themselves be risky, I think, is the point. So, which is why some of the avenues that Ms Veneros spoke about are ones that we have been seeking to explain.
Senator, I might just add to the Minister's comment there that in addition to travel documents, if there is issues with what we call notarial services or legalisation of documents, we're also able to assist there. So again, if there are any individuals that are impacted, they should reach out to the Australian Passport Office and we'll be able to give them advice and assistance where possible.
To summarise, the ambassador is currently credentialed, if that's the correct terminology.
Yes, Senator.
Negotiations are underway in terms of how long he will be credentialed for. So a discussion around tenure in that role. Those discussions are not yet resolved, but they're heading in the direction of being de-credentialed, if that's a
Perhaps
term.
the last sentence of that would be, but we recognise that it is not practically possible for the embassy to continue operating as it has.
But it is available for Australia to provide some support to a quasi-representative function, even though it may not be recognised by the Taliban regime?
Community, well, I think having a community representation for a community, there's a benefit to that. But that would be something Minister Burke might be able to assist with. But we're trying to deal with a practical issue. I'm very happy to offer you a briefing on this, Senator, at the appropriate
Thank you very
if
much.
you wish me to.
I'll accept that. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much, Senator. Now, Senator Shoebridge, and then I'll come to Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I was going to ask you some questions about the resolution adopted by the Human Rights Council on the 6th of October 2025 in relation to human rights in Afghanistan.
Okay.
For you. I thought I had a copy of the resolution, if you need one. I do, I have a copy if you need one, but I'm not going to be asking you.
Someone is walking up who can assist on this. There are a lot of resolutions.
Yeah, this is the...
I know, I'm just like,
I understand.
sign off on them all the time.
It's not a memory test. This is the 6th of October 2025 situation of human rights in Afghanistan.
Do you have that?
Human Rights Council, guided by the purpose and principles of the Charter. So,
sorry.
So it's the Human Rights Council 60th session. Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe Australia was a co-sponsor of that resolution.
I think Ms Robinson, Dr Robinson, may be able to assist.
Thank you, Senator. Angela Robinson, First Assistant Secretary, Multilateral Policy and Human Rights Division. That is correct.
All right. It's my understanding that Australia was involved in the drafting of the resolution and indeed was working closely with NGOs in the drafting of the resolution. Is that true?
Yes, Senator.
And it's also my understanding that NGOs were looking to see Australia be a co-sponsor of it, but at the last minute Australia decided not to be a co-sponsor of it. Why did Australia not co-sponsor the resolution that they'd spent the time working on?
Senator, I would say we consider this a very important resolution, the independent investigative mechanism. Obviously, what's happening in Afghanistan needs to be looked at closely. We engage closely in that resolution. We're not a member of the Human Rights Council, so we don't have a vote, but it was passed and we will, of course, engage with it closely, but we didn't co-sponsor it in the end.
Yeah, so I'm asking why we didn't co-sponsor it.
I think there were a number of considerations that went into it. I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, are you aware of any of them now, Ms Robinson?
She's allowed to take, the official's allowed to take it on notice, but I would make a general observation, Senator. Many of these come across my desk, and there are many we do which may not come across my desk personally, but are consistent with policy positions, and there's a whole range of matters which might go into the consideration of any one resolution. But we'll take it on notice to see what we can provide.
All right, Minister. Also on Afghanistan, and you were right, there are multiple issues in play, but some of them have very common underpinnings. In September 2024, you put out a statement saying Australia will join Germany, Canada and the Netherlands to take unprecedented action to hold Afghanistan to account under international law for the Taliban's treatment of women and girls.
Under CEDAW.
Yeah.
Under the CEDAW.
So it's a statement that I know many people from Afghanistan or whose family from Afghanistan welcomed. Can you update what progress has happened since September 2024?
Sure. Please.
Senator Adam McCarthy, Chief Counsel and First Assistant Secretary, Legal. You may be aware that under the CEDAW Convention, in the event of a dispute, the first requirement is for the two parties to enter into good faith negotiations. The 4 countries that have taken the initiative, including Australia, to bring these proceedings are currently attempting and have written on a number of occasions seeking to have good faith negotiations in order to resolve the dispute, which of course is Afghanistan's appalling breaches of the rights of women and girls under the CEDAW Convention.
Yeah. Given that the regime in Afghanistan seems unwilling to meet, to progress that, surely we can't permit them to defeat this moving to the next step by simply avoiding that process. What is the end game here? How can we get it to the tribunal?
Senator, I have to be very careful in what I say here. The requirement under the Convention is to engage in good faith negotiations in order to resolve the dispute. There are provisions in the Convention that then allow, in the event that those good faith negotiations do not result in the resolution of the dispute, to then take it either to an independent dispute panel or to the International Court of Justice. But at this stage, and I hope you'll understand me when I say this, we are engaged in attempting to have good faith negotiations, and for us to start to talk about a step that goes beyond that might be to allow others to suggest that we're not engaging in those negotiations in good faith, which of course we are.
All right, I hear that, and I don't want to prejudice the process. What has been the negotiations to date, to the extent you can put them on the record, with the 4 countries and the regime in Afghanistan? What has been that to date?
Well, Senator, we have... Sorry,
well, the 4 countries, Germany, the Netherlands, Canada and us, and given what Mr McCarthy has said, we might take that on notice.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with,
thank
that. Is the question of gender apartheid in Afghanistan, which is the term that I know many people in the Afghan Australian diaspora, in fact the global diaspora, are using, is that part of the complaint in those terms?
Senator, at present, there's not an agreed definition on the term of gender apartheid. However, I would stress that the negotiations on a convention on crimes against humanities, which Australia strongly supports and the government has been involved with, this will be one of the key issues in those negotiations to reach an agreed legally binding definition at international law of gender apartheid.
Yeah. And my final question on this, and I just have a couple of other matters to briefly address, but my final question on this is women in the Hazara community feel particularly targeted, being identifiable, and have been felt a particular target of the regime in Afghanistan. Are there specific circumstances acknowledged in the process?
I don't think just felt, Senator.
Sorry?
I'm just saying to you, I don't think it was that they just felt targeted. I think they were.
Well, yeah, I don't mean to...
No, I wasn't trying to.
True.
I'm just saying I think it's...
I think it's true. Yes, no, I appreciate it, Minister. I agree with you.
Mr McCarthy.
Yeah.
One of the real strengths of the proceedings that we are bringing is that the 4 countries are bringing is that in order to assemble the case, there's been a series of extensive civil society consultations in which victims of the regime's appalling treatment of women and girls have been able to give account of the circumstances that they've endured, and that has been all part of assembling our arguments and, you know, an account of the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan that we can take forward. So in other words, the proceedings have been the initiation of these proceedings has been both an opportunity to collect evidence and also to shine a very clear spotlight on the behaviour of the regime.
All right. Yep. Thanks, Mr McCarthy, and I look forward to those answers on notice on the process. Minister, on a different front, I've got 2 questions on PNG, one about the recent statement about the buffer zone and one about Bougainville, just to give you the heads up. Minister, you would have seen the recent statement from the Indonesian Defence Minister, Dr. Joseph, where he was proposing a 10-kilometre buffer zone along the 800-plus kilometre border between West Papua and PNG. And those statements were quoted in the ABC as recently as Tuesday of this week. First of all, are you aware of those statements?
I think this is probably a matter for defence, Senator, if it relates to the Puk Puk Treaty.
I don't believe the Puk Treaty provides for a buffer zone between PNG and West Papua. This is a statement that Dr. Joseph made, proposing building a 10-kilometre buffer zone along the border, which would become, to quote him, a no man's land. And to quote again Dr. Joseph, and I'm relying on the ABC report, and then we build joint patrol posts along the way so that both TNI, being Indonesian National Armed Forces, and PNGDF, Papua New Guinea Defence Force, can man and both sides can police that no man's land together. Has this been raised by PNG with Australia before the announcement was made?
Senator Justin Lee, the First Assistant Secretary of Melanesia Pacific. I'm aware of the media reports of Minister Joseph's those comments. I'm not aware that idea has been raised at all with us, and we would see that as a matter of being between Papua New Guinea and Indonesia.
Well, Dr. Lee, Australia's in the process of completing a defence cooperation treaty with PNG as one of our major strategic partners. How is it that somebody we're proposing to be a major strategic partner with goes out and makes such a bold and impactful statement, potentially, without ever communicating to Australia? Is it really the first you heard about it was in the media reports?
Senator, well, first, sorry. I'm advised that the comments you refer to were made in the context of the trilateral meeting between defence ministers.
In the lead up to that. Senator, in relation to the Puk Treaty and as the Mutual Defence Treaty, and as the Minister says, the questions are primarily for defence, but it's been very clearly stated by the Government of Australia and Papua New Guinea, and it's in the treaty that we would respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of our neighbours, and so that's an important principle. Further, as the Minister mentioned, just yesterday we've had the first trilateral Defence Ministers meeting between Papua New Guinea, Indonesia and Australia in Port Moresby, and that is a forum as a result of our two treaties, the one with Papua New Guinea and the one with Indonesia, where these types of issues can be further discussed. And so I think the Defence Ministers have issued a statement of the issues that they discussed there. I think that indicates the willingness to be transparent and to share information on issues of mutual security between the three countries.
So, I mean, my question was directed to whether or not PNG spoke with Australia before Dr. Joseph made this statement, or is the first that Australia found out about it in media reports?
So I have to take that on notice because he is the Defence Minister and there may be other channels in which that concept may have come up, so I'd have to take that on notice.
But to be clear, your evidence earlier, Dr. Lee, was the first you saw about it was in the media reports. Just finally on Bougainville, Foreign Minister in, I think it was 2019, 97% of people in Bougainville voted for independence. PNG parliamentary consideration of this issue has now stagnated for years. Does the Australian government think that independence referendum should be honoured?
Dr. Lee.
Senator, Australia respects the political process, the process that is ongoing between the government of Papua New Guinea and the autonomous Bougainville government. They are continuing a process which has an international moderator. So previously Sir Jerome Matapare, which concluded in June. From that, they came to an understanding which they called a Melanesia agreement. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister
of Papua New Guinea, Prime Minister Marape and President Tarama met to take forward that process. So though the two sides have issued a statement, and they're looking to continue that political process into next year. So we respect that process between the two parties involved, between the Government of Papua New Guinea and the Autonomous Government of Bougainville.
My former parliament, the New South Wales Parliament, had a twinning process with the Parliament in Bougainville with the idea of upskilling their parliamentary resources to assist on a pathway towards self-government. Is that still in place, the twinning arrangement?
The assistance that we're providing to the process I mentioned at the moment, we've been looking to provide logistical support for the meetings that are occurring on the political process between the two governments, but also we've been looking to provide more technical advice to the Autonomous Bougainville government on really governance, on their ability to build their economy, to take on more responsibilities as they're drawing down responsibilities from the Government of Papua New Guinea, taking on economic and other activities. We're focusing on technical advice to them.
Dr. Lee, would you mind taking on notice what assistance that Australia has provided to the autonomous government in Bougainville over the last 5 years? I won't trouble you to put it all on the record here, but and particularly what's proposed for this and the following financial years to assist the Bougainville autonomous government.
I can do that, Senator. I would say we are Bougainville's largest development partner. Of our bilateral development program, we spend about $53 million a year in Bougainville, so it's quite a comprehensive amount of development assistance that we are providing.
And Minister and Dr. Lee, I think I may have misspoken and described Dr. Joseph as the Indonesian Defence Minister. Obviously, he's the PNG Defence Minister, and if I misspoke, I apologise. It feels like this stage in estimates. Yep.
Thanks very much, Senator. I appreciate that. Now, Senator Pocock, I'll give you the call and then I'll come to the coalition.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just had a few questions about Gaza and the West Bank. And I might just start with questions to the Secretary. Ms Adams, can you please advise what the latest figure is for the total amount of humanitarian support and aid provided to support people in Gaza?
Senator, I'll ask Mr Griffiths to assist.
Senator, thank you for your question. Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary of Middle East and Africa Division. Senator, our total figure is $130 million for Gaza and Lebanon. We've also provided $93.7 million over 3 years in development assistance. Also, I'll just bring up that.
Could you break down that $130 million between Gaza and Lebanon?
Yes, $100 million for Gaza, $30 million for Lebanon.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies.
And how much additional aid, if any, has been requested over and above what has been provided? Is that can you answer that?
Requested?
Yeah.
Sorry? Not, by whom?
Don't know. Who would request it?
So this is the Gaza humanitarian assistance.
Mm-hmm.
No, we have done this. I'll check if there were any calls, but there's not been a specific request.
Okay.
Sidhu?
Yeah, Harinder Sidhu, Deputy Secretary, International Security, Legal and Consular Group. Senator, I think the Minister said on a previous occasion, and we have, it is when we provide assistance, we work with partners, but in this case we have provided, as Mr Griffiths has said, since 7 October 2023, more than $130 million in humanitarian assistance to civilians. Those are announcements that we have made, often in concert with other countries. That funding is focused on women and children, including to provide food, water, medicine and shelter for civilians in Gaza and in Lebanon affected by the crisis.
Okay, thank you.
So we have, for example, Senator, I was just going to, there has been dialogue, like for example, I had a fair amount of engagement with the Jordanians, who even in the midst of some of the worst of the conflict still maintained capacity for medical access. So some of our funding for medical assistance we delivered via Jordanian Hashemite Medical. Thank you. So just for context.
Okay.
And sorry, Senator, I'll just correct the record. I said 93.7, it's 92.7 million in development funding over 3 years. So that's the money we provide to UNRWA and UN agencies primarily, but some other programs.
Great, thank you. And Minister, I note your joint statement with a range of other countries on the 27th of September, appealing, and I'll quote, to Israel to restore the medical corridor to the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, so medical evacuations from Gaza can be resumed and patients can get the treatment they so urgently need on Palestinian territory, and urging Israel to lift restrictions on deliveries of medicine and medical equipment to Gaza. Are you able to provide an update on the response to this request and the current status of the medical corridor and the delivery of medicines into Gaza?
I'll just see if there's Mr Scott. Are you best please?
I can. Sorry, Senator Pocock, Steve Scott, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian Division. Just quickly back to your first question around how we respond to the request. There's a UN appeal each year, so the appeal for 2025 for the occupied Palestinian territories, as they call it, is $4.1 billion, and that obviously includes Gaza, of which it's funded to the extent of 35% or $1.4 billion so far this year, and obviously our funding contributes to that. And just on that, one of the biggest challenges obviously is access and obviously being able to get that relief into Gaza. Just in terms of the medical assistance, the focus of our effort has been on trying to support particularly partners that are delivering medical support. So International Committee of the Red Cross, they still have some functioning hospitals there and they've been providing assistance. JHCO, which you mentioned, Senator Wong, and they've maintained 2 hospitals for the whole time during the crisis. So our funding to them has allowed them to maintain those medical supplies and support to keep those hospitals running. They're run by the Jordanian Armed Forces and they've done, I think now, seen over 6,000 patients in recent times as well. So that's how we've been doing that. I understand there's been requests around getting people out. I mean, for Australia, the challenge, of course, is we're a long way away. We haven't looked at options to bring people back to Australia. Often when you're bringing patients out, and there's been a focus on children, you should be, you also have to bring out carers or parents along with them as well. So,
and just on the Minister's joint statement, there were sort of two asks, well, many asks, but 2 of them were to restore the medical corridor to the occupied West Bank, and then to lift restrictions on deliveries of medicine and medical equipment to Gaza. Has that happened?
I mean, I'm sure more will need to happen, Senator. I don't have a current point in time status update on those issues, but I have no doubt that the delivery of those much needed assistance, it will lag need, and we will continue not only to fund organisations that have access more have continued to have access, as Mr Scott said, but work with others on trying to encourage and urge the steps in the ceasefire of which this is a part, or the peace plan, I should say, of which this is a part.
Okay.
So maybe just to add, I mean, I think it's been on the record for throughout the conflict over the last 12 months and beyond that Australia with other like-minded have been calling for increasing access and assistance, including in humanitarian medical assistance. I think we've seen the most effective ways to work with like-mindeds and how we continue to do that. As Mr Scott said, the focus for us has been well, we continue to advocate for that, how we continue to also then support those agencies best positioned, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, UNICEF and the Jordanian Hashemite charity organisation have been clearly the ones where we've felt we can make that most difference. Since the statement, I'd say, look, there is humanitarian access and there is some increased elements, but it remains a day-by-day element. There continues to be conflict in the region. It continues to remain a real challenge to ensure those who need humanitarian assistance and medical assistance are receiving it.
Okay. I'm certainly continuing to get concerns raised in my office, people who have relatives there who are saying it's pretty dire both in Gaza and some of the actions that are happening in the West Bank.
I think, as I've said, the humanitarian situation in Gaza has been catastrophic.
Yes.
And a long way to go before that is remedied.
I've got some questions about Sudan as well. I'm not sure if that's a different team.
Humanitarian? Oh, you should say.
Yes.
And look at the death.
And Minister, I guess on what we're seeing with Gaza and the West Bank, is there I understand your desire to sort of move in lockstep with other middle powers, but is there a ratchet mechanism here? Is there a step to potentially, sanction leaders that don't respond to what would seem like very sensible calls from a large number of countries?
I might just outline some of what we've done, and then if Mr Griffith or Mr Isbister or anyone at the table can add to it. I think I think all of us have received representations from members of the community about the conflict and particularly the atrocities in El Fasher, which we have condemned. As you know, as you may know, alongside the United Kingdom, South Africa, Sierra Leone and others, we called for and participated in a special session of the Human Rights Council to discuss the humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan. Unusually for the Senate, and I thank the opposition for their work on this, the Senate did pass a motion in solidarity with Sudanese Australians and to push for humanitarian access, safe passage for civilians and peace for Sudan. We issued a joint statement in early November condemning the atrocities and urging ceasefire, and I announced additional $10 million in assistance for civilians in Sudan, which takes our total assistance to over $60 million since 2023. Others can speak more to that. What I would say, Senator, is, we obviously have limited influence in this conflict, and the focus to date has been working with through these multilateral mechanisms and delivering assistance through existing humanitarian UN and NGO partners.
Thank you.
And Senator Pocock, do you want me to add a little more about the partners and how we're working on that? No?
I'm happy with the Minister's response. Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of Sudan, on the 5th of November, the government announced an additional $10 million in humanitarian assistance provided to support civilians in Sudan. Could you give me an update in terms of what that money is doing? Who's it going to? Has it hit the ground?
Yeah, sure. Senator Pocock again, Steve Scott, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian Division. So that was split, $7 million to the OCHA Sudan Humanitarian Fund. So
what it is, OCHA.
Yeah, Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance. And they work through, they can fund UN agencies, they also fund a lot of local civil society organisations as well. So just in terms of some of the results that they achieved. They prioritise work in the health sector, nutrition, water and sanitation, and also shelter services and obviously protection, because there's a huge protection element in this crisis. Some results, these are actually from last year's activation to the Sudan Humanitarian Fund, because obviously we haven't received results yet from this recent activation. There, 750,000 people were assisted, including over 400,000 women and girls, and people with disabilities. This is around those sectors I talked to you about. There was also another 125,000 people almost receiving agricultural inputs and livelihood support, and another 41,000 people who are reached with non-food items and shelter assistance. So, and we'll expect similar outcomes again from the latest round of funding. And then $3 million went through what we call the Australian Humanitarian Partnership. That's with our biggest NGOs, that partnership, and the partner that was successful for that one was World Vision. Their focus is on protection activities, support for women and girls and victims of survivors and gender-based violence.
Thank you. And do you know of that 7 and 3 million, how much has been delivered yet?
Well, the contracts have been written with the partners. We'll have to get updates on how that's being expensed.
Okay. Thank you. And you know, acknowledging that there are indirect contributions through the UN Central Emergency Response Fund,
yep.
As the Minister outlined, is the government considering further assistance? Considering what we're seeing, you know, this is a huge scale of suffering, and just wondering what the plan is.
Thank you, Senator. And I should say, if you want an update on the UN Security Council sanctions on Sudan that we are part of, Ms Sidhu can give this, but your point about additional humanitarian, it is... there is ongoing unmet need, and particularly in the humanitarian space, as well as the broader development space. And you know, we, unlike other donors and development partners, have not cut development assistance as a number have. There is also a consequence to a set of decisions to prioritise our development assistance and humanitarian assistance, particularly on our region. So 75% of our development assistance is spent in the Indo-Pacific. So it is true that what we can contribute to Africa is far less than would be needed, but that is a consequence of when you have a constrained budget. We do prioritise our region where we believe we have more expertise and more capacity to assist and get better outcomes. And I have brought more development assistance into the region, but this is, I'm not pretending to you that the need in Sudan is not enormous. It is. It's a very tragic situation, and there's an enormous amount of human suffering, and some of the reports of what has occurred are really it's outrageous. I'm just being upfront with you. We could double the development budget and we still would not, or the ODA budget, and we still would not meet the humanitarian needs that the globe is seeing. Mm-hmm. And this is a problem for many countries, particularly as development and humanitarian assistance is reduced.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Just having a bit of a pre-meeting. Sorry about that. Now, thank you, Senator Pocock. I'm going to hand the call over now to Senator Hodgins-May, and then the coalition senators will have the call.
Okay.
And anyone watching the cricket at home, it's 2 wickets for 5 runs. Can you believe it? The English not having a good year, are they?
2 for 5.
2 for 5. Yeah, not good.
Thank you. I think I'm good to go.
He's just giving us the test scores.
Oh, okay. That's something I know absolutely nothing about, so I'll plough in.
Second test.
Sorry, all yours, Senator Hodgins-May. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you please confirm who attended the ASEAN Summit in October? I understand the Prime Minister was there, but were there other ministers present?
East Asia Summit?
The East Asia Summit, the ASEAN-related meetings,
yep.
So the East Asia Summit, etc. Probably I could divert you, Senator, by saying it's a question for Prime Minister and Cabinet, but what I can say to you is I attended the Foreign Minister's track, so as you're probably aware from your previous experience, you have Foreign Ministers meeting, a track, as well as a Leaders track. Trade Minister? Do they have? Yeah, and there's an Economic Minister's track. I can't remember what it's called, sorry. Okay. Economic Ministers?
I'm Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, South and South East Asia Division. So I think if you're talking about the October-related meetings, that's the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Australia Summit, the Prime Minister attended.
Just the Prime Minister was the only minister in attendance at that. And were DFAT officials part of that delegation? Or
yes, I was there as part
You were there as well. Thank you. As part of the summit, there was a leaders' meeting of the of ASEC. Is that correct?
That's right.
That's right. I know there's a photo of the Prime Minister with other leaders at what is called the third ASEC leaders meeting on the 26th of October that was published on the Japanese government's website. Were DFAT officials responsible for briefing the Prime Minister ahead of this meeting?
Prime Minister's briefed by Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Oh, would have been PMNC, not DFAT. DFAT weren't involved in that?
What?
Right.
Sorry?
No, it was the Prime Minister's briefed by his department officials.
Okay, thank you. Was DFAT made aware of the outcomes of the ASEC's leaders meeting?
I'm not sure we're the lead agency on that, Senator, are we? I think it was DQ.
In general terms.
DQ. In general terms. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I recognise that you're not the lead agency, but I just thought maybe it would be relevant for DFAT as well to be informed about the outcomes of a meeting of global leaders advancing initiatives towards zero emissions. But it looks like someone else is coming to the front. Mr. Woods.
Senator David Woods, Chief Economist. I'm all presentation, but really nothing more to add.
Okay, all presentation. Well, thank you for presenting yourself.
But that was a great ending.
I try.
It was very dramatic, and my expectations were high, and you've not met them. Can you provide perhaps then, so Ms. Chan, in general terms, what you were briefed on?
Senator, are you talking about the ASEC
Correct.
meeting? Look, I think the reality is that Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water are the lead agency. Sometimes we have some input into some of the preparatory work. But actually, I think I should let the Chief Economist speak.
Yes, please. Well, I recognise you're not the lead. I just am picking up on Ms. Chan's comments that you were briefed in general terms, and I'm just interested to know what they were.
Senator, I mean, it's the Minister for Climate Change, Energy Efficiency and Water who is the lead minister for it, and obviously that flows down into the portfolio. DQ will lead, and clearly to the extent that the Prime Minister is involved, then it will be between DQ and PM&C will have the lead on the briefing, and DFAT really have marginal involvement with that.
Okay, so you weren't briefed really at all then, not even in general terms.
Well, I guess we'd be aware in very general terms that the Prime Minister attended, but I was not personally involved, so I couldn't tell you in any detail the key outcomes.
Okay. Every other ASEC leader who attended this meeting has issued a public statement or communique. Most of these have been from the DFAT equivalent in each country, which is why I'm asking these questions today. Do you know why Australia hasn't made such a communique?
Senator, I'm not trying to be difficult, but it isn't actually fair to ask the department that isn't responsible for it those questions.
Just DFAT were in attendance and briefed him.
Portfolios have responsibilities for certain areas and other lead agencies and are responsible in accordance with the administrative arrangements this is not an issue where we have responsibility for.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Yeah.
One reported outcome, according to Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is that approximately 120 cooperation projects have been developed between Japan and ASEC partners since the second leaders' meeting. But the latest analysis shows almost a third of all formal agreements signed since March 2023 involve fossil fuels. Does DFAT have a view, at least on whether ASEC is genuinely driving Asia towards zero emissions, or whether it's actually just supporting Asian countries' dependence on fossil fuels?
I'm sorry, Senator, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's not appropriate to ask a public servant an opinion on policy.
Perhaps I'll direct it to you then, Minister.
Well, no, I don't. ASEC is not something with which I'm deeply engaged. Our position in terms of the transition is well known, so I don't have anything further to add, and really needs to be a matter to DQ.
It just feels like for an onlooker, the fact that it does involve relationships with the global community and to which the Prime Minister is actively engaging with.
Well, Senator,
I don't think it's unreasonable to have a view on the legitimacy of those global
Senator,
communications.
it is departments and portfolios have responsibilities. You've come to the wrong committee. And I'm trying to be, I understand that you may have asked these into queue, or you may not have. We don't deal with every international issue. Other departments also have international engagement. So these are not the officials with responsibility or deep knowledge of ASEC. That is not something that I have engaged with deeply. So.
Thank you, Minister. Just staying on a similar topic, please bear with me. There have been multiple reports in the last 12 to 18 months that have found that Japanese firms are over-contracting and reselling Australian gas for profit. Even MP Ed Husick was recently quoted as saying, "We cannot tolerate being lectured to by overseas buyers telling us what we can do with our gas when they sell it on for profit." Last year, Japan resold a third of the LNG it purchased from Australia, making over $1 billion in profit and in quantities large enough to supply our domestic industry for an entire year. Presumably, Mr Husick's referring to numerous instances where Japanese government officials and corporate spokespeople have intervened in Australian energy policy debates to advocate for an expansion of Australian fossil fuel extraction. Does DFAT acknowledge that Australian gas exports are being on-sold to Japanese firms?
Senator, let me come back to that. I think we've talked through a few estimate sessions about this. The way that we would think of this is Australia we have a resources sector and an energy sector that is being driven by private sector market participants. The sales of gas by those market participants are purely one that they make their own commercial judgments and in their own commercial interests in. And again, from a government perspective, we would see that as then supporting the gas trade and the energy security of a key security and strategic partner for Australia. But ultimately, what you're asking us about are commercial considerations which really lie with those companies.
Mr Woods, I know I don't have much longer, so I will wrap fairly soon, but is DFAT having any role in the joint gas market review between DQ and DISA?
Senator, we do. We're obviously engaged as part of the normal government process for pulling together a strategic piece of policy work such as the strategic review. A key part of that will again come back to the role for this department in ensuring that these reviews are involving adequate engagement with our international partners, and so we are supporting the work of both DISA and DQ in terms of engaging with key partners in the region. That, of course, would include Japan, but would extend pretty much throughout the region.
Thank you. Has the Minister, through our diplomatic mission in Japan, raised concerns with the Japanese government about the reselling of Australian LNG, given the scale of the profits and the upcoming domestic implications that we are facing here?
Senator, maybe I would just add, the reality is that Japan meets around 90% of its total energy needs through imports. It manages its energy supply risks by generally contracting more LNG than it's likely to need to ensure against supply shocks. Having lived in Japan one very cold winter when there were daily reports on whether the gas supply was going to last through the week, I can understand why they might buy more than they end up needing in any one season, and then, of course, manage those stocks through global spot contract on selling. I think it's a complex issue. I think it's hard for us to understand what it feels like to be a country that depends entirely for it, like day to day, on energy, and I would add food imports. So I just think there's some more aspects to take into account than the ones that you've articulated. But of course, I also hasten to add that it's really not a matter for the Australian government. But I just want to say, from my own experience, I can tell what it feels like from their point of view on a day by day. Do we have enough energy? Or do we have to start shutting down?
Thank you, Ms Adams, but I think
start shutting down factories because we're going to run out.
The fact that this isn't a matter, you're saying this isn't a matter for the Australian government when we're constantly hearing that we are facing shortages of gas on the east coast of Australia, means that I don't have a huge amount of sympathy when we do know that Japan is on selling 30% of our gas for a profit. So I think to say that the Australian government doesn't have responsibility is fairly.
Sorry, excuse me, if I could just clarify.
Please
I'm saying we don't have responsibility for Japan's management of its energy
we do for our
inventories and how they manage their long-term and short-term contracting arrangements. And I think the question that the issue that you then mentioned about our own energy security and East Coast gas in particular is a separate point.
But our gas exports are to Japan, and that is an Australian issue. So I think
in part.
Yes, in part.
And in part there are separate West Coast, East Coast market dynamics that you have to take into account. I'm really just saying there's a lot of complexity about it.
So thank you for your answer. And would that then take from that the Minister hasn't raised the on-selling of gas, the reselling of Australian LNG at a diplomatic level, and perhaps that's for the Minister?
Don't accept that it would be a sort of diplomatic concern.
So it hasn't happened.
Anybody would
can you
raise.
Please, Senator?
I'm just trying to get clarity. We don't have a huge amount of time.
Ms Adams is an official. She's not a politician. Can you let her finish? Then you can ask another question.
Sure, I'll direct the question. Sorry, I thought I was directing the question to the Minister.
Well, no, I was letting. Ms Adams is the former ambassador to Japan and a former trade negotiator, and has much deeper knowledge of energy markets than I do, frankly. So I thought it would be more helpful to the committee for her to answer.
I know, and I thank Ms Adams for her answer. But I'm just asking you now, Minister, have you raised this issue diplomatically with Japan?
Whether or not they are what they do, which they're entitled to do under a contract which has been in place for a long time?
Concerning the reselling of Australian gas for a profit, 30% of our gas.
Well, Senator, I refer you to Ms Adams' answer, and I'd also say to you that energy security and energy issues is obviously something that we do discuss regularly with Japan. There's I think it's important to emphasise again what Ms Adams spoke about. I think it is very difficult to underestimate the centrality of energy security to their national security. For a country like Japan, which, as has been said, has to import all of its energy and so much of its food. This is a very central issue for them, and we have been a reliable partner, and that has benefited Australians, not just in terms of jobs and industry, but the nature of our relationship with Japan. We have been a reliable partner of energy into North Asia, and that has benefited Australia not just economically but also diplomatically.
All right. Unfortunately, I do need to move the call along.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'll have to give Senator Henderson the call now. Oh, before you do that, sorry, I should just mention the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. I know we love them a lot, but unfortunately we have to let you go. So we've agreed to release that agency.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All yours, Senator.
Chair, thank you very much. I wanted to ask about the Prime Minister's meeting with the Chairman of the National People's Congress of China, Mr. Zhao Luji. What role did the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade play in organising the meeting? Ms Adams, or you've got the appropriate official coming to the table?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Michael Growder, First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division. Chairman Zhao's visit to Australia was as a guest of Parliament, and so it was organised as a guest of the presiding officers with the International Parliamentary Relations Office in Parliament as the lead agency. DFAT provided some assistance to them in organising the visit.
And how many DFAT officers were involved in organising the visit?
I would have to take that on notice. It varied at times. There was no one full-time doing it. It was part of our normal role.
Was DFAT represented in the room during the Prime Minister's meeting with Mr. Can I just check the pronunciation?
Mr. Zhao, Chairman Zhao.
Mr. Chairman Zhao. With Chairman Zhao?
I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
Was DFAT represented in the room during the Prime Minister's meeting with Chairman Zhao?
Well, I was present at the invitation of the Prime Minister.
And what can you tell me about what was discussed at the meeting, Ms Adams?
I'm so tempted to say nothing, but
I'm glad you're resisting that temptation, Ms Adams.
I'm resisting that temptation.
Well, it's 3:30 and...
Sorry.
Oh, but the night is but young, Minister.
I'm sorry?
The night is but young.
Oh, don't say that, please.
No,
It's been
well, of course, it's a matter for the Prime Minister and his department to respond to that. I'm not in a position to talk about the Prime Minister's meeting.
Has DFAT been provided with any or taken any notes or minutes of that meeting? I'm just, if you're there at the meeting, you're there in an official capacity. So you're not a minister. You weren't at the meeting.
Which meeting?
The meeting with Chairman Zhao and the Prime Minister.
Yes, I was.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, maybe it's more appropriate for me to ask you about the details of the meeting.
Sure, it's the Prime Minister's meeting, so we did cover this in PM&C, but I was present for the breakfast.
Well, I'd also like to ask you about it too, Minister.
Sure.
Could you just inform this committee about what was discussed and the nature of those discussions?
Well, I refer you to my responses on behalf of the Prime Minister on Monday, because I was asked questions about this.
Minister, I wasn't in that committee hearing. For the benefit of this committee, would you mind, just as a courtesy, would you mind just conveying to this...
My courtesy is to refer you to the Hansard from Monday.
Well, Minister, we are...
It's not my meeting, it's the Prime Minister's meeting.
Well, you were at the meeting.
But I'm just saying that the usual approach is I'm very happy to answer questions about meetings that are my meetings, and I did deal with this on Monday.
Well, Minister, if you can just extend the courtesy to this committee, I don't think I'm being unreasonable in asking if you could just inform this committee about the meeting. You are the Minister for Foreign Affairs, so that's
you keep
obviously
saying that.
Well, I just it was a very
it's not I'm not all
it's a very significant foreign policy meeting, Minister. So I think it would be just appropriate. I'm not trying to be inappropriate in my question. I just would love you to share that information with us.
Well, Senator, I did cover this on Monday, and PM&C was asked quite a number of questions, and this was covered in evidence there, so I'd refer you back to those answers. I was also the Minister at the table, so thank you.
Well, look, as a courtesy to this committee, Minister, could I just ask you to convey or answer my questions in relation to this meeting? I mean, you're now not just the responsible not just the representative minister, you are the responsible minister in the Foreign Affairs portfolio.
Deputy Chair, can I just make a point here? I mean, apart from repetition, but I think the minister has clearly provided an answer. She's also indicated the meeting falls under the Prime Minister and Cabinet, or the Prime Minister's purview as I guess, the more senior minister or the lead minister of that meeting. I'm not sure how much more that the minister can provide you or her department with an answer. I mean, I'm also mindful we are sort of running out of time, but not sure there's anything else that the department or the minister can provide.
Well, it would be helpful if we could have this discussion about a very significant
I think the minister's provided an answer.
With the third most senior
Senator,
representative of the Chinese government.
Respect, we had you asking in this hearing about Home Affairs documents. I tried to be as helpful as I could, but you were not asking them in the right committee. You then are asking me about a meeting that I gave a number of answers to in response to, I think, Senator Sharma. I can't recall which other, and others, I think others, my recollection, I could be wrong, on Monday. So I'm just making the point. I'm happy to take it on notice if you want to put them on notice now, and I'll refer back to the PM&C estimates and see what information I can provide.
Well, maybe you could obtain the Hansard, or we could obtain the Hansard. I just think, Minister, you were attending as the Foreign Minister. I'm asking about your involvement in that meeting. You're not here representing the Prime Minister.
No, I'm
so I'm asking about your involvement.
It was a 7:30 meeting, or 7:45 meeting. I can't, breakfast. We had breakfast, and then I think I came to, which day was that, Thursday? Tuesday. It was in the last week of the Parliament, so obviously it was a fairly short meeting.
Okay, and can I just get an understanding of the key matters that were discussed?
Well, I'll take that on notice. I'll refer back to the PM&C estimates. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, I am really surprised that you're not able to answer
I think the Minister made it clear she's already provided
No, you're not here in a representative capacity,
Senator,
Minister.
But if you're going to make a cheap shot, I'll make one back, which is, why don't you turn up to the right committee? How about you turn up to the right committee? Because
please
that's
don't
twice
disparage
today.
me.
Well, I think that's called dishing out but not taking it.
No,
you just had a go at me.
I am in the right committee. I'm in the
Senator,
Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee.
My point to you
Minister, this was a foreign policy matter. You were attending the meeting. You are the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I am asking about your involvement in the meeting.
Senator,
yeah, I know.
I'll take it on notice. I'm making a point.
You don't know?
No, can I just finish?
Well, come on.
Chair,
come on, Minister.
You're happy to have a go, but you don't want me to respond.
I did not expect this sort of response.
I did not expect you to not coordinate with Senator Sharma and know that these questions were asked in the appropriate portfolio, which is the Prime Minister's portfolio, on Monday. Neither did I not expect you to coordinate with whomever, I can't recall which senator from your side, failed to answer the questions in Home Affairs. Now, I understand you coming to this committee to try and ask me questions about these things which were properly asked in other committees, so I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm making the point. I refer you back to those estimates, questions, answers. If I can assist you on notice, I will. You are correct. I did attend. I was one of the guests at the attendees at the meeting. It was a breakfast meeting, and I responded to questions about that meeting on Monday.
Minister, for the sake of this committee, I will move on, but I'd ask you to just reflect on this matter, and perhaps we could come back to it, because even if you wanted to refer to the evidence you've given in the other committee, just to set the record straight, I have been in committees. I was in the Environment and Communications Committee for 2 solid days, from 9 a.m. till 11 p.m. I'm a member of that committee. That's my responsibility in this
Senator,
Parliament.
I understand that.
So I wasn't,
Senator,
I wasn't swanning around.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think any of us swan.
Right.
And I wasn't suggesting we're shirking. But I'm also saying that the opposition could coordinate so that senators from your side understand where questions are asked, so we don't have the repetition that we are having right now.
So ordinarily, when the Minister for Foreign Affairs in this country attends a meeting with a very significant international representative, it's not unreasonable to ask you as the Minister about that meeting.
Sure.
Now,
Senator,
I'm
all
happy to get
saying,
the clerk's advice on this if this becomes an issue.
No, if you can ask, and I can take on notice, and I'll refer you back to the meeting, to the estimates answers I gave just a few days ago in answer to your colleague about this meeting, where I had officials who were responsible for setting the meeting up. So I'm just saying to you,
No, I understand that this is the Prime Minister's meeting, but you're also at the meeting. Can I ask you about the issues
Senator,
with
I'll just say too, to be fair to the Minister, she has provided a response. It's not that the Minister is not providing a response. I mean, I fail to understand where she's in breach of standing orders that would involve the Clerk of the Senate to be involved. But, quite frankly, I think the Minister made it very clear that the PM is the lead Minister when it comes to such matters.
Sure.
All matters.
Well, thank you, yes. Sorry about that, boss. Prime Minister, all matters.
All matters.
But in terms of, I think what the Minister is trying to do is to provide you with, a fulsome answer here. And if there's anything we can do, great. But otherwise, I'm not really sure.
And I'll see what I can answer.
Oh, look, I would appreciate that. Just to help our committee, Minister, that would be great. And I wasn't alleging you were in breach of the standing orders. I was suggesting I might seek some guidance from the clerk, but if you could just help our committee and just give us a little bit of a snapshot would be brilliant. Then I'll move on. We don't have a huge amount of time.
Flavour of the meeting, or?
Yeah, look.
Well, I think that, as was said in Prime Minister and Cabinet estimates by officials from that department, a range of issues, as you'd expect, were raised. We would have it would have covered recent high-level visits and matters that you would expect. Our positions on various issues are well known. It was a breakfast meeting. The counterparts for Chairman of the, I'm getting tired, National People's Congress, NPC, were of course the presiding officers of the Senate and
the House. Yeah. So his, as I explained on Monday, his in protocol terms, his counterparts are the President and the Speaker.
I understand.
Yeah.
Did you raise any issues of national security or any concerns? And I refer specifically to the flaring of the aircraft incident that we talked about yesterday in defence estimates. Defence officials were saying that was a very dangerous incident.
I'll say two things. One, a range of issues were covered in the breakfast meeting, and secondly, China has been left in no doubt as to our views on those matters.
So there were concerns raised by the Prime Minister?
I didn't say that. I said two separate things because I'm not here to talk about the Prime Minister's meeting.
Foreign Minister, did you raise concerns about that incident?
I have been very clear at a number of meetings with Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and I have given, and obviously these are structured Foreign and Strategic Dialogue, I think is the FSD under the, and some bilaterals on the side of, FSD, which is a part of our, the formal arrangements for discussions with China as well as in bilaterals. I think I've provided a clear set of points about what I have raised on behalf of the country, including our expectation as to professional and safe conduct. I think they are well aware of, China is well aware of our position.
And did you raise any issues of concerning human rights or abuse of human rights?
This was not my meeting.
Can I ask whether any issues in relation to the abuse of human rights were raised at this meeting?
Well, I think PMC officials advised on Monday that a range of topics were discussed, but they weren't going to go into details, so I refer you to that evidence.
I'll move on.
What I would say on human rights is, we have, again, I'd refer you to readouts I've had of my formal bilateral meetings where that has been raised, and we also... I'm trying to remember at the Human Rights Council last year.
We led the third committee.
The third committee. But do you want to just explain that, Mark?
Sure. So earlier on in November, we joined with a number of other countries, joined a statement expressing our concerns about a broad range of human rights in China. And last year, at the same time, in the UN Third Committee, UN General Assembly Third Committee led that statement as well around the October-November time.
Thank you.
Okay, look, I will move on just to a couple of other issues in relation to this meeting and visit. Parliament House staff were warned about Wi-Fi disruptions and the use of internet-connected devices, including phones, tablets and laptops, and that laptops should have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth switched off. I'm just wondering whether you can provide any information in relation to those matters, Minister?
That's not this department, Senator.
Sorry, there's an official who did come to the table. You don't want to make...
No, those instructions, I think, were what you're referring to is what the presiding officers issued,
Parliamentary Services,
which is the presiding officers. Yes. So.
Yes. Did DFAT give any advice in relation to those matters?
Fiona Webster, I'm the Chief Security Officer. So no, that was a matter for the Department of Parliamentary Services.
And Ms Webster, did you or DFAT provide any advice that sort of...
We're not going
to... if I can just finish, Minister. Did DFAT provide any advice to DPS that those sorts of requirements should be implemented in Parliament House during the visit?
No, that was a matter for the Department of Parliamentary Services.
So no advice at all?
But Senator, I wouldn't comment in this forum on security advice, full stop.
Minister, when did you become personally aware that building occupants in Parliament House were being told to switch off their phones and laptops?
I'll take that on notice.
Can I ask you to provide any other information as to why this advice was necessary?
I'm not going to discuss security advice in a public forum. And frankly, I don't think you should be asking me.
Okay, well, I'm not making any assertions. I'm being quite careful in how I ask about these matters, but this was an email that was sent to occupants of Parliament House, so there's nothing private in relation to this matter.
Of the recipients, but anyway.
So there was also, Parliament House occupants were also advised that suites and offices adjacent to delegation movements may wish to ensure doors and blinds are closed during the visit for privacy. Was any of that wording or any of that advice provided in consultation with DFAT?
No, this was all a matter for the Department of Parliamentary Services.
So if it wasn't a matter for DFAT, do you know on what basis they took that advice?
That's not a question that we would answer in this forum.
All right, well, look, I'll briefly move on to another matter, and we might put some further questions on notice in relation to that. Secretary, I just want to take you to question on notice 244 regarding Mr. Daniel Andrews' attendance at the Beijing military parade. Sure. And your answer states, on the 25th of August, DFAT was advised by China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that Daniel Andrews had accepted China's invitation to attend the 3rd September Victory Day parade in Beijing. So the department was formally advised of Mr. Andrews' attendance 8 days before. That's correct?
Senator, if you're reading out the question on notice response, I'm sure it's correct.
And so how exactly was that advice provided to DFAT? Is that by way of a diplomatic note, an email? Did that come directly from Mr. Andrews? I'm just wondering how DFAT became involved.
Thank you, Senator. You're referring to 244, was that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. As it says there, it was advised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this was our embassy in Beijing being advised there. I can't tell you if it was a phone call or I don't think it was a diplomatic note. But
Okay, so that went from...
just to be clear, so that is the Chinese MFA.
Chinese MFA to the Australian embassy.
Advising our embassy, who then advised us.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's right.
Correct.
I'm just wondering whether... Could we have on notice any relevant correspondence in relation to that advice?
I'll take that on notice.
Including any internal departmental records created as a result. Who in the department was first notified, can I ask?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Secretary, were you personally informed that Mr Andrews would be attending?
No, but I wouldn't expect to be necessarily as a private citizen.
Minister, I just want to turn to question on notice 246 from the October estimates. Appreciate we're jumping to another quan.
What's the subject?
Same one.
Same subject.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Senator.
And this states the Minister's office became aware via DFAT and media reporting of Mr Andrews' attendance in the days leading up to the parade. The Minister's office was not in contact with Mr Andrews on this matter. And so I just wanted to confirm whether there was any subsequent contact or any other communication between you or your office and Mr Andrews.
I'd have to check. I don't think so. He's a private individual, but I will check.
Because obviously we know that DFAT was informed, and then, but this particular response says the Minister's office became aware via DFAT and media reporting in the days leading up to the parade, but there was no contact with Mr Andrews. Can you just confirm if that is correct?
I just responded to
Oh, sorry. Subsequent to that as well.
I don't believe so. I don't recall any contact, but if I'm incorrect, I will correct it on this.
Obviously the optics and that particular circumstance was quite controversial. That a former Premier of Victoria was attending that military parade alongside leaders such as Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. Can I just perhaps suggest, was that not something that should have been put to you as Foreign Minister straight away?
I am not responsible for the travel decisions of private citizens. What I speak for Australia and the Australian government. And we made decisions about the level of representation that we gave evidence about on the last occasion, which was an embassy official. I can't recall at which level. That was the level of attendance, which was, I think, consistent with past practice, or maybe
I'm just
at a lower level.
I appreciate the issues that you raised, but given you had advance notice, did you or anyone seek to or consider that it might be appropriate to reach out to Mr Andrews?
I'm not Mr Andrews or Mr Carr's keeper.
So there was no reaching out to either Mr Andrews or Mr Carr?
I've already said I don't believe there was any contact, but I will take on notice. I will correct that on notice if I'm aware of it.
Did you consider reaching out to him to counsel either Mr Andrews or Mr Carr not to attend?
My responsibility is for the Australian government.
No, I appreciate that. But did you consider that that was open to you to make those representations?
I think the answer is, and I don't know when I became aware, because the answer that's been provided is my office became aware in the days leading up to the parade.
Yes. So I guess given the controversy with Mr Carr and Mr Andrews attending that military parade and the people with whom they were standing next to. No reflection on you, Minister. I'm not reflecting on you, but I'm just asking, did you or anyone in DFAT reach out or attempt to reach out to Mr Andrews or Mr Carr, making representations that they should not attend that military parade?
Well, private individuals make their decisions. Some of those are in the media and some aren't. And no, we are not. We're not responsible for those. We encourage people to engage or seek advice if they wish. I don't believe that occurred on this occasion. And in terms of what we do, we make decisions about Australian government representation. I mean, I've made clear what our position is.
Just to be clear, that your office became aware of this, but did you become aware of it personally?
I just said that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when I became aware of it. And
sorry, you're going to take that.
I know we're all getting tired, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. I just said that, and that I'm not aware. I can't recall when I was made aware of this, because the answer that you've referred me to refers to my office.
Yes, and my apologies
and let me please finish. I said I will see if I can provide anything further on notice.
All right, thank you. I will leave it at that, Chair, and hand over. Oh, no, sorry. Well, actually, Senator Collins is seeking the call. If I could, through you, Chair,
Okay.
hand over to Senator Collins.
Oh, debut. Welcome, Senator Collins.
She's got some great questions, Minister.
Waiting patient like a quiet mouse in the corner. Good on you. Well, welcome, Senator Collins.
Thank you very much.
The floor's yours.
Thank you, and I understand I've got 5 minutes. Are we breaking at 4, or can it go a little longer?
That's the plan.
Okay. All right. I will be quick. I just wanted to ask some questions about the Solomon Islands Police Force initiative, please, plus also the Vanuatu Policing Initiative. I don't know if they can come to the table at the same time. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Minister, the Solomon Islands Prime Minister Jeremiah Manelli says Australia and Solomon Islands officials haven't yet been able to reach an agreement on an MOU to implement the policing package. Now, this was announced a year ago. I believe it was $190 million worth. What's behind the hold-up? Is it a matter of difference in language? Is that as been reported?
Senator, good afternoon. Elizabeth Peake, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, the announcement that the Prime Minister made on support for Solomon Islands police force has been progressing. You might know that the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Manelli announced the commencement of the police training academy in the margins of the Pacific Islands Forum, and those discussions are progressing. That is one component of the package, and we are taking that forward on a steady basis.
So can I just ask on that, do you not need the MOU to be signed to be able to do the academy? Can you do the academy without the MOU? Okay. So what part needs the MOU?
No part needs the MOU. There can be some advantages in documenting different components, but it is not a requirement. We can progress on the basis of conversations and other documentation to support specific funding measures.
So you can also support the expansion of the RSIPF without the MOU?
Correct.
Okay. Is it DFAT's assessment, Secretary, that China has been discouraging Solomon Islands from expanding the police cooperation with Australia? Is that, does that explain the delay in signing the MOU? And Minister, is that part of the permanent contest that we're hearing about in the Pacific?
There's a few things there. I might get Ms Peake to respond to the first one.
Senator, you're right, there is a permanent contest in the Pacific, as the Foreign Minister has said on multiple occasions, but the approach we take in the Solomon Islands is to progress areas of cooperation that are requested by the Solomon Islands government. This is one very productive area. We have, of course, had a very long-standing partnership on policing law and justice matters, and our AFP colleagues continue to do an outstanding job on the ground to support the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force.
Sure. And just very quickly, last question, has anything been dispersed yet under this policing initiative? Any money?
Senator Justin Lee, First Assistant Secretary, Melanesia Division. At the moment, we're focusing on the scoping design of the academy, so that hasn't involved dispersal.
Okay, thank you. And on Nakamal and the Vanuatu policing, and also the amendment to the National Security Bill in Vanuatu's Parliament, I'm just wondering whether Australia has managed to find a workaround to be able to keep AFP embedded within the Vanuatu police structures, but also DFAT officers as well that are helping out in the Vanuatu government.
Senator, as you know, we've had a very long-standing relationship with Vanuatu and supported their development needs in a number of ways, including having technical advisors where requested. We'll continue to support the government of Vanuatu in the way that they request. We certainly work in their slipstream, and our commitment won't waver.
Okay, so we have for many numbers of years provided this assistance to Vanuatu's government, so why has this become an issue of sovereignty for us when it's a matter of, I would say, probably more of a partnership? Sorry, sovereignty for Vanuatu when it's probably more of a partnership?
Senator, this is, of course, Vanuatu's sovereign decision-making right to request not only the substance but the modality of development assistance in the way that it thinks will be most productive for its ambitions.
Okay. Do you obviously it was a sensitive time this year. You marched to the top of the volcano and expected to sign the agreement then. The Prime Minister arrived a few days later, agreement wasn't signed. Do you have any idea when the agreement might be signed? Would it be by the end of the year? Or?
Senator, the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Napat have been very clear that the commitment remains to concluding the Nakamal agreement. Indeed, Prime Minister Napat has said that publicly on multiple occasions. But as is emblematic of our approach in the Pacific, we approach all discussions, including on the Nakamal agreement, with humility and respect for domestic processes, and that is how we are approaching the conclusion of the Nakamal agreement.
May I add to that, Chair? I'm conscious that, but just to pick up where Ms. Peake left off. No, we don't have I'm not going to give you a hard deadline. You have engaged with and written about the Pacific a lot, Senator, in your previous role, and you understand that the importance of consideration, engagement, consultation, ensuring that different parts of government, community understand and agree with the path forward. And so, that is the approach we are taking, to respect that and to not impose the sort of deadline that you're seeking. I mean, it was a great honour to be at the top, to go to the top of the volcano. It has great cultural significance. Tanna is also the island where the Prime Minister and a number of other senior ministers are on. I'd never been there. And then we were welcomed on the volcanic sands at a ceremony there. I think it was a big thing, a very important thing for the Prime Minister to go to. I think it's been a long time since the Prime Minister from Australia has gone to Vanuatu.
Sure, I can imagine that would have been quite the moment for you. I was really just asking about expectations and preparation and the planning on this and when you think it might be signed. But the Prime Minister Napat has publicly said that disagreements over limits on investment on critical infrastructure was the main thing that was holding up the deal. Do you think that there are any other disagreements and those you might be able to find some sort of a negotiated agreement on that?
Senator, we're working very constructively and steadily with the government of Vanuatu Prime Minister Napat has raised that as one issue that he's consulting his colleagues on.
Okay. And final question on this issue, do you believe that any other external powers are trying to convince Vanuatu not to sign this deal? Is that your assessment?
Senator, this is a sovereign matter for the government of Vanuatu, and as they have said publicly, they're working through domestic processes and consultation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just have one final question?
Yeah, that's
Sure.
one final.
Sure.
I admire you.
Well, one final on the past topic.
Third
one
final.
final on that topic. But just you raised my name a few times today in relation to the NRL deal, and you just mentioned consultation just then.
I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, a few times. You did.
No,
a couple of people did.
You to ask questions.
Yeah, on the rugby union. Anyway, we're wasting time on this, but.
Sorry, it wasn't a criticism, Senator Collins. You'd asked questions about it was it PM&C? No,
today.
Here previously.
Yeah, when
and
the
I said, if you were going to, I had the officials at the table, we could have just dealt with it. That's all. I was just trying to facilitate progress.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, just while I have 30 seconds here, I'd just really like to bring up a bit of evidence that Ms Peake gave last time that said we don't make up things in Australia and voice them upon Pacific countries. On the contrary, we wait for the proposals. So I'm just wondering whether I can get on notice the proposal from the Pacific Island countries, Fiji, Tonga and Samoa, on the Rugby League Pacific pathways, and any correspondence, any consultations that happened before the PNG NRL deal was announced on, I believe it was the 12th of December last year, but also afterwards as well. Thank you very much.
We are you've asked us to take that on notice, I think, but can I just say to you that we engage a lot with the Pacific, so we will give you what we can.
Thank you.
In terms of what's a reasonable kind of sweep of assessment. I gave my evidence you would have heard earlier about the discussion about ensuring that there were pathways as part of the NRL discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I'll just remind everyone too that senators have till the 11th of December to provide written questions on notice, so you don't also need to say it here. You can also write to the committee and we'll pass it on to the Minister and their department. And they have till the end of January, I think it's the 29th of January, to respond, okay? Now, on that note, we're going to break and we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Barbara Pocock, hello, welcome.
And I've got a few questions in relation to the official development assistance program. I've got, I think, 4 questions. I hope we might get some answers to in here, and then 3 others on notice, probably. Thank you. So if I can start, are companies that either design or evaluate programs then allowed to bid for contracts to manage these programs in our development assistance program?
Yeah.
Just interested in how we manage conflicts of interest. That's where my questions are going.
Thank you, Senator. Natalie Cohen, First Assistant Secretary, Development Effectiveness. Yes, that's correct. So companies that might have worked in the planning or the scoping phase of a particular program, or maybe they implemented phase 1 of a program, they're not excluded from bidding for implementation of the next phase of that program. In taking that approach, we have had a look at the guidance, the Commonwealth procurement rules, and also the Department of Finance guidance on this, and we've put in place a range of measures to manage what might be, any sort of incumbency advantage, that kind of thing. So that's built into the way that we share information about our pipeline of programs and our procurement timelines. It's built into the way we run the tenders, where we have a 2-step tender process, and at the second stage we share information in a collaborative way with all tenderers to make sure everyone's got the same information. And then it's built into our procurement process, where we have in place things like an independent probity advisor, external members of evaluation committees, that sort of thing.
And so someone can be both write the species, shape the architecture of something, and they can also evaluate it. But if they get through this process as the preferred contractor, they can do all 3 parts of a project.
Theoretically, yes. I'm not sure that would happen very often. And we're conscious that this is a risk to our procurement processes. And so we are looking into both the data around this to try and track whether it is providing an advantage. From the initial data that I've looked at, it's not happening very often that a company that might do the design and then bids for the implementation wins the implementation. But I'm with my team, I'm looking into more of that to make sure that we're tracking and that we can see if that trend changes in terms of any kind of advantage for companies that may have done the design process.
And what's the average size of the projects that you're letting? What sort of is...
I'm talking in general, so my team coordinates the procurement for anything in the ODA program that's more than 500,000. So that would range up to, for example, we have tenders up to 800 million. So it's a very big range.
So I wonder if on notice you could let me know how many within those they're all large projects beyond $500,000, are both doing all 3 parts.
Sure.
I'd be curious. You say it doesn't happen very much. Let's have a look at that. How are safeguards ensured to prevent suppliers passing information gained through design or evaluation of programs to their business development units? are there particular safeguards you require to protect that information which constitutes unfairness and would be contrary to the procurement rules?
Yes, Senator, we have confidentiality arrangements, including clauses and agreements that we have people sign, informing them of their obligations around not passing that kind of information on. And we also have that for DFAT staff who are involved in the different procurement processes too. So it would also... and furthermore, if we have contractors that are working with DFAT programs, implementing them, who work for a company that then might be bidding for other programs, we also ask them to sign specific confidentiality clauses. And in some cases, we limit the information that they have access to in their day-to-day job to ensure that there's not any kind of advantage passed on there.
And when did you last find a breach of those agreements?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And I'm interested in how you pick up when such a confidentiality breach might have occurred.
Yeah,
what sort of policing system do you have?
We do, yeah, and I'd like to check on the numbers. We do have a process in coordination with our people division, which is looking at contractors who are working in the department. And so I just want to check on the details of that. I'll take that on notice.
Great, thank you. Donors like the UK specifically exclude competitors with an unfair advantage gained through design or evaluation from bidding. Why hasn't the Australian government done the same?
We're aware of the approach in the UK. As I said, we have had a look at both the guidelines for the Commonwealth procurement rules and from the Department of Finance on this. We've drawn from those and put together a guidance note that we have that's available publicly on our website, both for companies that work with us and also for DFAT staff to have a look at and make sure that they implement these measures that I went through earlier, that we're confident are protecting us from that advantage. But as I also said, we're aware it's a risk, and so we continue to monitor it and make sure that we're not seeing a trend of people winning contracts when they may have worked on the design or the evaluation, for example.
And in that work, do you include in scope all of the subsidiary or related entities? Some of these very big companies have close relationships internationally that they are embedded alongside and with. Do you include analysis about how that works, and are we protected from that kind of entity relationship, subsidiaries or whatever, sister branches of related organisations, which can be ways in which information is exchanged and competitive unfair advantages gained?
We have quite detailed supplier information and data that we maintain, which allows us to look at the arrangements for any organisation and, yes, as you say, subsidiary arrangements or partnerships with other organisations. So we are aware of those, so we can track that, and we maintain that sort of data. We update it every 6 months and make sure that it's part of our assessments when we're looking at both the market and how the market's responding to what we're trying to do, and also our procurement processes and policies. Yeah.
And do you maintain a list of those who have transgressed, whether they're individuals or entities?
We would have a record of that, yes. Yeah.
And so are there a group of organisations or individuals that you don't do business with because of what you know from their track record?
I'm not aware of that, Senator. I'd need to take that on notice. Yeah.
Because it seems to me in a major part of policing, something you really don't want to see is to have evidence that a record is kept and that action is taken. So I'd be curious to know whether you do have a record and how you manage that kind of information and how consequences flow. So my last 3 questions are on notice, and I hope I'm going to be within my 10 minutes. Could you give me a list of all the large contracts over $10 million awarded to manage aid programs over the last 5 years where the same company or their affiliate was involved in the design or evaluation of that program?
Design or evaluation.
Sorry?
Sorry, just to be clear, design or evaluation.
Or evaluation, yep. Please include the value of the contract, the dates and the company awarded in each of these cases, accounting for design, evaluation and the management functions. I'm only interested in rather sizable ones as I ask that question. So I don't want to create an onerous burden, but I do think it's important for us to know the frequency at those very large levels. Okay? Understood. In DFAT's response to the Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Supplementary Budget Estimates 24-25, 024 Aid Contractors, I think is the name of the document, DFAT stated that it, quote, does not have information on the tax arrangements of contractors delivering the development program. End of quote. However, according to AusTender's submission checklist for a DFAT procurement, DFAT's procurement process requires all applicants to provide all tenderers valid and satisfactory statements of tax records submitted. Since DFAT seeks and maintains these tax records of all tenderers, can you please provide the total amount of corporate tax that the top 10 managing contractors have paid in Australia?
I don't think we're going to be doing that. I mean, I'm not. My recollection is, you know, that there is the privacy provisions associated with tax, but why don't we do it this way, Senator? Why don't we take it on notice and see what we can provide? Do it that way.
Thank you. That'd be great. So just to finish what I'm saying, the total amount of corporate tax the top 10 managing contractors, they should all be on the public record actually, have paid in Australia over the last 5 years through their locally registered corporate entities.
Over the last
So see how we go. And my final question. In DFAT's response to Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Supplementary Budget Estimates 022-ODA, DFAT stated that each of the top 5 largest contractors from 2018-19 until 22-23 is registered in Australia. However, DFAT's procurement process requires all potential suppliers to provide and maintain current records of their entity's country of tax residency, as well as their ultimate parent entity's country of tax residency. So this material should all be available. Since DFAT seeks and maintains records of each of these contractors' parent entities, which are mostly foreign-owned, could you please provide these details for the top 10 managing contracts over the last 5 years? I see a forlorn shake of the head there. Is this one we could also have a conversation about if it proves tricky?
Yeah, why don't we try and do that, Senator? I'm just conscious of the weight of information.
And the tax elements. Yeah. Can I just come back in on a couple of things? Just on terms of taking on your point, Senator, about the issues around sort of avoiding any issues of conflict of interest, a couple of things just to really flag. As Ms Cohen said, on every procurement there's a probity advisor, independent probity advisor, to ensure the process of it's looked at. In terms of designs, when a design's done, there's an industry briefing that goes out to all parties to ensure they understand what the scope, what the requirements are, so it's a full transparent element of that. Yep. Under the government, we've also launched a transparency portal that publishes out evaluations, information on programs. So whenever an evaluation's done, it's made public. There's for the public, NGOs, industry to look at in terms of what are the key findings, what are the key elements that are brought into that. So I think in terms of just the transparency element, I think there's been a real uplift on this in terms of how to ensure that there's an understanding about what we're trying to achieve, all designs being shared, and then the procurement process, the independent probity advisor element. The only issue, we'll certainly look at the question, come back to you on the question on notice. The only point I would make is that, traditionally within Australia, it's been a relatively small market. Part of it as well is we've got very small companies that do design teams, but you can also have individuals that can be on that team that also then are also a part of a team that might be in another company. So part of it as well is also ensuring that we're getting the skill sets that we're needing, but we're also managing that question of conflicts of interest through. But we'll come back to you certainly on that question.
Well, let's have a look at it. I'm interested in how much of it is happening. I've learned through bitter experience in the last 4 years that sterile corridors that are promised don't always come true, and there are some very voracious contractors out there who are determined to win whatever they can, and with sometimes very profitable margins. So I'm not sitting here without some level of concern about what I have seen in other areas of government contracting. So that's what I'm coming for.
And the other thing I'd just say on this, sorry, just to come in, Senator, is that somewhat different to the domestic arrangements and others you look at, a lot of the contracts here are actually then substantive subcontract element. So we deliver scholarships, award programs. So the contractor really is just the oversight providing that. The funding is flowing into delivery of scholarships, volunteer programs. Also, for example, our Australian Humanitarian Partnership, we have an oversight contractor, but it's actually all the funding then flows to the humanitarian agencies that deliver the program. So just sort of to be clear that the actual awarding the contract element of it and the funding is quite different to some of the sort of...
But we have had exactly that model, for example, in the Department of Industry here domestically, with someone who wins the head contract and then has the role of allocating the funds and determining how it occurs. There's enormous power in that top level, which can also be poorly used or used to advantage particular subsidiaries or related entities. So I am concerned about that model, not always protective of how to do things.
All right, thank you very much. Senator, now we'll move things along. Senator Collins, I'll come to you briefly and then back to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just had a couple of quick questions about the scope and details of the pre-COP meeting that you're planning. And before I ask these questions, I recognise the importance of this. I know that, thank you, Minister. I just want to understand, because I know that there are logistical challenges with having big events in Pacific Islands, so also challenges with the tight competition over who will host. I'm just wondering, have you started to think through the details, how many delegates will be invited, where it's going to be held, how you're going to decide where it's going to be held, how many people will be there, etc.?
Jamie Smith, Deputy Secretary of the Development Multilateral Europe Group. I think, as you'd understand, Senator, it's only, I think, a bit over a week, or might have been maybe a week and a half since the announcement around the COP31 hosting arrangements, which also had in it the agreement about a pre-COP. I'll make a few high-level comments on it, but to summarise, to say there's still obviously the consultations that need to happen with the Pacific, discussions across government about how we best honour and deliver on that, because it's fundamentally about how we're elevating and focusing on the priorities of the Pacific. But it will have a focus around trying to bring leaders to the Pacific and having an opportunity to see the challenges that Pacific Island countries are facing, particularly countries facing the impacts of sea level rise. It'll be looking at some of the unique challenges that are needed for climate financing for those small island states, and then using that sort of awareness and visibility to then feed into a special session that will be held at COP31 in Turkey that will look at countries coming, and hopefully some of those leaders who visit the Pacific, pledging commitments to the climate needs in the Pacific and particularly the Pacific Resilience Facility, which is a Pacific-owned climate financing element. There's been some interest by countries about where to host. There'll be a range of factors that will need to be considered in terms of, logistical elements, accommodation. But beyond that, at this stage, obviously, as I said, it's only fairly recently that the decision was made, and so the discussions need to be had with the Pacific. Okay, thank you. And do you have any idea of what sort of budget you'll be looking for this? You'll be co-contributors? How's that going to work? No, not at this stage. As I said, again, that work will have to be done. I think it'll certainly be looking at how we as Australia play a key role to support the Pacific to be able to have as successful pre-COP as possible, but determining exactly beyond the leaders element that I mentioned, what might be done in terms of the negotiations and senior officials elements. We'll need discussions with DQ, Department of Climate Change and others to determine that. Okay, thank you so much. That's it for my questions on that particular issue. And the last issue from me, and I promise this is the last one, Minister, just about the palm scheme workers that lost their jobs at Dickiebill salad growers last week. I'm so sorry? The palm scheme workers that lost their jobs at the Dickiebill salad growers last week. The reports show that 180 people lost their jobs last week. It was a mix of working holiday makers and palm scheme workers. I'm just wondering how many of that 180 were palm visa holders.
Senator Jan Hutton, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Integration Division. We are aware of the incident you're referring to. It's a matter for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, but what I would say is they advised DFAT that there are currently no PALM employees with that business. 12 who were affected have been redeployed. There are another 12 that were due to complete their work assignment here in Australia under their existing contract arrangements, and they're being assisted to return home.
Early?
No, it was according to their same timeline.
Okay. Yeah. So was anybody without accommodation during that time?
Senator, I'd refer more detailed questions to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Okay, so no assistance was given whatsoever from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade?
No, one of the things we did when we were first elected was to transfer, I suppose, the compliance, the employment compliance and rights aspect of the administration of the management of the PALM scheme to DUA. My view was that they have, in relation to enforcement and compliance, obviously responsibility in the broader labour market, and so it made sense for that to function to move to them. Now, there's obviously liaison, but Ms Hutton's not trying to avoid your questions. It's just a function of the MOG change, machinery of government changes from 2022.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Understood. Okay. So are you able to answer for me then whether anybody, given this farm went into voluntary administration, it was pretty abrupt. I think people were turning up to work on the day and it was closed. Has anybody gone without, any PALM workers gone without the pay that they're due, the wages that they're due? Are you aware of that?
Senator, it is a question for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, but what I would say is under the arrangements for the PALM scheme, we refer to it as the deed and guidelines that DUA has responsibility for. All PALM employers are required to have contingency arrangements and contingency plans in place, including for situations where businesses cease to operate. The Australian Government, through DUA, they do support our PALM workers in a number of ways, but including finding alternative employment where their existing employment contracts have ended early.
Okay, so sorry, just to clarify, you said that DFAT helps if the contract has ended prematurely, you'll help them to find another job.
The Australian Government has the capacity to do that. Yep. That's right.
And you helped with those 12 that needed to be moved to another.
The specifics of that I would refer to DUA, who has lead responsibility for it.
So Ms Hutton was referring to the deed.
Yep.
And the obligations in the deed for those contingency arrangements. So she's seeking to be helpful, but and obviously we will engage. But that is the operationalisation of the deed is a matter for DUA.
Okay, understood.
I think that.
All right. Well, that's it from me on those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Now, Deputy Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. Minister, I'd like to ask you about the recognition of Palestine. On the 11th of August, when you announced the Albanese government was recognising a Palestine state, which is, of course, partially run by Hamas terrorists, you stated, "Our government has made it clear that there can be no role for the terrorists of Hamas in any future Palestinian state. This is one of the commitments Australia has sought and received from President Abbas and the Palestinian Authority." This announcement was made 115 days ago now. Can you confirm whether or not Hamas still has any control over the Palestinian state you've recognised, and whether there's been any discussions with President Abbas, in relation to the presence of Hamas?
Senator Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division. There's a number of sort of elements to your question, specifically because there's so much going on in
in relation to Gaza at the moment. As you would be aware, since the last estimates, we've had a Trump peace plan and the UN Security Council 2803, which talks about a range of things, and that includes in that recognition of the Palestinian Authority ultimately as a governing authority in Gaza. That, we saw with some comfort, includes no role for Hamas, both the Trump peace plan. So there has been, we spoke about this at the last estimates, a range of commitments leading forward of no role for Hamas, a number of stages, including in particular the Arab League, for example.
So just, I'm sorry to cut in, but I just want to be, if you could just be relevant to my question.
Is relevant.
But just to get to the hub of my question, because I'm conscious of
this is
time.
relevant. I mean,
no, I appreciate that,
the
Minister.
official is speaking about Mr. Griffiths is speaking about the UN Security Council resolution and the peace plan of President Trump. The latter, I think, it refers to no role for Hamas.
That's right.
And so, which is consistent with the Australian government's position.
But my specific question was...
It is relevant.
No, but Minister, my specific question was whether, can you confirm whether Hamas is still in control of any part of Gaza, which was obviously a precondition for the recognition of a Palestinian state by the Albanese government?
Well, no role for Hamas, Senator, is an endpoint of what we're trying to, what the Palestinian Authority's commitment was to hold elections, that there be no role for Hamas, and that was confirmed in UN Security Council Resolution 2803 and also in the Trump peace plan. What we're seeing at the moment in terms of that peace plan is, so let me deal with the issue of where the Palestinian Authority is in relation to the elections that lead towards that. At the moment, they've created a constitutional drafting committee established. They are in the process of updating the electoral law to set out the requirements for political parties. Hamas, it's been made clear, will not be eligible to run in Palestinian elections, and an independent Palestinian Central Elections Commission is progressing, updating its voter registry. Now, as I'm sure you would appreciate, Senator, we're in a post-conflict rebuild scenario in Gaza. At the moment, even in the task of trying to establish a voter registry from the Palestinian Authority, people in Gaza are worried about shelter, food, water and the like. So that's a challenging sort of step to achieve at this stage. But still, the commitment is there for no role for Hamas in a future Gaza.
Minister, can I just ask have you spoken to your counterpart in the Palestinian Authority about when Hamas will no longer be in control of part of the Palestinian state that your government has recognised?
Senator, it feels like you haven't listened to what Mr. Griffiths was saying.
I've been listening very carefully, Minister, so please don't disparage me.
Well, you would be aware that the President Trump's peace plan also outlines the same objective. But as you would know, there is, it is not, this is an objective, this is a requirement for a Palestinian state that many parties have to work towards, including the United States and the countries of the region. I have spoken to my counterpart in the PA. I would note that, as I said on the recognition announcement, that we reference the authority, the Palestinian Authority, restating a recognition of Israel's right to exist, that there was a commitment or inclusion of the disarmament of Hamas in the peace plan that was endorsed or backed by multiple countries, including in the region. So, but of course, This is something the United States is working with many others in the region and beyond, and we continue to play our part as we are able to.
So, Minister, Hamas is still effectively the government of Gaza, and so do you have any hope that that situation is going to be resolved such that Hamas steps down as governing Gaza? And if Hamas continues to be in control of Gaza, at what point would your government seek to withdraw recognition of a Palestinian state, given that was a precondition of recognition?
Senator, you're seeking to bilateralise this. I will just, in order for peace in the Middle East and long-term security for Israel and Palestine, this is not a bilateral process. This is a regional and multilateral process. As I said, the position that you are the position that we have, that should be no role for Hamas, is reflected not only in the peace plan that President Trump and the Arab and other nations endorsed, but also in the UN Security Council resolution. So our position is the same position as the weight of the international community. Obviously there is a lot of work that needs to be done in the region to establish sustainable peace, to establish governance arrangements, to demilitarise, and to provide the appropriate security guarantees for Israel. The point I have made is, we moved along with other countries in part to provide momentum to the peace process, and I think the whole world is relieved that the conflict in Gaza has stopped. But the position we've outlined, that is no role for Hamas, is what President Abbas has said, it is what the Arab League have said, it is what the US peace plan says, and it is what the UN Security Council has said.
So are we going to see a day when Hamas is no longer in control of of Gaza? And have you had any indications that progress is being made in that respect? I appreciate this is an incredibly complex situation, Minister. I don't understate that in any respect, but this is also vital for Israel's security, that Hamas be gone.
Well,
so,
I would argue that actually the establishment of a Palestinian state is necessary for long-term sustainable peace and security for Israel.
Well, that wasn't the position.
It's not. I mean, I
no,
think
but that
yes,
wasn't. That wasn't the position shared by Israel. And
appreciate that. That certainly by the current government. But my point is that this ongoing conflict has consequences for all. Look, I don't think we're under any illusions that the work of maintaining the ceasefire and building peace is going to be hard. It's going to be hard. But we are committed to working with the international community towards that long-term peace and security. And what Mr Griffiths pointed to, which is the most recent UN resolution, is consistent with our position.
do you have any indications when elections will be held by the Palestinian Authority?
Senator, President Abbas made a commitment to hold elections within 12 months. We're early days at the moment. We're just over, well, we're not quite at 8 weeks since the ceasefire on 10 October. To answer your previous question, this is a very fragile, as I'm sure you appreciate, and long process that we're in now. Phase one of this process was a ceasefire, return of hostages, and
and Israeli withdrawal. We have seen the ceasefire take place. We have seen hostages exchanged. We have seen Israel withdraw to what's called the yellow line at the moment. You are correct that Hamas is still operating in the red zone, and Israel currently controlling the green zone. But that, as we move into other phases, there are other commitments in the peace plan and in the UN in 2803 that talk about, for example, the creation of a civilian military coordination centre, which we have now seen US CENTCOM establish, that Australia has contributed to. We have also seen reference there to an international stabilisation force, which is a critical component of enforcing phases as we move forward. That hasn't yet been established. So there are a number of other steps that we need to take place here before we reach the end point of what's been trying to achieve. So it is a situation where it's better than it was. We are not where we want to be.
Minister, did the Palestinian Authority make a commitment to you or to your government in writing? And I'm just wondering whether that can be tabled on notice, or any other commitments in writing in relation to the holding of elections?
I think it's been a public commitment.
I think it's a public commitment, isn't it?
Well, the commitment is public.
Yeah.
Okay, so a public commitment. There was no other correspondence. If you could, I would be grateful. So, and I appreciate the acute complexities, and I restate that. Have you received any indication when the no role for Hamas might start?
Well, Senator, you keep asking that question. A very simple question to what is it, and there is a very complex answer, which I've given.
Minister, I don't understand. I can assure you I don't understand how complex this is.
I think that is not something that is a kind of bilateral negotiation.
No,
this
of
is
course.
the world
I'm not suggesting
the world, President Trump's administration, the UN Security Council, the countries of the region, others, including Indonesia, all trying to work together to achieve the elements of the peace plan, of which this is an important element. So that is the answer.
Could I ask whether the Australian government is providing any support by way of funding or any other support to the Palestinian Authority to support their endeavours, including obviously the holding of elections?
So I think it was last year we had a Public Service Commission, APSC, some training on leadership and management that went to the Palestinian Authority. We are working on some cooperation, trilateral cooperation with Indonesia in education and in law enforcement. So hopefully leveraging the good relationship and success we've had with Indonesia. That I don't think has been finalised. So they're the two areas really, Senator. Other countries are engaging with Hamas, for example, with the Palestinian Authority. So the French, for example, are working with them on some election commitments. The EU is also operating with them on some as well. And that's the point that, in terms of it's continued pressure, of course, on the Palestinian Authority for them to deliver on the commitments that they've made. The Minister referenced her discussion with her counterpart. I spoke to two Palestinian Authority officials last month, and a lot of that was about, their commitment, testing their commitment, and I don't think at this stage we can question their commitment. It is a challenging is a big challenge that they're trying to deliver.
Mr Griffiths, one of the biggest controversies with the Palestinian Authority is the pay for slay payments. Now, there was a commitment made to end those pay for slay payments where the Palestinian Authority has in the past paid families of terrorists imprisoned or killed by Israeli forces. how much evidence do you have that those pay-for-slay payments will end? And in asking that question, and obviously President Abbas promised to reform that system in February this year. However, a few days later, he is quoted as telling the Fatah Revolutionary Council, if we only have a single penny left, it will go to the prisoners and the martyrs.
Senator, what I can update with the Palestinian Authority's reform program on the social payment system reform that you refer to, they have formally abolished the system of payments to the families of prisoners and martyrs. A revised needs-based system is being implemented at the moment. We understand there's been some missteps in implementation, and the PA is working to remedy this.
What does needs-based assistance mean?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not. The detail on that, I would need to come back to you on.
That's not some form of payment, is it?
No, I don't believe so. No, I think that's in relation to the broader population. And finally, importantly, the PA has commissioned an independent audit of its social payment system, which is in train.
And do you have any correspondence or any other materials held by DFAT in that respect? Has there been correspondence between DFAT and the Palestinian Authority in relation to that matter?
On the social payment system, you mean? I don't believe so. I'll take it on notice and check.
These have all been conversations or telephone calls?
Yes, I believe so. And commitments by President Abbas and by the PA.
So they're more public commitments that he has made? No. Well, could you just take on... Sorry, did you want to say something? Can you just take on notice if there has been any correspondence or any other exchange of letters or emails between DFAT and the Palestinian Authority, not just on this matter but more broadly? Is the Palestinian Authority, from your view, and I realise it's very hard to be precise on this, is the Authority on track to hold elections within that 12-month period?
You're asking me to give an opinion, Senator, that I given the scale of the challenge, I'm very loath to engage in. As I said, I think they're undoubtedly committed to that, but I don't want to offer an opinion on how successful they will be, given the scale of the challenge.
Minister, are there any plans to open an embassy in the Palestinian state that the government has recognised?
Not in the immediate future. I think what I've said publicly and discussed with others is there are a range of, post the announcement of recognition, there are a range of sets of decisions. There's a set of decisions that have to be made that we would want to take those seeing what progress has been made in respect of the range of the progress on essentially the peace plan and the National Security Council.
And I guess in asking that...
UN Security Council resolution, sorry.
And I guess in asking that, I would also ask if that was to change, where it would be located, and I guess I'm keen to understand what is the capital of the new Palestinian state that you've recognised.
Again, Senator, that is subject to it's a final status question that's subject to negotiations between the parties involved. That's been a long-standing position.
Minister, if these elections don't happen within the 12 months, and of course the Palestinian Authority has had a long history of not having elections for a very long period of time, as we know, would Australia withdraw recognition of the Palestinian state? And I realise that is hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical question, so I could just avoid it.
But hypothetical questions are permitted.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, they are in Senate estimates.
Oh, well, I'm not
to ministers.
Oh, sure. Well, I could just avoid it by saying hypothetical question, but I want to make a broader point because I keep coming back to that. I know that a lot of the political discussion here has focused on the bilateral, on what we have done and on bilateral issues, but this is fundamentally not progress on these issues. It's not going to be found bilaterally. It will be found through many countries working together. So, I mean, you may as well ask President Trump. Are you going to continue with a peace plan if there's not a PA election in 12 months? I mean, I think we all, whatever your views about where we are, and I appreciate your view on recognition. The fact is, we're not in that. That is not the key discussion now. The key discussion in the international community is how do we progress and implement and operationalise the peace plan that was agreed at the UN in the UN week, the high-level week, and that the Security Council has essentially backed in and filled in more of the detail. That is the discussion. And so some of the issues you raise are part of consideration, but fundamentally I think it's at 21 points or thereabouts, 20 points in a peace plan that from the US to Indonesia and is on the table that the international community needs to progress. Whatever our views about recognition or the broader conflict.
Thanks, Minister. I do want to move on to another issue, if I can, before I hand the call over. On the weekend, the Queensland Labor Party voted to pass a motion which would require the Australian government to write to dual Australian-Israeli citizens fighting in the IDF and warning them against committing war crimes. According to reports, this was introduced by the Labor left faction, of which you and the Prime Minister are clearly members, opposed by the Labor right faction. I think Senator Giacone might be a member of that faction, without getting caught up in the weeds.
It's much
well, I'm not a member of the Queensland branch. I'm not a member of the Queensland branch.
And I believe the Labor right faction members walked out of what I would regard as a pretty appalling motion. Can you confirm if the Albanese government will adopt this new policy of the Queensland Labor Party?
So the Liberal Party is concerned.
Senator, the first point I'd make is that the factional analysis you have just presented is just to say to you, and I'm sure it's the same in your party, it's a lot more complicated than just the right or the left. The second point is obviously this is a state branch of a political party, so this is an estimates hearing. I think the Attorney-General outlined in public remarks the government's position on this.
So can I just get some clarity? So there's no chance of any new policy by your government along those lines?
The Attorney-General has outlined our position on this. I'd refer you to her remarks.
Well, could you please convey that position of your government to our committee?
Yeah.
The government's position is that the government encourages all Australians who seek to serve with the armed forces of a foreign country to carefully consider their legal obligations and to ensure their conduct does not constitute a criminal offence. Under the Criminal Code, it is an offence for Australians to engage in hostile activities overseas unless they are serving in or with the armed forces of a foreign country. This legislation discourages Australians from fighting in overseas conflicts and endangering their lives and the lives of others.
Minister, in putting aside the factional forays in Queensland, of which I'm not intimately familiar, but this has upset the Australian Jewish community. And I just refer to the comments of Alex Rivchin, and he said there are activists across political and social movements who remain so fixated on Israel that they will use whatever platform they are given to indulge ideological obsessions and to recruit others to their hatred. Now, I'm not reflecting on the government. I understand where this emanated from, but given the concerns that have been raised by the Jewish community, what reassurance can you provide in that respect?
Senator, the government's position, as Ms Sidhu and the Attorney-General have outlined, that one, we discourage Australians from going to fight in conflicts overseas. Two, all those serving in armed overseas conflict need to abide by applicable Australian law. In relation to the broader issue of anti-Semitism, I have been consistent, the government has been consistent, that we stand against anti-Semitism and all forms of prejudice and discrimination.
Has there been any engagement, though, with the Australian Jewish community or any prominent Jewish organisations following that motion? I mean, as I say, that's caused a lot of concern. Again, I'm not attributing that to you or your government. I'm being very clear about that.
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I'd take that on notice. Because obviously some of that might be either in other portfolios.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate that. Chair, I would like to ask if we could hand over to Senator Smith.
Okay, and then we'll finish with the department 5:30. Is that
that's our aim.
Okay, excellent. All right,
Yep.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, today the Defence Minister confirmed he'd received the United States AUKUS review. And I was just curious to know whether or not DFAT had been provided with a copy of that review.
Yes, the Defence Minister has confirmed we have received it. You would anticipate, therefore, we are aware of it, but I will just, at the outset, Senator, say we are not going to be answering any questions on it. We'll consider it.
So just to be clear, DFAT has received a copy itself?
We have, Senator.
Thank you very much. And you're not in a position to share at a high level even this afternoon.
What do you reckon? Good try.
I wouldn't be.
You even had you even grinned while you were asking the question, Senator.
Transparent, I know, too transparent. Has the United States asked for any new or augmented commitments from the Australian government in the review?
Oh, Senator, we won't be commenting on the content of the review.
Does the review make any comments about Australia's level of defence spending?
As per previous response.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just inquire about one consular matter and then I'll be done?
Certainly.
Just in regards to Mr. Oscar Jenkins.
Yes.
Senator, we do provide a consular briefing to the opposition ahead of time.
Sorry, Minister, you had or you...
We do. We provide it to the shadow.
Okay.
And I would really...
no, if the shadow has been provided with...
I'm very happy to provide you with a briefing. I would really prefer not to have a conversation about a number of consular matters in this forum, if that's okay. Thank you.
I accept that. Thank you very much. And I'll accept the offer of that private briefing. Thank you. That's me.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
That was quick, Dean.
He's very efficient.
I was expecting a whole block here, but okay.
Minister, I just want to ask you some questions about the Quad, and I refer you to the joint statement from the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting.
The Quad?
The Quad.
We've had two this year, so which one?
So I'm referring to the Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington, at the joint statement issued on the 1st of July.
Right, so the second.
The statement concludes that the next Quad Leaders Summit will be hosted in India this year. So what work has been done by the government to ensure that this takes place?
Well, Senator, I think...
Or has it been scheduled? Is it proceeding?
There's no scheduled summit for this year.
And can I ask what the issue is with the summit?
We have the Quad is a very important grouping for all the reasons that you would be aware of, Senator. We've spoken about publicly. We have had 2 Foreign Minister Quad meetings this year, so that is a good thing, including one on the day immediately after the inauguration, and then the subsequent meeting, which I think is the meeting to which you're referring. And we look forward to a leaders' meeting being scheduled when leaders are available.
And when did it become apparent that this wasn't going to proceed this year? Has there been any particular barrier?
Well,
mostly it's a scheduling issue. It's quite difficult to get 4 leaders together. But we have had the 2 foreign ministers' meetings, and the work goes on regardless. But Mr. Savchuk might like to add.
Sure. Senator Peter Savchuk, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategic Planning Coordination Group. That's quite right. I mean, one of the outcomes from the foreign ministers' meetings this year in Washington has been to streamline the working group structure of the Quad. An important initiative was announced in relation to critical minerals at the July meeting that the Minister referenced. And as the Secretary mentioned, India is due to host the next leaders' meeting, and we're hopeful that it will happen, as the Prime Minister said a few weeks ago, in the first quarter of next year. But it is effectively a scheduling issue.
Now, the extent to which I'm being helpful, Senator, is that this is actually a leaders' track. So these were questions for PM&C, but see, we're answering them as best we can.
Excellent, Minister. I'm delighted. So was this raised between the Prime Minister and President Trump? And has there...
President Trump has said publicly that he looks forward to visiting India, and we certainly look forward to a Quad leaders meeting being scheduled when leaders are available. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Secretary, and to your officials. We have no further questions, and we very much appreciate all your time and commitment today.
I might give
in
you
the
a
great
hug.
pursuit of...
I could give you a hug, Senator Henderson, but it'd be bad for your rep and probably mine too.
Yes, I think that's right, Minister.
But thank you.
But thank you for your time in the pursuit of democracy in this place. And I just want to wish you all a very happy Christmas and a good break.
And to you too.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
And to all of you. Happy holidays.
Have a lovely Christmas, and we'll see everyone back here in February for another round of estimates. On that note,
short break.
We'll have a very short break. Thank you.
Just to change.
Yeah, we will. We'll do a changeover with the trade programs of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
you very much, broadcast. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now we're in the fun part of tonight. Oh, I know. I can say that now. We've got the trade component or trade programs of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade with us tonight. So I'd like to welcome our Minister for Trade, Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, Minister for Trade and Tourism, amongst many other things. G'day, Don. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And George Mina, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of the Trade Investment Group. Hello, George. Good to see you as well, and to all your fine officers who are here in the room with us. Now, do either of you gentlemen have an opening statement for us tonight?
Chair, thank you for that opportunity, but I feel the time might be better used giving it to senators to ask questions.
Excellent. I appreciate you putting the senators' interests first. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Mina, did you have anything?
Senator, in the same vein, I have an opening statement. I'll table it.
We'll table it. We'll circulate that. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. Well, on that note, I think we're going to hand over to Senator Cadell to kick us off.
Can I start with Australian-EU trade, if anyone wants to come to front? When we were here a couple of years ago, in 23, we were talking about, and you've spoken about, Minister, the insufficient market access, especially on beef, sheep meat, dairy and sugar, was one of the key reasons that the EU fell over. Mercosur has added a 99,000 tonne beef quota at 7.5% duty, plus its Hilton quota going to 0%. Given that 99,000 tonnes of beef is only about 1.5% of EU production, what quantum of Australia access do we regard as a minimum to get into a free trade deal?
Well,
Mr. Mina?
Yep. Senator, I'm sure you'll appreciate that nobody's served by us airing what are confidential elements of the negotiations here in public. What we can do is what we've said before, and that is that we restate the government's commitment to secure the best possible deal. And it's an important discussion, as the Prime Minister and the Minister have said in the last few weeks. This negotiation is a very important one for Australia, and one with significant implications, not only commercially but also given the global trade policy context.
Is there conditionality on has there been discussions about conditionality on beef exports between grass-fed, grain-fed, fresh, chilled or frozen?
Once again, Senator, it's not in anybody's interest to air the details of these negotiations.
I'm not asking for the outcomes. Has there been conversations about that?
You would expect our negotiators to be pursuing both the maximum possible arrangements on volume as they are on all aspects of red meat and other market access arrangements.
Okay, and I expect a similar answer, but I'm going to ask a question anyway. Will beef be included in any safeguard clauses?
In any safeguards measure? Yeah, yep. Once again, Minister,
Minister,
Senator, sorry, we can confirm we're working to include the maximum possible access arrangements, but it's not our practice to air the details of those negotiations here, Senator.
One of the other things we mentioned about is GI identifiers like Prosecco, things like this feta being identified. Has there been progress on that, or have we reached an agreement of that section?
Thank you very much, Senator. Kathy Roper, Chief Negotiator, Australia-EU FTA negotiations. Yes, as has been well publicised, we have had a request from the European Union on geographical indications in this FTA, and there has been one we've been engaging on constructively and in good faith, and we've certainly with an eye to Australia's interests.
Is that section settled yet?
Because we're still a live negotiation, Senator, I'm unable to comment on that at this stage. Right.
But there has been media speculation that Prosecco would have to be labelled grandfather as Australian Prosecco or things like this. Are those live things that we're covering?
The EU's request for protection under the FTA of 397 GIs is publicly available. That was lodged by the EU at the start of the negotiations, so I'd have to refer you to that.
It's where we start, it's where we finish that matters, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
That's where we start, but it's where we finish that matters to Australian producers.
Absolutely, and we are negotiating very consistently, as I said, constructively, to make sure that Australia's interests are protected as we settle this part of the FTA.
Minister, you have more than a passing interest in the wine trade of this great country. Do we think that food and things like wine may be put under threat if we don't do the right deal on GIs?
No.
You don't think it will? Oh, that's good news. What binding guarantees will be included in the final FTA text to ensure the EU does not later introduce regulatory, sanitary or environmental compliance? This is a very big one based on the New Zealand restrictions on Australian agricultural exports, like increased SPS standards, carbon footprint or land use rules, such as the forestry rules, that negate the quota benefits.
Well, as you'd expect, Senator, as with all of our free trade agreements, we do our absolute utmost to ensure that non-tariff barriers do not undermine the access that we can negotiate under the agreement. That's the case as well in this agreement. We have a range of provisions that we're negotiating on, including on SPS, quarantine, technical barriers, to ensure that non-tariff barriers do not undermine the final access arrangements secured.
I'll come back on that because I think that, Minister, we'll ask a separate question. The Cairns Group came out with a communique that said very similar, and you're current president of that. This has gone, we were close, we fell away, then with the US tariff bans we got close again. Hope, is there an expectation that next year we may be able to get there, or is this proving harder than we thought again? Because it's been swings and roundabouts on this one, hasn't it?
No, we will get there early in the new year.
Okay.
I have great faith in our negotiators, particularly Ms Raper.
Okay.
We couldn't have a better person representing us in these negotiations.
When you speak so confidently, I think most things are sorted. That's the way I'm implying this. Should I be not implying that?
No, nothing is settled until everything is settled.
I understand. A promise of something is nothing, I think is the way they say it.
But look, the chief negotiator, Mr Šefčovič, I recently described to the members of the CPTPP in his presence that he reminded me of what Margaret Thatcher had said to Ronald Reagan after her first meeting with Mikhail Gorbachev.
Can't wait to hear this.
And she said, "This is a man we can do business with."
Okay.
And I'm of the view that Maros Šefčovič is a man that we can do business with and that we will do business with.
Okay. Mr Meany, you were talking about non-tariff barriers. I'm looking at the EU's public handout on the EU-New Zealand trade agreement. And from their handout, the number one point is stronger and more enforceable sustainable commitments and commitments to Paris Climate Agreement and core labour standards enforceable through trade sanctions as a last resort. Now, that is a great fear of many people I know, other than the things. We know the EU FTA includes sanctionable TSD obligations, but the EU-Mercosur agreement does not have a sanctionable TSD chapter. Has DFAT insisted that our deal be in line with Mercosur, where the deal has non-sanctionable TSD outcome?
Thank you, Senator. We have been negotiating with the EU on a trade and sustainable development chapter as part of this FTA.
So we'll have a TSD. That's concerning. The EU agreement with New Zealand is described by the European Commission as the first EU agreement to fully integrate its new trade and sustainable development approach and allow trade sanctions for violations of the Paris Agreement or labour rights. Is that the sort of thing we'll be looking at in Australia, where compliance with Paris Agreement can be hit by trade sanctions?
Again, Senator, as this is an active negotiation, unable to talk about the contents of specific chapters.
But that is important if we're going away from trade per se and the benefits of trade to legalising Paris, which is a aspirational goal, not a legal framework. How do we balance that out?
Well, Senator, I think included in that question is an assumption about the content of provisions relating to sustainable development. There's no particular element that we would wish to highlight here because of the obvious confidentiality requirements relating to a negotiation of this sort.
Have we signed any other free trade agreement with the TSD model in it?
Well, in a range of free trade agreements, environment and sustainability are elements of our agreements with other parties. So too are concerns such as labour rights.
What about enforceable sanctions?
Pardon?
What about enforceable sanctions for them?
Look, Senator, it would depend on the particular elements you're talking about, but each of our FTAs have enforceability provisions, and I think we've discussed this on previous occasions. So of course, in public international law, there are elements to do with all the agreements that allow for parties to enforce those commitments.
And I accept both parts of your answer. One is all clauses have enforceability agreements. Some of them have environmental agreements.
Precisely.
Which one, I can't think of any, that has enforceable undertakings as part of the TSD chapter?
Well, as I said earlier, Senator,
or those.
Where there are chapters or provisions relating to environment or any other elements of the free trade agreement to which we've agreed, there are enforceability provisions. There are dispute settlement provisions in particular that allow us to give effect to the commitments that we've agreed. So this is not an unusual or unprecedented thing to have enforceability or dispute settlement
I'm not going to be
in a free trade agreement.
presumptive and say I've read every FTA. For the ones I have, I can't think of anyone that has an enforceability provision for environmental.
Well, Senator, as it pertains to particular provisions in particular chapters, we're not able to disclose beyond
Not
what
for
we've
EU,
already
but
said.
which existing one does?
Looking backwards, as we said on a previous estimates occasion, each of our free trade agreements do have dispute settlement provisions embedded.
I'm not questioning that. Which one has anyone on environmental? I can't think of one.
Well, they don't potentially relate to particular chapters or particular provisions. These dispute settlement provisions tend to apply agreement-wide, and they allow parties of the agreement to bring forth disputes where either side believes that provisions in the agreement, right across the agreement typically, very few exceptions on the scope of those dispute settlement provisions do apply, so that right across most of these agreements there is the capacity for one party to bring forward a set of disputes or concerns about the other party's respect for those obligations.
But everything I've seen in this area before, we've maintained sovereignty. We haven't had ceded sovereignty like on certain environmental things to the EU or any other nation. It's only actionable if we breach our own laws or failure to enforce our own laws, not on failing to comply with somebody else's laws. Isn't that the case?
Well, Senator, I think embedded in that question is again, a variety of assumptions about how the particular negotiations are unfolding with the EU.
Nothing about EU, just historically.
But with respect to our previous obligations, we have consistently sought to strike agreements that are consistent with existing Australian policy, whether it be on environment, labour, or all manner of other issues, and B, indeed, sought to have dispute settlement provisions embedded in those agreements. There, as I said earlier, there are sometimes exceptions to the scope of those dispute settlement provisions, and our chief trade lawyer is at the table if you want to discuss the scope of application of those dispute settlement provisions.
Isn't it the history that everyone we've entered to before respects its sovereignty, and it's only when we don't enforce our own laws, or if we break our own laws, that enforceability under the labour or especially the environment can be sanctioned?
It just comes on.
We go, yeah.
Thanks, Senator. Patricia Holmes, Chief Trade Law Officer and First Assistant Secretary, Trade Law and Economic Security Division. Just to expand on what Mr Mina said, I mean, I think there are generally the dispute settlement provisions on the FTAs will apply across the FTA. There are exceptions to that where the specific parts of an agreement and some of those issues that you've referred to around environment that can be the case, that they are not subject to the formal dispute settlement provisions. It's also important to consider the scope of the obligations. So in respect to some of these issues we're talking about, the obligation may be framed in a best endeavours type language, so that to even if the issue or matter was formally subject to dispute settlement, the language is not of the type that would be challengeable in a legally binding way. So there's a couple of different ways in which some of these provisions have been dealt with in FTAs in the past. And I think that it's also the case that whilst it is about Australia's domestic provisions, for example, in the case of biosecurity, there are like in the WTO, the sanitary and phytosanitary agreements, the technical barriers to trade agreements. So there are limits to what you can do. It has to be not arbitrary and not discriminatory. And that's, for example, issues we were talking about that we complain in regards to the EU's measures on forestation or CBAM. So those kind of elements where, yes, it's about our laws, but there are some limits to how you are enforcing it.
So, given Australia's reduction of gases from a 2005 base level has been 28-ish%, so we say, and EU's been 14%. I don't want to be punished in future if we're not going at the same rate because we've done twice as much to this point. That's just a comment, not a real question there, so I'll just move on as we go on. Is part of this not wanting to know the outcome, not expecting to hear the outcome? Have they shown interest in our fuel tax credit scheme as part of this? Diesel fuel credit scheme?
I don't think there's been any. Look, Senator, again, we probably can't go into the specifics of the negotiation, but we're not aware of any particular elements relating to the diesel fuel.
Don't start encouraging them to add.
I'm pro for you throwing the luxury car tax in there. Throw it in.
Items. There's enough of them already.
You mentioned CBAMs just then, and the arbitrary nature of that, and that'll come back to something regarding the Cairns Group. Or, are they... If we go and sign this, what protection will we get from specific arbitrary things like CBAMs or EUDRs or anything like that? If we secure an FTA, will we still subject to things like that, do we think?
Well, as we've said earlier, Senator, these issues are not subject to the negotiation of the free trade agreement proper. We are, of course, continuing to advocate to the EU our interests with respect to both of these policy areas, as we've traversed many times here.
Okay. I think the fear that our stakeholders are talking about the New Zealand model, let me be clear on that. I think that's quite a thing. Was that the original text that was tabled by the EU as part of the TSD negotiations? What the same deal we had with New Zealand?
My understanding is that the EU normally publishes the text that it initially proposes, so that will be publicly available.
I can't. Is it? Was it though? I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it is publicly available.
No, but was it the same as the New Zealand one? Closely similar? I would not say the same.
I understand they're closely similar.
Okay. I'm just processing that through my head. I hope you have been the wonderful negotiator that the Minister says, and we've made some gains on that, then I will move on from that. When we go back, and that's you're linking to the Cairns Group, you're now chair, Or is it president? I don't know.
We've been chair for some years, that's right.
Yeah. The excerpts of the statement released at the 44th meeting had point 8 and point 9. Point 8, we remain concerned about the potential impact on agriculture of unilateral trade-related environmental measures taken by some WTO members. These measures must be necessary and must not be designed for the protectionist purposes and not amount to unjustified trade restrictions, impose excessive compliance costs or constitute a means of arbitrary or unjustified decriminalisation. We emphasise, and 9, we emphasise that different members have unique agricultural production circumstances and there will never be a one-size-fits-all approach for improving sustainability outcomes. Nevertheless, it is clear that high levels of domestic support and protection are harmful and market-orientated reforms are needed. Minister, you chaired that. That was the 4th meeting. That was talking about which WTO members of the group are we referring to in use of unilateral trade-related environmental measures?
Well, any country that does that, Senator.
But some have to be doing it, otherwise we wouldn't include that. Which ones are we talking about?
Well, I don't particularly want to single out countries, but any country who we believe their agricultural practices are sort of designed to use these measures, you know, as another way of you know, protecting their agricultural exports or imports.
Has there been one example anyone can point to where we can talk about that? What it was and how it's been addressed? Yep.
Senator, it's a matter of public record that the Cairns Group's been advocating for many years, both in favour of open, sustainable food systems, sustainability provisions that do not discriminate against trade, and indeed, as paragraph 9 of the communique noted, in a reduction of trade distorting domestic support. That's been something we've been doing for many years. The industrialised West, the OECD countries, the United States, Japan, the Europeans, the Swiss, many of the OECD nations have quite significant levels of trade distorting domestic support, and so on that aspect this has been a united view of the Cairns Group for many years that we need to tackle those high levels of distortions and bring them down.
That's point 9. What about point 8? Is there a single example of anywhere where there's been unilateral trade related environmental measures that have iterated trade?
As the Minister says, this is a feature of global trade policy that we will tackle in a country agnostic manner. And again, without calling out particular countries, this is a feature of trade that the Cairns Group's been working very hard against in pursuit of openness and fairness in global agricultural trade.
Minister, this is a hypothetical, and you can tell me to get back in my box.
I wouldn't be so rude.
Would you be inclined, not would you absolutely, to join any future WTO challenges against unilateral actions on environment or subsidy for protectionist thing by nations?
Look, I just don't think it's helpful to answer, hypothetical questions. If we are requested to join such a proceedings, we'll give it the appropriate level of consideration and make a decision, as always, based on our national interest.
In that clause, the phrase excessive compliance costs is in one of those reasons. Has DFAT conducted any quantitative assessments of what that is at all? What excessive compliance, what is normal, what is excessive? Have you modelled that? Do we have an expectation of what excessive compliance costs are?
Well, Senator, it depends entirely on the measure and the context, and as our Chief Trade Lawyer, Ms Holmes, said earlier, there are very clear WTO provisions and regulations that go to how trade can be classified as no more burdensome than necessary in respect of environmental and other sustainability provisions under the SPS and TBT agreements. So we are working within the guidelines set out by the WTO framework itself.
But has DFAT done modelling on what the compliance costs are now on our agricultural exports or our exports in general?
Look, over the years, Senator, the Australian Bureau of Agriculture and Resource Economics has done quite a lot of analysis of some of those environmental and other costs facing our agricultural exports. And we work very closely with the agricultural portfolio in assessing those barriers to our exports that are of a non-tariff nature, such as these.
But there has been qualitative modelling, or there hasn't?
In some cases, Senator, there have been efforts to assess globally the impact of non-tariff barriers in agriculture. As I said, our own Australian Bureau of Agricultural Resource Economics has done a lot of that work. So too is the OECD Agriculture Directorate. This is usually context specific. No, we don't have an internal modelling capability of this sort.
Okay. You mentioned about the use of different carriers in the EU. The Cairns Group statement says there will never be a one-size-fits-all approach to agricultural sustainability. The EU has been applying uniform sustainability and deforestation to suppliers. Is that consistent with the principle in the Cairns Group statement?
Well, Senator, on the question of the deforestation policy of the EU, you have heard us here many times talk about our efforts to advocate for that to be implemented in a trade consistent manner, to ask for certain provisions to be undertaken such that Australia be given a low risk rating, and we are very pleased with the confirmation in May this year that Australia did receive that low risk rating. But we continue to urge the EU to implement the agreement, the policy in a manner that's consistent with open trade settings.
Since we've signed, or since we ratified that agreement or signed the agreement in Paris, what steps have we taken in the OECD, in WTA meetings to push the message that high agricultural subsidies and border protections in advanced economies are harmful? What are we doing to advocate for this rule of law?
Well, Senator, one of the things the Cairns Group's been doing lately is increasing its activism on environmentally harmful subsidies and sustainability more generally. It's doing that in Geneva. It's working very actively with other delegations in Geneva on this cause. It's also broadened its efforts to institutions such as the OECD, where there is some serious policy dialogue underway there, and indeed at the Food and Agriculture Organisation of the United Nations in Rome. So there's a deepening in Geneva of our advocacy and a broadening. This is a matter of quite some concern to the Cairns Group's membership as policies on trade and environment become more and more complex, and the Cairns Group and its interests in open and fair agricultural trade is seeking to make sure that those regulations are done in an open and consistent way.
What steps have we taken or could we take with, say, Africa or Latin American countries that are not in dissimilar places in agriculture to work? Are there separate meetings side of Cairns or anything that we can talk to these people and do stuff together?
There are indeed, and Senator, in respect of questions relating to sustainability, there are certain issues on which certain of the Cairns Group members and certain African members do ally themselves together. There is also quite a degree of commonality of interest on the subsidies agenda. We're very happy to report under Ms Raper's leadership and the leadership of our ambassador in Geneva that there's a very strong level of coordination underway between the Cairns Group and the African Group on subsidy reform globally. That work has been the core agenda-setting effort in Geneva on agriculture in the past couple of years. It's yielding strong results. We're very pleased that the Africans are working very closely with the Cairns Group on this agenda. It will influence the way in which we approach the next ministerial conference of the WTO in Cameroon in March next year.
This government and previous governments have always been very strong for Australia about rules-based trade. I think it's been a very strong thing. When we see the United States and their tariffs, when we see potential EU action like this, are we going back to, power of might over rules-based trade from both, two very, very big players in the world? Is it coming back to power over rules?
Well, Senator, we certainly are working to sustain as far as possible the rules-based approach to trade. As we've said here before, this has been a very challenging year for the rules-based trading system, a very turbulent year for the global trading landscape. That said, we're heartened by the strong support by most WTO members for the rules-based approach. The Director General of the WTO recently indicated that 72% of world trade continued under so-called most favoured nation terms. In other words, most law is being respected most of the time in the global trading system, and that is a good thing. So you are seeing a stabilisation in respect of the behaviours, the state practices of most WTO members. We continue to build on that rules-based approach. The Minister has been very active, as I said at earlier occasions, on WTO reform efforts, leading those efforts, continues to do so as we lead up to the Cameroon conference. The Minister and the Government have also been extremely active in backing regionalism. You heard the Foreign Minister this morning talk about the importance of regional architecture. Nowhere is that more significant than in the realm of regional economic architecture, where Australia's written itself into that architecture and led in the design of so many of our regional agreements, CPTPP, RCEP, I'll give you the alphabet soup of acronyms, the ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand agreement and other agreements. So we're leading on all of these fronts. The Minister was able in Melbourne just a few days back to lead a very strong push to drive the CPTPP, the Comprehensive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, even further. So we got some strong momentum in Melbourne with a dozen trade ministers from around the world.
I get that regionality, but there are some big dogs acting up in the world of trade, aren't there, at the moment? It is a troubled time.
We are hitting some turbulence. There's absolutely no question of that, and the challenges are there. That said, as the Minister's spoken earlier, we've had some good results with China. And we have had some very strong results indeed with our relationship with the United States, where both the architecture of that trade agreement and indeed our performance into that market are going well. So we have navigated some of the most significant uncertainty that we've seen in decades this year, and we've navigated that well. We've also spoken earlier about the approach we're taking. Yep. And we can go into further detail on that if you wish.
With the US, you mentioned, where are we at across the line on these three things specifically? I think we're 50% on steel and aluminium. I think the UK got 25, and there was talk about 100% on pharmaceuticals that fell away again, or I don't know where that's at the current thing, and 100% on movies as well, I think. Where are we at on those things now?
Well, Senator, while Ambassador Ward comes to the table, just to say we are indeed working across the board to seek to have the very high standard Australia-US FTA honoured in all respects possible. We have, in the case of steel, continued to face a higher tariff, that's true. In the case of the sector you mentioned on pharmaceuticals, there's been no announcements yet.
That's hard to keep up. Something's implied but not announced versus, where are we? Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Elizabeth Ward, Ambassador for APEC, First Assistant Secretary, Trade Resilience, Indo-Pacific Economic and Latin America Division. Tariffs. And
I know all your answers will be as of today, not tomorrow necessarily, given the
as of today, as of this moment, the reciprocal tariff that was first announced on Liberation Day on the 2nd of April and then re-announced on the 1st of August remains at 10%. There are a number of other sector-specific tariffs in place. There are aluminium and steel tariffs, which are currently 50%. There's a tariff on autos of 25%. That's autos and parts. There is a tariff on some parts of copper, which is at 50%. Okay. There is a tariff on timber and lumber of softwood lumber of 10% and upholstered furniture, kitchen cabinets and vanities of 25%, and trucks and truck parts effective 1st of November of 25%.
Okay. But the announcement of the pharmaceutical, not announcement, the implication of pharmaceuticals has died down a bit?
So there are investigations underway on a number of other sectors, including pharmaceuticals, still not announced.
Movies?
No. Medical devices, semiconductors, drones, planes, critical minerals, wind turbines, robotics and polysilicon.
Critical minerals. So the Prime Minister went over there, we've announced our critical minerals deal, went to Ukraine and got that critical minerals deal. So out there US is trying to sign these deals, but they're still contemplating sanctions or investigating?
They're still making some investigations at this point.
Odd. On that point, given the deal we've done and the carve-outs, do you think that puts us in a better place to have extra meetings, follow-up meetings to try and work on some of these things? Like I wasn't even aware of the copper. I wasn't aware of that one. Are we still negotiating, Ms Ward? Are we having these conversations? Are there any chance of extra carve-outs or being spoken because we have signed that deal?
Well, Senator, we're continuing to advocate for all of our interests in the US market. Some of the developments we've seen the last couple of weeks demonstrate that advocacy is bearing fruit. For instance, the United States' decision to open up tariff relief on a whole range of food products, which has given Australia an opportunity to continue to send our top quality beef product in at an even reduced rate. So that advocacy will continue across the board.
Am I wrong thinking, am I imagining they implied something on films? I swear I heard about, yeah.
No, they're not wrong, Senator. There have been announcements by the President of the United States in respect of both pharmaceuticals and the film sector as to the potential for future action.
But it hasn't gone to investigation yet?
As Ms Ward said, there are investigations by the Commerce Department underway on sectors such as these, and there have been no decisions taken to finalise their deliberations on those sectors.
Good. Thank you very much. I might move to India if I can. Not physically move, but
change.
I'll help pay for the airfare.
Oh, thanks very much. Will it be $94,000, Minister?
Bit cheaper.
How are we going? How many negotiating rounds have there been since early harvest in 22 on the India FTA?
Thank you, Senator Ravi Kevaram.
Ravi, just keep name park, mate.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yep. Just
I brought it to the table. Thank you very much. Senator Ravi Kevaram, First Assistant Secretary, Free Trade Agreements and Stakeholder Engagement Division, and also Chief Negotiator for the India FTA. There have been numerous virtual interactions. The formal physical rounds since January 2023 are currently at 10. And when I say that,
that's virtual and physical, or
no? That's just physical.
Yep.
And that doesn't include ministerial interactions. So I'm talking rounds in terms of officials.
I know it's still in debate, so a lot of these questions will be very still answered. You're not going to go there, but is it progressing? I know it's a difficult thing. There's lots of different political pressures. I know you're out there doing a good job. The Minister speaks so highly of it. Are we getting progress, or are we getting a bit bogged down now? Or is it we getting towards an end of what we might be able to do? How would you describe it?
No, I would describe it as the will is there on both sides. And a senior Indian negotiator said to me that the hard issues are the ones that are left for this phase of the agreement. So, the Minister with his counterpart has been engaging, very regularly. Officials continue to engage regularly as well. As you know, with all these trade agreements, the hard bits take a bit of time, and then maybe at the end we can get everything done quickly. So I would say we're making progress, but it is hard work, and I think the Minister has said at previous estimates, of course, they are tough negotiations.
Have you done modelling of where we sit now on the benefit to Australia as opposed to the ECTA? If we did the agreement as what is agreed, have we done modelling to the economic benefit to Australia over what we have?
So, Senator, as you know, of course, ECTA itself has brought a fair bit of benefit to the Australian economy. Well, I would say trade both ways, right? The difference between CECA and ECTA is going to depend on what's in CECA.
Yeah.
Right. So it's sort of at this point.
But you
it's
know,
a bit
we
difficult.
don't.
No. I'm not making a flip point. All I'm saying is that in order to be able to model, we need to know what the end point will be compared to where we are now, and we have a number of tariff lines that we're pursuing which have not landed. So that's why I have difficulty in answering that question.
But you are looking at those scenarios to look at that.
Well, what we're doing is we are pressing for maximalist outcomes of interest to us.
Is cotton one of the sticking points?
Senator, there are a range of agricultural products that are proving to be challenging. We got an ECTA outcome on cotton, where we got a TRQ for cotton. So in CECA, of course, we're trying, not just for cotton, but for a range of other commodities to get better access.
Okay. I don't think I've got much more on here. I think it's go ahead as we can and see how you do it. So thanks for that. Might just come... Yep, sorry.
India will be tough.
Yeah.
Don't...
That's the impression I've...
we had a good meeting with Minister Goyal a couple of weeks ago, where everybody's heart's in the right place, but it's just it's going to be a tough one.
Okay. I don't know about the cricket either. What was the score? No. India. He's out anyway.
That meeting the Minister referred to was 8th of November 2025.
Yeah. Sorry, 8th of November?
8th of November.
Missed that. So when you say it's tough, we have no doubt out. When you're fairly, I won't say confident, fairly hopeful that we'll be in EU early next year, we don't have the same view here. There is no window we're looking at in times.
I must have just got him.
No, we, in the scheme of things, we'll get an agreement with the Europeans before we get an agreement with the Indians.
Okay. So we're not even talking like it, not even put a time like next year. It'll go until it goes.
Yeah. Look, I think we do have an ambition to try and finish it by the middle of the year.
Right.
But that will be tough going.
Just nick
tough going.
On the back.
Look, myself and Minister Goyal both want an agreement, but we're still a long way apart, and the issues that are outstanding are the really, really difficult issues between both of our countries. I personally think that we're more likely to get incremental progress with India. I mean, it's a democracy. It can't sort of do things that certain other of our trading partners can as easily. And I just think we might have to take a longer-term view of our relationship with India. I mean, India is very important. We need to be in there. I'm encouraging Australian business to go over there and use all of the things that are in our current trade agreements. But there are difficulties on both sides of the argument as to how we can easily resolve these issues.
Because when EMDG talks about diversifying target markets, when we talk about regionality, it is in a very important place in Asia.
Look, it's now the largest population in the world. They've overtaken China. They believe that by 2030, they'll have 900 million people in what they define as their middle class. When the living standards in a country grow up, the demands, for instance, for food and wine increase. There's no country in a better position than Australia to be supplying them. So I'm encouraging Australian companies to get out there. You know, you might have to suffer a loss for a couple of years, but you've got to get in there now, because if you don't, other countries will.
I've never thought of wine exports to India, but that's good.
Sorry, if I may add, Senator, of course, and the point that the Minister makes is a very good one in terms of the relationship more broadly. And I might just, on behalf of my colleague, Ms. Story, make this point that in addition to the formal trade agreements of ECTA, the Phase 1 agreement and what we're trying to do in CECA, there is, of course, an extensive engagement, trade and investment engagement through the India Economic Roadmap that Ms. Story looks after, which is looking at all of the things that we can do in the relationship, and a growing relationship, an important relationship, that doesn't necessarily need an FTA. So, and
under the current framework, what can we do
continuing as well. So there's a lot of work, both in the formal legal FTA sense, but also things that don't need legal. So I hope I haven't mischaracterised.
Just at the risk of upsetting you, can I ask for a brief outline on one?
No, it's all right, mate. It's all good. Go, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator, mate.
First Assistant Secretary, South and Central Asia Division. My colleague, Mr. Carroll-Rum's quite right. We're working really closely with his team, but also the Minister. The government has invested in the India relationship, seeking to make gains where we can, regardless of the CECA outcome. For instance, when the roadmap, a new roadmap for Australia-India relations, was launched by the Prime Minister and the Minister in February in Melbourne, they also announced some funding for a trade and investment accelerator fund, and that's looking to build new business in areas that that will be really very much in our priority. That was based on over 400 consultations, 70 written submissions, with the priorities of renewable energy, tourism, education and skills, and of interest to you, agribusiness as well.
That is all. I'll just come back to states for a second. We were at 10%. We were at the entry level.
Come back to what?
USA trade.
Yep, USA.
And it's just very briefly, probably doesn't need anyone's. Is there any more negotiation, any more chats that the US is open to looking at that in the future, or that we're stuck with that until there's a change of mind?
Well, we have not given up. So when my last face-to-face meeting with the US Trade Representative was in Malaysia 2 months ago, we again, pushed our argument for the removal of all tariffs in accordance with our free trade agreement.
The next three, I guess, like the remaining.
And I guess, to our surprise, of course, not long after that, the United States lifted the tariff on beef and a number of other agricultural products. And they lifted them.
So they didn't tell you at that meeting, it just happened? They didn't tell you at that meeting, it just happened?
No, they didn't tell us at that meeting. I don't think they told anybody, to be honest with you.
That's okay. I didn't interrupt her, I'm sorry, Minister.
I was thinking of something I could say, and then I thought it might not be a politic comment.
I understand.
But look, the interesting thing is the rationale that President Trump gave for the removal of that tariff was exactly the argument that we had been using for not imposing the tariffs in the first place, namely that all these tariffs will do is add to the cost of living in the United States. Won't do anything else. And of course that is precisely the argument that the President used. So if that is the case, then we should continue to prosecute our argument that what's applying here, in the case of beef, actually applies to all other products. Yeah. It doesn't matter which product you look at. And every time they apply a tariff, it means that somebody's got to pay that tariff. So far it's been the American consumer, and, you know, eventually they say, well, look, you know, remove these tariffs. What I don't think we quite appreciate in Australia, Senator Cadell, is that there's more opposition to these tariffs in the United States than we read about here. We think it's just us, the Europeans, the Chinese, saying, look, don't impose these tariffs. But in fact, there's a broad range of organisations and companies in the United States who are actively campaigning against these. To give you one example, Walmart, the largest retailer in the world, is arguing against these tariffs.
Good. I haven't done it, and I'm showing my laziness because I only just thought of it, intellectual laziness. Are we monitoring the
at least you're honest,
the trade deficit changes or the trade surplus changes with America since this has happened? Has that had a significant effect? Or
there is a paradox, of course, in what's happened here. You know, our biggest export to the United States is beef. We were subject to a 10% tariff. Our major competitor, Brazil, was subject to a 50% tariff.
Yeah.
The result of that is we've actually increased both volume and price of our beef exports into the United States. The interesting thing to watch now will be, with the removal of the tariffs on both us and Brazil, what happens to our exports.
So has the deficit decreased?
The deficit, yeah. In fact, our trade over the last, from January till September has increased fairly significantly off the back of the beef increased beef exports, but also particularly gold exports.
Gold.
So there's been a 67% increase in our exports.
So, I mean, not just a purely
compared with year on year last year.
Think about it this way, Senator Cadell. So there's a new base rate for tariffs into the United States, which is 10%. We're at the bottom of that base rate. Many of the countries that we ordinarily would be competing with for exports into the United States are in fact subject to a much higher tariff. So it wouldn't come as a surprise, I don't think, that in fact we increase the volume and the value of our exports into the United States.
And this will be my last question for Ping, and I wasn't going to ask it, but you just raised something when you said gold. Is it tariff only on raw gold, not as bullion? They can't tariff bullion, can they?
At the moment, there's no tariffs on gold.
Gold, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have, but I'm not sure if anyone else has in this section.
I do. I will just briefly.
Just briefly, yep.
Commission for the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership met in late November in Melbourne, and I was wondering if you could step me through the accession process. Is that the correct terminology? Yep.
All right. I'm happy to do it and be, you know, corrected by my officials here. So we chaired the CPTPP in Melbourne. That is an agreement that came out of the Obama administration's wish to have a Trans-Pacific Partnership agreement. 12 countries are signatories to that agreement. The United States isn't because in the 2016 presidential election it became a difficult political issue, but those other 12 countries proceeded to reach agreement. Last year the United Kingdom was added to the list, and for the first time their relevant minister, Minister Bryant, turned up in Melbourne to participate in the meeting. We had hoped to add Costa Rica to the list of countries that are parties to that agreement. There were a number of bilateral issues that hadn't been resolved by the time of the agreement. But I'm expecting that there will be a Zoom meeting of the members of the CPTPP before Christmas, and we will add Costa Rica to the list of countries. We then considered what might be the next list of accessions, and we've decided that the first of those will be Uruguay, and we will start, or they will start the process of accession early in the new year. And then the next three countries, not in any particular order, would be Indonesia, Philippines and the United Arab Emirates. As you would know, Senator Smith, we recently ourselves reached agreement with the UAE, and that should be a relatively straightforward accession at some point.
I think it'd be better for everyone.
So the accession process, is it criteria-based or is it done sort of chronologically when a country decides to seek admission?
Okay, so in New Zealand in the middle of last year, we adopted what they call the Auckland Principles.
That's correct, yeah.
And in order to be considered for accession, you have to meet the very high standards of this agreement. Just because you start the accession process doesn't automatically lead to the fact that you will be admitted, but you've at least, there's a set of rules there, and you need to be able to demonstrate that you can meet those rules, and then we will give consideration to your accession.
Is there a discretionary power that exists on whether or not a country might meet the Auckland Principles?
No, I wouldn't describe it. I wouldn't describe it in that way. Every country has to agree to any new member being admitted. So it's a consensus. It's a consensus model, and there were a few difficulties at the meeting.
The Melbourne meeting?
In the Melbourne meeting, in getting even consensus on the process, but in goodwill was shown by all countries, and we made progress.
Are we supporting Uruguay?
Yes.
I mean, we are. You've been renting.
I've met the Trade Minister from Uruguay, a very impressive lady. Obviously, we've got Peru, Chile and Mexico from that region already. Uruguay is part of the Mercosur group, and so would comfortably fit into the into the group.
From the coalition, we would be very supportive of you supporting them. That's all.
That gives me great comfort, Senator Cadell.
So as a matter of policy from the Australian government perspective, if a nation meets all of the requirements or criteria under the Auckland Principles, do we agree their admission, just in terms of what our formal position would be?
No, it doesn't really work like that, Senator Smith. We try to be consultative. We don't try and throw our weight around. We listen carefully to what the other countries say. Some countries are more punchy, perhaps is the word I might use, in terms of what they want to do. Other countries less so.
Minister, I was drawing a distinction, if you like, between what we might do in terms of our domestic policy considerations in forming a view about a particular country's admission. We would form that, but then how we might take that into the negotiating arena. As I was thinking more about the first phase of that rather than how we might execute that.
Look, we, any country is free to apply, and you know we do give due consideration to those applications, but I think we place a higher priority on that consensus position, and we don't sort of push our view, you know, if there are difficulties that other countries might have with particular candidates.
What are some of the I might just leave it at that for the moment, but I might come back to it. I'm just trying to find a delicate way to...
If you want to privately ask me something, I'm happy to have a discussion with you.
Yeah, we might just do that, actually. I think that's right. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a good offer.
I have a feeling I know the direction you're heading in, but...
well, I think we all do.
I think we all do, but I think a private briefing...
actually having to make my point.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, on that note, we're happy to release the department and we'll move on to the agencies. Can I say again, thank you to everyone in the department. Hope you have a lovely Christmas. Also, Ravi, I know you've done outstanding work with the UAE. I was over there recently representing the Minister, and also just want to place on my record my thanks not just to you, but also to Ridwan and the entire team, both in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. It's fair to say there's such an excellent quality of individuals there that have done Australia very proud, including yourself. And I know the UAE officials are very appreciative about the efforts that we have done in terms of not just deepening that relationship, but that genuine friendship between the two countries. And I think it's a very bright future for the next 50 years. So I just wanted to place on the record my thanks. And also thanks to all the other individuals who played an important role over in our embassy and consulate.
Thank you very much,
on that note, have a lovely night, everyone, and we'll now move on to the Export Finance Australia.
See you in the new year, I guess. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, not Dom. He's here for all of the exports.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. No, yes, sorry. The department's gone.
Tourism Australia should be here in 25 minutes.
And the other one?
And we're just waiting to hear from the others when they'll be able to be here. Yeah, they've been notified, so we're just going to find out what their ETA is.
I'll just move to get export to the table, please. Thank you. Sorry, we're just got a bit of a tight time frame. We just want to keep moving things along.
Interesting move.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Hopkins.
Senator.
I'd like to welcome you and your team to Senate Estimates again. Did you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, Senator.
Fantastic. All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Cadell.
I only have two areas today. One will go back after what we did, was it a month ago, 6 weeks ago, on oil and gas, coal and gas. Minister, the statement of expectation begins, EFA's core purpose is to support Australian export trade and overseas investment. How is banning EFA from financing coal and gas projects consistent with that core purpose when coal and gas are two of our largest exports?
Sorry.
No, sorry about that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said
that. I thought you were asking...
your statement of expectation says EFA's core purpose is to support Australian export trade and overseas investment. How is banning EFA from financing coal and gas consistent with that core purpose when coal and gas are two of our highest exports?
Well, there's a range of ways in which the Australian government makes decisions about investments in gas and, for that matter, coal. You will have noticed our terrific Environment Minister, Minister Watt, recently made a decision about extending the life of Woodside's gas interests in Western Australia. We are supporting the Narrabri development in New South Wales and looking forward to that proceeding. We're supporting the Beetaloo Basin and I'm told that sometime next year the first gas will come out of the Beetaloo. Interestingly enough, a very low carbon gas, some of the most low carbon gas in the world. And of course we're supporting Santos's Barossa project in the off Darwin, and for that matter a third train for INPEX in Darwin. So I think there's a range of ways in which the Australian government can develop gas in this country, in particular, to be that transition fuel that we'll need, along with renewables, to get to that net zero. We've just made a decision. And look, I don't think anything that we have done in the EFA space has impacted on any of those prospective developments. We've simply made a decision that there are lots and lots of other ways in which EFA can make their investments to the benefit of the prosperity of Australia without investing in coal and gas in that particular investment vehicle.
Minister, without naming the company, last estimates asked Mr Hopkins, I gave the thing that, without naming the company, because of the statement of expectation, Australian pipe or valve manufacturer supplying parts to a Vietnamese gas plant, would they be able to receive support from the EFA? And the answer was that's probably something we wouldn't be able to do. Was the expectation stopping support for coal and gas in the industry meant to stop Australian manufacturers being able to... I'm talking about unintended consequences. Is it meant to stop that sort of thing?
It wouldn't stop. I mean, it wouldn't stop that company bidding for that contract in Vietnam. It would just be that EFA wouldn't be the organisation that funds it. Now, that's not to say that there's not another arm of government that may do that, but you know.
I can't think of another trading nation in the world that prevents its export finance arm assisting two of its top three trade things in the world. Can Mr Hopkins, any example of something like that?
So just to clarify, Senator, we are prohibited from financing coal and gas and fossil fuel projects on our commercial account. However, the government can still direct us under the national interest account to finance those projects if there isn't indeed a national
I'm concerned about the unintended. I can understand, even though I don't agree with it, I can understand a statement of expectations where the actual products themselves and the export of those, not where manufactured goods or that assist in the process. I think that was an unintended consequence, and I'd really hope that some clarification might come through, but that's fine. At COP30 in Brazil, Australia signed the Belém Declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels, a pact that was described as the strongest anti-fossil fuel statement yet from an Australian government. Were you aware that was coming when the statement of expectation changed on EFA about coal and gas?
Well, we were consulted.
But this was done before that, wasn't it?
What was done before?
The statement of expectation was done before the signing of the Belém agreement and the COP30 arrangement.
Well, I'd have to check what the
because it was in pact last time,
but
wasn't it?
Can I say this? Up until a couple of weeks ago, the National Party of Australia had a policy of net zero by 2050.
You're welcome that I fix that.
And, hey?
You're welcome that I fix that.
But, so, you know, both, until recently, it was common ground in Australian politics that we were moving towards net zero by 2050. Now, net zero by 2050 does mean that you reduce your reliance on gas and coal. That's an inevitable consequence of achieving that net zero result. But we don't take, we understand that in order to get to that net zero, you've got to have a transition fuel. We believe gas is a transition fuel, and you don't see anybody in our government saying that we're not going to continue to use gas.
My concern is the statement of expectations came in March, I think would be the day that it came out, and the Bellum Declaration was only last month. So was it a chicken and egg? Were you aware back in March that we were heading down this path to transition away from?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm happy to be
honestly, Senator.
The government's Southeast Asia economic strategy says LNG, and as you're saying, and gas will remain essential for the region's energy security. If we've got, I'm trying to balance the goals of the region, and if the government's own policy says it's essential, you're talking about it as a transition fuel. If our partners are requiring it for national security, why can we not be involved in EFA in making this happen outside the strategic account?
Well, we've just determined that in respect of the EFA, that it won't be one of the things that they, they fund.
Okay.
But, I think I'm in the Sydney Morning Herald today saying that in terms of our contractual obligations, both now and into the future, we haven't failed to deliver 1 kilojoule of gas to any of our trading partners, and we'll continue to do that for the reasons that you obviously realise that this is a product that delivers prosperity to Australia, and we want to continue doing it. And like us, those countries need this as a transition fuel. The first 7 hours of power in Tokyo every day come from gas supplied from Australia.
Moving on to a different point.
Excellent.
And this second point, how good is that? It's quick, isn't it?
Jobs.
Chair? Thank you. EFA's annual report states in 24-25, you entered into one transaction in relation to a new project that you assessed to have potentially significant adverse environmental and social risks and or impacts that are diverse, irreversible or unprecedented, a Category A project. Does this decision on this project set a precedent that high-risk biodiversity impacts are acceptable, so long as the project is labelled the right way as a transition or renewable?
So I might start by answering that question. John Hopkins, Managing Director and CEO of Export Finance Australia.
It was an offshore wind farm, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah. Sorry, yes. So in the world that we operate in, under the OECD guidelines, as an export credit agency, the designation of projects under Category A is quite common. And
it's common, is it?
It's quite common. And
it doesn't read as though it should be common.
No, it doesn't, but it's legal language. And so maybe I'll ask my colleague, Mr Pacey, to describe how we manage Category A projects and how they're dealt with under under the OECD guidelines, but also under our own environmental policies. So,
John Pacey, Chief Credit Officer. We have an environmental and social risk management policy for assessing such projects, and when we're supporting projects, we have 3 categories, A, B and C, and A being a project with potential significant adverse environmental and social impacts, and that is not and that could be a project in any industry, and those risks could be due to the management of biodiversity or emissions or cultural heritage or Indigenous impacts, for instance. When we identify those risks, as part of that assessment, we require that the project prepares an environmental and social impact assessment, and that assessment is made public. And then we require an independent environmental, social consultant to review that. And if that assessment differs from our benchmarks, we require the project to implement environmental and social action plan to mitigate those risks. So in the case of that project you identified, we found those risks are acceptable with the right action plan.
So what are the steps? When does the action plan? Was the action plan in place prior to the assessment, or did you go back and say we need an action plan to be able to do this? What was the order?
Well, the normal process is there's an environmental social impact assessment.
Yep.
We would then evaluate that assessment to the extent that there are any gaps we needed to address, and those would be addressed as a condition of our approval.
You say they're common. That's the only one I can find. 20. When was the last time? Was there 23? So
we advertise effectively Category A projects on our website. So there's four currently on our website. So as we're getting close to determining whether or not we'll finance a transaction, we put
for those four coming up.
For those transactions, they go up on our website, and people have 30 days in which to make comments on those transactions.
Right. Historically, so that's four currently being assessed as opposed to that one that is done?
That's correct.
When was the last one? How many? 23,
So we
24?
signed Vulcan Energy yesterday, which is a lithium project in Germany, which was a transaction which is on our Category A register.
Yep.
So that hasn't come off yet, but because it was signed yesterday. So again, that's a project in Germany. It's providing lithium in Europe through brine extraction. It's also providing renewable energy. We financed that alongside, our Canadian friends, our Danish friends, and others, supporting Australian contractors into that project. Again, that's a significant transaction for Germany, and it went on our Category A register. And there was a series, as Mr. Pacey has indicated, environmental reviews that took place, and we responded to those reviews to ensure that the project has the right environmental guidelines in place.
So going down that, they're the four there, that one there, historically. Are there any that you've walked away from in the last 2 years that you don't think had a social impact plan or a plan that has been on composite?
Not necessarily. I mean, De Grey Mining is on there, which was a gold mining project, and we probably won't be pursuing that project because they've got separate financing. We're a market gap financier, so they don't always need us. So that project is up on our register because we thought we might be financing it.
Yeah, just go through the process in case, but yeah.
So there's transactions that come on or off. So, but our in terms of the way that we operate, it's a transparency vehicle. So we make sure it goes on, and we archive transactions that have been on.
I get the ones that go on the website, but are there any that before there you go, no, that doesn't meet the criteria. Like the impacts are too great. We're just not even going to look at it.
Not that I'm aware of. Are you aware of any transactions, Mr. Pacey?
Not in recent times, Senator.
But by the time we get to putting them up on our register, they're pretty close to finalisation. So they would have.
That's what I'm saying. Pre-register though.
They're not put on in an early stage. They're put on at the later stage.
That's what I'm not saying. Not the ones that get to the register. Early in the process, you look at something and go, that's not going to be able to.
Senator, there's a lot of transactions that sit in our pipeline that sort of are elevated for a period and drop back for different reasons. I mean, projects, as you would imagine, particularly large ones, there's various stages they go through, and sometimes there can be environmental and social issues that the companies and others need to deal with. And when they're dealt with, they come back in our pipeline again and move up the chain.
Given the criticality of this phrase in the last week, on your report on this one, it says that the report says the project will deliver a net gain for critical habitats. Net gain's been big on the EPBC. How do you define net gain?
Well, I might defer to Mr. Pacey on that comment.
Yeah, I'd have to take the exact specifics of that question.
It was on that project, on the offshore wind one.
On that one.
It'll deliver a net gain.
But one of the issues there was managing the marine habitat during construction of the offshore wind farms.
Is it floating or fixed?
They're fixed. Yeah.
Okay. And what is it? A commercial fishery or just? Non-commercial fisheries.
There are also some of the social impacts to be managed was the impact of the project on the commercial fishing industry.
Yep.
And that was...
So when you talk about your mitigation plan that goes on top of that, that has to address all of those things at that time. Do you assess that yourself, or do you send it over to, I wouldn't be DQ, but how do you assess the environmental aspect?
No, we benchmark the project to what's known as the IFC performance standards, and there's a number of standards or the benchmarks which the project needs to meet for instance, on biodiversity or cultural heritage, and we require we typically employ an independent environmental social consultant who does that benchmarking for us and helps develop the any required action plan.
And when does that, I think in the fishery stuff, we talked about a livelihood restoration plan was part of this specific project. Does that consultant stop when you give the money, or does that monitor that they're actually doing what they're meant to do as the life of the project goes on?
No, the consultant is employed throughout the construction period and during operations.
During operations?
Yeah, a typical engagement would be to have quarterly reporting during construction and annual reporting during operations. So, but we monitor Category A projects throughout their life until the exposure is repaid.
What if they don't comply with their livelihood restoration plan? What is the consequence? What is the sanction we can apply?
Yeah, I mean, projects would have there'd be a default regime, and what we would require would be, if we identified any impacts for the project to implement remediation of those impacts.
And then a default regime would be if they refused to, if they had withdrawal funding or default rates, or what would be?
I mean, ultimately there'd be a range.
Because we don't have jurisdiction when the sea's off.
I mean, as a generalisation, there'll be a range of impacts.
Okay. The notes on this noted the potential cumulative impacts because multiple multiple wind farms were being developed in the area. How the same consultant assesses the cumulative impact or the projections? How does that work?
Yeah, our consultant would have looked at that, Senator. It's my understanding.
Okay. I'm trying to balance, an environmental aspect where we go, there is, and I've got to say the phrase worried me more than the actualities when you hear something is risks or impacts that are adverse, irreversible or unprecedented is pretty scary. If it's...
Well, I suppose they're setting the threshold high so we report.
But clearly you don't think that that is those things, otherwise you couldn't do it. If it was unprecedented or irreversible, it's got to be... You've got to think mitigation methods.
It's potential. It's got the potential, so it's not actual.
Right. So unless you do stuff, things can get worse. I have trouble where we're thinking where these things can happen actually identified by your person, but we can still fund that, but we can't fund a valve manufacturer going and selling their goods in Vietnam on a project that is a transition. I'm just having trouble dealing with that. We have the same tolerance, like that was a fair distance away. Do we have that same tolerance for these concerns if we're doing it closer to Australia, closer to the region on wind? I know not in Australian waters, but some of our others, exactly the same processes if we're going through things?
Yeah, we would apply the same policy to any project.
Same policy, is that the same process?
The same process.
Yep.
I mean, a project in Australia, given Australia has very robust environmental and social laws, if it has all of its state and federal government approvals, it would meet our benchmarks.
Right. So if they're doing similar, equivalent, shall we say, standards wherever it is, that would meet the benchmarks?
Yep. Well, some of the markets we operate don't have standards equivalent to Australia's.
Yep.
So we need to apply international standards to bring those projects up to
Tourism Australia.
Yeah, you raise them to our standards rather than
earlier.
accept that standard if it's not the same level.
That's right. What we call the IFC performance standards.
That's when we went over. Okay, so the IFC standards are used everywhere. That's the benchmark. That's what you run with.
They're part of the World Bank.
Okay. Believe it or not, Chair, I think...
Oh.
Yep.
Happy days.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks. I know you accommodated you and probably interrupted your dinner break downstairs, but thank you very much.
I reckon
now, we're going to suspend briefly for a few minutes till we get the new witnesses here. Thank you.
I'm going to go through and have dinner break.
Yeah, he said that's what he said, yeah.
Let's go broadcasting. G'day, hello. Good to see you, Paul. Thank you. Appreciate you being here quick. Now, I welcome Dr. Paul Grime, PSM, Chief Executive Officer of Austrade. Good evening to you and your officers. Do you have an opening statement?
No opening statement.
Okay, sorry, I thought we went silent. We muted. I thought, geez. It's been a long week.
Has it done?
It has. Well, for some of us it has been.
Like a fish.
Senator Cadell, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's start EMDG, where we always seem to end up. Last time we said you'd updated statistics for round 4, which took on notice, but I think we got it. Have we got it? Have you sent questions on notice out while we've been sitting here this afternoon since 4 o'clock?
Senator Daniel Boyer, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Trade and Investment. I am reliably informed that the quants are being tabled as we speak.
Right.
Present tense. There was a challenge with formatting, apparently, I'm told.
I'm sure there was.
I promise that it was not the content.
Okay. So statistics for round 4, you took on notice. They may be being provided as we speak. It's acceptable that I don't have them. I haven't been dodging them. The website still shows those from 9 September.
Senator Darrell.
And that's just been updated while I've been sitting here too.
Senator, I can provide, so Darrell Williams, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Policy and Programs. I can provide statistics as at the 20th of November.
That would be awesome if you can give me 1 second.
Yep. So all applications in round 4 had been assessed by the 5th of September, and as at the 20th of November this year, 83% of applicants, that being 2,260, had received a grant offer.
Yep.
98% of those, 2,220, had signed a grant agreement with a total commitment of $205.6 million, and 54%, that being 1,179 grantees, had received an initial payment of $20,000, totalling $23.6 million.
So only 40 haven't signed, is that right? I heard 2,260 and 220, but that's...
Yes, so I might ask my colleague Ms Goonich to just explain the differential there.
Thank you, Lemma Goonich, Special Advisor, MDG, Grants Management Branch. Senator, we have updated our website, so hopefully that will come through just recently last week. But the latest figures as of yesterday, 2,268 grant offers made, 2,226 grant agreements executed, 5 grant agreements issued, 11 grant agreements declined by the applicant, and 26 grant agreements offers withdrawn by Austrade. And that is because the offer lapsed during the time, even after the follow-up, and the withdrawing because they were no longer eligible for that offer.
So if that was on the 20th, when did the website update?
We endeavoured to update it last week, Senator, as of the latest statistics in November.
And do you only, just for my thing, because I was refreshing and I don't think I saw that, I might have to case refresh. How often do you update? Only when you have these stats, or is it a quarterly thing? Only after every round? How often do we normally update?
Usually every second month or quarterly, Senator, as we finalise the major milestones in assessment process.
Yep. So, okay, I'm good with that. Getting ready for this was a bit hard on quants because the formatting, I think we missed. Did you submit deadline and they had to change format? What was the process? Because obviously it would be handy to get them before 4:44 today to be able to prepare for this. What was the process on missing those quants?
I believe that's the case, Senator. Apologies, it's not really...
I think it was only 3 quants. It wasn't...
to see if she's got more information.
3 quants?
There was 3 quants that, it wasn't the world's biggest workload, but...
No. There was a challenge. We have just changed between systems, Senator. From PDMS to, I won't get into the technicality of it, I apologise, but we have just changed between systems and it affected the formatting. It did take a while, my apologies.
Wasn't the Minister's office has been sitting on them for some time?
No, Senator, I can assure you it wasn't.
I'm sure.
That doesn't sound like Don's office to me, mate. They're very efficient.
I know you wouldn't do it, Minister.
I'm an activist. Minister.
I believe you described yourself as an action government and you are action man in the House the other days.
That's exactly right. I'm pleased you're paying attention to my answers.
He does things. He's a doer.
Okay, I accept that. Someone's just come from my office on the thing. It still says September 9 on the website. Is there... You have to refresh or anything? I don't know what's going on.
Okay, Senator, we
Okay,
will
I'll leave that on.
and make sure it's the latest.
That's a tomorrow to-do job, I understand that. Did you do any of those numbers? Did we do any statistical stuff, given the diversification aim of this round and everything like that? Was there people that missed out simply because they're target markets or they didn't fit in the region? How many were not assessed because of what they're going for?
Senator, so you're referring to applicants who were found ineligible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there were 408 that were deemed ineligible, so 15%.
Do we know the reasons, or do you break them down in categories? Yep.
Yeah, so I do have that information, Senator. So the most common reasons for ineligibility were inadequate evidence to demonstrate tax compliance, financial statements provided for different financial years, bank statements not outlining the minimum capacity to spend or not being in the name of the applicant business, evidence of constitution showing that a representative body is distributing income to members or shareholders, not meeting the eligibility criteria for the relevant tier.
And these are in order of...
No, this is no. Or not having a designated connection to the product or service. So they were the most common reasons.
We spoke last time about draft tax, for the timing of draft tax returns versus finalised tax returns and compliance. When you stood inadequate tax compliance, does that fit that criteria where they may not have finished their 24-25 returns but put drafts in? How does that work now?
So, Senator, all applicants who met all eligibility criteria but may have had draft statements submitted because of the timing of the grant round, we have worked with them to provide the grant offer on the condition that at the milestone stage they need to provide their final financials or as soon as possible as they finalise.
Have you, of those 406, have you assessed the geographic markets or the sectoral allocations of the ones that weren't through?
We assessed against all eligibility criteria, Senator.
No, not
yes.
I'm not saying the ones that...
The 408.
Yeah, the 408, I accept that they weren't accepted, I accept that.
Sure.
Have you broken down the sectoral areas, so manufacturing, agriculture, have we broken down that into different categories?
Yes, Senator, I can tell you that. Just a second. I can talk about percentages of the top. Just looking at the sectors. Yes, I do have that. In terms of goods, we have 53.6% of applications.
Yep.
This is applications-based, Senator, because we had to proceed the milestone reporting information. Then we had other services followed by that at 29.3%, software at 15.6%.
Sorry, I just coughed when you were saying that number.
So other services, 29.3%.
Yep. Software?
Software, 15.6%. IP or know-how, 9.9%, tourism services 6.6%, and events 2%.
Okay. We went through last time and I touched the first in, first served method of everyone lodging these. Is there any discussions going on board of a potentially fairer model to be able to do this? So,
Senator, we are looking at different approaches.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know it's very popular and there is no perfect model, so everything's being looked at in a way that... Yeah.
So, Senator, you'll be aware that there's a current statutory review being undertaken by Mr Tim Yeend as the reviewer into EMDG, and he's progressing that review.
Right. Do you think... So the statutory review, that will come out departmental-wise if it thinks... Do you think that there should be changes the way to the program at the moment, or do you think...
Well, I see the review as a good opportunity for Mr Yeend to... I mean, he has been very actively engaging with stakeholders, getting their feedback, and it is an opportunity to think about where there might be improvements in the program, but that will for him to make
recommendations and for those to be presented to the
I get that, but from your perspective, are there things you would like to see changed that may not be the same?
Yeah, we'll provide input into Mr Yeen's report. I think it's appropriate that he has an opportunity to complete the report before making his recommendations.
You don't buy a dog and bark yourself, Senator Cadell.
You haven't been to one of my parties, Minister, maybe I
do. Well, they do have fun in the Nats party room sometimes.
I think the numbers are out there, and I like those numbers. There was just the way first in, first self, and a few sectoral things. The stakeholders have come to us, and I'm just going to say that they have their own reservation. I think Mr Yee will do that review, but it was a way of getting things out the door, and I think it's happened. Those numbers are, not a bad way to do it, but I think the people coming to us are quite concerned with the way this one happened, and I think that it is a good time for that sectoral review, so do that. When we go through this, have you requested any full-time equivalent or funding for the program in the last 3 years? Any extra staff or any extra funding for the operation of it?
No, Senator.
No, okay. So you believe you're adequately staffed and resourced to do what you've got to do?
Yes,
That's
Senator.
a good thing?
Yes.
When's Mr Yeen's review going to be completed?
Senator, it needs to be completed and the report given to the Minister no later than the 17th of June 2026.
And it's only reporting Minister, it's not a published report, it's not tabled until after the Minister releases it?
That's right.
I think it'll be done well before that.
Okay.
Mr Yeen is a very professional public servant, and I know he's been working very diligently on it, and it'll certainly be released publicly.
And I'll ask this question knowing, so do you believe it's possible he will give it to you and it will be released prior to the date we're talking about, 17th June, or do you think that'll...
That would be my expectation.
Okay. I haven't seen it, so this may be an easy question to answer that's published on the website. Is the scope and the terms of reference for Mr Yeen's stat review public?
Yes, Senator, yes.
Where is it on the website?
Yes, it is.
Okay, where on the website section?
If you can't find it, Senator, we'll get a copy printed out for you.
That's good.
And we'll give one to all the members of the
Isn't that
committee.
nice?
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, that would be good. I will change to a different copy.
Excuse me, Senator. Sorry to interrupt. Melissa Woodburn, Chief Operating Officer. I just wanted to clarify one of the comments that Ms Williams mentioned. Sorry, no, just in relation to the funding. We did actually receive funding in 2023-2024 for reprioritisation, reframing of the EMDG program.
Yeah.
So sorry, I just
and
wanted
that when
to make...
diversification and stuff like that was at the same time, or that was that included when we were changing diversification of
yes.
states?
So we did receive funding for that, and that funding is still currently. This is our last year of full funding that we received as part of that, and then we got an additional $2.4 million each year for the EMDG program, because the EMDG program, the operational component, is 5% of the total funding, appropriated funding that we get, administered funding. So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that there was funding that had been given, and that 2.4 is a top up because the 5% is lower as a result of the...
Did that go to staffing or did that go to...
That goes to running. That's to help run the program.
Do you know how many FTE? You can take this on notice, how many FTE?
I have to take that on notice.
Yes, I'm happy with that. Going to Thrive 2030 Strategy Phase 2 Action Plan, like an action government.
Action Minister. Action Minister.
The Phase 2 Action Plan of Thrive 2030 Strategy was set to run from 25-27. Consultation for the second phase closed in June 22. We're now 12 months into the 25. What is the plan and when do we expect it to be released?
Senator, yes, stakeholder consultations have happened, and the release of the plan is a matter for government.
So it's been handed to government?
That's a matter for government. Senator.
Minister, would you like to throw any more light onto the Thrive Action Plan Step 2?
No, thanks.
Okay. Have you received the report off the department?
Good on you, everyone.
Yes, Senator, just to confirm, we have provided a draft to the Minister for consideration.
So what steps remain for its public release? Just a matter of government, Minister?
So we've been working with industry and across government and with the states and territories to ensure that we are all aligned to ensure the best outcomes for the travel and tourism industry. So we'll release it as soon as we've completed all of those consultations with all of those groups.
Given it was a 25 to 27 plan, we're just about to run out of 2025. When was the draft completed?
Run that by me again.
When was the draft plan completed?
When was the
draft report?
The draft,
right? You said
the current draft report that's been sent to me.
Yes.
When was that completed?
Yes.
I don't know.
I think we'd have to take it on notice some weeks ago,
Okay.
Senator.
But Senator, if I may, the Thrive 2030 strategy itself, of course, continues. There was a great deal of work done under phase 1. A number of those actions that were completed are ongoing, and there's a lot of work still continuing to support the objectives of the Thrive 2030 strategy. That work is ongoing.
Okay. How many staff are working within the Office of Tourism and Visitor Economy?
Just give me a moment, Senator, please. As at the 3rd of November, Senator, we had 48.2 FTE in the Office of Tourism and the Visitor Economy.
How does that compare to the staffing levels of the Visitor Economy Capability and EMDG Policy Branch, which doesn't exist anymore?
Sorry, can you repeat?
There was a previous branch called the Visitor Economy Capability and EMDG Policy Branch. That no longer exists. What was the staffing level there?
So that was the Visitor Economy and Client Programs Division, which in early November, that division became 2 separate work units, one being the Office of Tourism and the Visitor Economy.
Yep,
and
so that's the 48.2?
That's correct,
yep.
Yes, and then the Grants Management Branch became a separate work unit, and the FTE for that branch is 66.8 as at the 3rd of November.
Okay. Have you been, Mr Grimes, has Austrade been asked to consider commence any work on updating the entirety of the Thrive strategy, not just the action plans?
No, we have been working on the development of the action plan.
Okie dokie. That will do for Thrive. Thank you very much. Getting through it. I think I've only got one more little thing. Investment decline. Australia reported total investment value in 24-25 had dropped from 11.5 billion to 7.2 billion. That's a fall of a third in a year. What are the factors behind that?
Thanks, Senator. Just while I'm waiting for my colleague, Ms Connor, to come to the table, I would make the point that it's quite a tough investment environment out there. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's a bit challenging. Investment is a bit lumpy, though, as well, from year to year. So, from one year, the investment that we're interested in and responsible for, which is, of course, productive FDI rather than just flows into things like real estate and those sorts of things, that investment can jump around. We can sometimes have a year where we get up to 13 billion, and sometimes we can have a year where we get down to 5 billion. So it does move around a fair bit. But I might pass to Ms Connor to talk about some of the challenges in the current investment environment, because it is a tough world at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. My name is Carolyn Connor. I head up investment attraction out of the Americas. There's a lot of uncertainty, and investors are responding to that global uncertainty through deferring investment decisions, or I would say keeping those investments closer to home. And so there are some significant challenges. Having said that, whilst the number of investment outcomes that we claimed in 2024 was down slightly from 23-24, the value was significantly up. And so, as Mr. Boyer highlighted, the values are lumpy. And if we look at the outcomes that we've got so far this year, there's a lot of very significant and larger investment outcomes that are coming through. I would say that's also a function of the fact that we are proactively targeting meaningful investment that will contribute to Australia's prosperity. And so we're focused on the larger transactions.
I get that. You talk about that. We spoke earlier with DFAT trade about the uncertainty in rules-based trade and all these sorts of things.
Yes.
So the money's still there, it's just more nervous. Is that what I'm taking out of this?
Yeah. And so there's two different forms of capital that we look at. There's financial capital, and then there's foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment generally will involve transfer of capability or jobs and tends to be a slightly more risky investment for the part of the company. Those decisions are being held closer, looking at tighter supply chains and looking at closer to home. So we used to talk about friendshoring, they're now talking more about onshoring.
It's also a more competitive global environment for that money as well, Senator, as you would expect. And I think some of the traditional markets that we've engaged with historically, the North Americas and the Europes of this world, one of the things that we're looking at is how we can expand beyond those and into some of those less traditional investment attraction markets like the Middle East, like South Asia and like Southeast Asia as well. Okay.
So, helping me out, when does it actually become investment? When activity starts here, or there's just been, like on the supermarket inquiry, Lidl, for example, came and spent close to $500 million to work out that they wouldn't come here.
They wouldn't come,
Yes. Would that sort of qualify as in these numbers or not?
We tend to recognise an investment outcome at the time that a foreign investment decision has been made by the board. It doesn't necessarily mean that the capital has come,
right?
But it's when there's been
FID.
a decision at FID.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't mean that it's all happened, and sometimes it doesn't happen after that announcement, but we recognise at FID.
Wouldn't it be great to spend $500 million to realise not to do something? Anyway. In the report it says $4.9 billion of investment was aligned to net zero. Can you provide a breakdown of those net zero contributions by sector? Like what it was? Renewable, was it transmission, storage, renewable generation? What was it?
Senator, I don't think I have that detail with me, but we can certainly provide that. We categorize the investment projects that we have around net zero or economic security or First Nations, so alignment to priorities.
When we say that 24-25 was 7.2 and 4.9 of that was net zero, there's not a lot of money going in economic security then. That's, what would that be? That would be 2.3-ish on my math. Is that, unless there was other stuff, 2-ish billion?
So there's some that overlap.
Right.
There's some that will be investments that would fall under both categories. A lot of the economic security investments are more around capability, technologies, some of the critical minerals projects that we're facilitating, which are more offtake agreements, may not have the investment at this stage.
Right. So is the pipeline looking good for this year, though? You said that things are looking better.
Things are looking quite strong for this year.
I understand, not a guarantee.
We can't guarantee where it's going to land, but I can speak personally for the work that we're doing out of the Americas. We've gone through a bit of a lull as we transitioned the work that we were doing on our priority focus in Americas, and we're seeing some significant deals coming through in the next sort of 4 to 6 months.
The challenge, of course, with investment, Senator, is that sometimes these are quite different from trade, where it can be quite a transactional a deal that's done. Sometimes some of these investments can take years through the pipeline. So when you pivot and you start to approach new investors, you can be 3 or 4 years away from getting something across the line.
I was doing the container depot at the Port of Newcastle, and we got the sort of approvals years ago. I think it's still 3 years away from doing anything. It's a long way.
Yeah.
The annual report states in 24-25 there were 73 investment outcomes, 49 linked to net zero, 56 investment, 2.7, that's that overlap, you linked to economic security. Your coincident mentioned, in the report it mentions net zero 44 times and economic security only 19 times. Are we walking away from economic security being the basis of this to net zero? Is that the new priority of this?
Definitely not,
No.
Senator.
No,
and it kind of, as we've said, it's a bit lumpy. So some years we can end up with a fairly sizable economic security side. Sometimes we can end up with a fairly sizable net zero side. I'd make the point that even 5 years ago, and Ms Connor will correct me if I'm wrong, but 60% of the value of the pipeline that we had 5 years ago was net zero related. And that was even before the policy changes of the previous government. Yeah.
How do you define it? What's the definition of it?
So we take a fairly broad definition of net zero, but it picks up renewables, for example, but can also pick up things like sustainable agriculture or aviation fuel development, or those sustainable aviation fuel development, or those sorts of things.
Is there a set criteria or anything? Is there a written policy that you could table, or what defines it?
We do have a definition that we work to when we're assessing a project, is whether it's aligned to net zero, and we have a process of review of those projects.
Would you be able to provide what that definition is?
I don't see why not, Senator. We'll provide it on notice.
In the annual report, it says Australia is supporting deliver a future made in Australia by attracting and facilitating investment into the priority areas identified by the National Interest Framework. When we're talking about what the 4.9 was, renewable hydrogen, critical minerals processing, which you've mentioned, green metals, low carbon liquid fuels, clean energy manufacturing. Would you be able to break down what you got by those categories?
We can. I will highlight, though, Senator, that many of those were early days in terms of
especially hydrogen,
trying to attract investment into those sectors, and many of the policy settings have just recently come into play.
But you see there, Senator, that critical minerals, for example, we list as a net zero, but it could also quite easily sit within the economic security.
That would be one of the overlap, 2.7 plus 4.9 equals 7.3.
Yeah.
New maths. All right. When we're going down this and we're looking at all this investment, you mentioned how it's a competitive market out there and capital is fought over. People have come and said to me Australia's own policy positions around coal specifically. I came from the Port of Newcastle, came from Hunter. The Japanese, for the first time, are starting to question whether Australia is a reliable investment vehicle and reliable supplier of energy. They've never said that. They've never made threats historically or anything like that. Sectorally, are we seeing Japanese investment diminish? Is the pipeline lower?
Senator, I don't think that's right. Japanese have been saying for a number of years now, are we reliable suppliers? And every time I talk to them, I absolutely assure them that we are. I don't think that's something that's happened overnight. I think they've been saying that for some time.
Minister, they've been asking the question for some time. For the first time ever, within the last 2 months, a Japanese delegation said to me that they no longer see Australia that way. So that was from their mouth. It's a change, I get that, but that was problematic for me. Are we seeing Northern Asian, or Japanese specifically, investment pipeline diminish at all?
Senator, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but my instinct would say no.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. On that note, thank you very much, Paul and the team. You have a lovely Christmas, and we'll see you in estimates again back in February next year.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll get ready with Tourism Australia. I think they're here.
Christmas ball.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
We'll just suspend just briefly. We'll get ready with the next witness.
Yeah, I am.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I now welcome Tourism Australia, Mr. Robin Mack. Good evening. Do you have an opening statement tonight?
I do. Robin Mack, Acting Managing Director for Tourism Australia. I do have an opening statement, but I'm happy to table it.
Fantastic. Well, let's do that. Let's table it and we'll move on with questions. Now, Senator Cadell, you have questions?
Yeah, first one. I don't know if I've seen this on the website previously or it's been provided on notice from here. I can't find it. Can we have a copy of your marketing budget for allocation by market for 25-26?
Yes, we can take that on notice and certainly get that to you, Senator.
I didn't know if I found it on website historically or where, but I just can't find the current one. So,
yeah.
Okay. Moving on to the ANAO audit. Of the 9 recommendations ANA gave on 16th of December 24, which of the 1 to 9 are fully implemented as of today?
Yes, thank you, Senator. When we got the ANA report at the end of last year, we took it very seriously as an organisation, as you can imagine, from a board, from a management team, and looked at how quickly we could implement them. Pleased to say that all 9 recommendations from the ANO have now been actioned, and we are fully compliant in terms of our Commonwealth procurement rules. Some examples I can give you in terms of what we've done to address all of those. We did it as quickly as we could. We put interim measures in until we could put the permanent solutions in.
And they are all fully implemented, not partially?
Fully implemented, yes.
Okay.
And I'll give you some examples. So we've got a new procurement and contract management framework system, updated procurement policy, a bigger and stronger in-house procurement team, a new procurement and contract management system, contract register, new template for all procurement activities, enhanced records management process. We fixed the errors that were in the AusTender reporting. We're doing ongoing spot checks. And I think a key part is the comprehensive training that we've put in for all staff. We wanted to address these issues, but my role in the acting MD is to make sure that we live them and we maintain our best practice and the status we've got to. There was actually a change or an additional guidance given new CPR rules put forward on the 17th of November, and we've actually implemented those already into our policy.
Okay. 2 questions, slightly different, just nuanced. If they're all fully implemented, what was the date that all were fully implemented that you were confident to be able to say it's all done?
I might just check with one of my officials here.
I'm happy with date-ish, if it's not.
Date-ish, I would say 21st of October was our procurement contract management system. I was thinking yes. So that's when we put that in. Thank you.
You've mentioned the new contract management system.
Yes.
Was that the last part of it, or that was the
It was. So we had interim solutions around it, but then we've gone for best practice in terms of an automated solution for our teams around the world to use, which will guide them and make sure that we adhere to best practice through that. So that did take some time to implement, but we're happy with it. Yeah.
So those interim, and I understand you're acting and weren't here, since December 24 when that was done, did the interim actions you took make sure that everything was done for procurements, an open approach, evaluation criteria in the request and assigned management plan back then, or were they just phased in over time?
I'm pretty sure, I'll validate it, but I think as soon as we got that, we put interim measures in when the recommendations came down so we could be compliant straight away. And obviously it was an iterative process if we went through that with new procurements coming through, but we went to obviously addressing each of the issues like the open tenders and the volume that we were putting on those. So yes, Senator.
Not tonight because there's...
Yes.
I'm being pushed by some nasty... Can we go through historically, and by the time we come back, just any, because I know we couldn't implement, I don't expect everything was implemented straight away, away on those things.
Yes.
Just have a look if any didn't meet those open approach, evaluation criteria and request, and signed management plan going back. How many contracts may not have met that and what was their value? Right. But well done on everything else.
Thank you, Senator.
Do we have any grandfathered procurement plans or contract management plans and KPIs? Do they all have contract management plans and measurable KPIs, all active currents, or do we have some grandfathered contracts from previous procurement?
I might invite Mr Buchanan, the Executive General Manager for Corporate Services, to take that question, Senator.
Yep, thank you, Senator. Jeff Buchanan, EGM Corporate Services. Yes, actually, we grandfathered some of those, but new contracts that we've migrated onto the system since 2019 were 254. So, and we made no change to those. We updated our AusTender reporting, and we've subsequently, since the 21st of October, put on another 35 new contracts, 9 of which have been closed.
Okay. Thank you. There was ANO criticism specifically around documented delegate reasoning. was one of the things specifically. How many variations since then since December 24 lack that thing? The same question going back, can we go take that on notice and have a look at that specific thing?
Yes,
Thank
Senator.
you. Numbers and details of what was that?
Yes.
And what share 24-25 completed and probably quarter to this date would be like spent to suppliers and subcontractors, and how many procurements were open tendered out of that? Can I get, if you can't give that now?
Yes.
Can you give that? Or?
What I can tell you, Senator, is that a significantly greater proportion of our procurements are now under active management. So a statistic I can give you is that we had put through 206 contracts in FY25 against 74 in FY24, and that's primarily because we were ensuring that procurements under $100,000, as well as contract variations and extensions, were captured within the new system, and that was one of the main points of the ANAO on the smaller contracts.
Okay, and you mentioned about training, so that was one of the things. Have all staff now completed the training? That was part of the 21 October?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's progressive throughout the year for new starters coming in. We ensure the training's in place for those as well. It's ongoing.
Yes. So migrated the new staff, new systems, new staff get it as part of the orientation.
Exactly.
Understood. Conflicts was the other aspect. I think ANA report, we got conflict declarations and declared management and breach since 24 all in place now? That's part of it?
Yes, I'd say conflict of interest is very much there, and yes, there was some missing documentation before, but that's certainly now part of our new procurement contract management system because it tracks those as well.
Here's a fun question. What system did you implement for the contract management system?
Senator, this was a purpose-built system for us, given the nature of our business. We use an external systems developer and in-house capabilities to develop the system. And I would just add that we actually initiated that and went to contract in November 2024.
Oh, so was it open tendered?
We absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Minister.
Was there a value for money analysis of that?
There was, and we went through a number of providers, and we agreed on a whole of life contract for 3+1 for $730,000, including GST.
Taking on notice, would you be able to table the value for money analysis of that?
I would, yes, Senator.
Okay. Let's get on to Come Saying G'day, Chapter 2. Did I read today that we've got an Irwin doing something in this?
Yes, we do, Senator. The one and only, exactly,
Dancing with
Robert
the
Irwin.
Stars, okay.
Yes, Senator.
There's a talk about $130 million Chapter 2 Come and Say G'day campaign provided. Is that all funding from us, or is that partners contributing to that, as well as 130 the contribution from the Australian government?
That's 130 million of our appropriation over there. That's over a 2-year period.
Yep.
And that's the funds that we put towards the brand activity that we do, the earned activity, so advertising, the PR activity, and everything around that we push towards the campaign, social activity.
Are there any partners piggybacking or coalescing?
Absolutely, yeah. We work in 3 areas. The first one is the top of the funnel to try and fill and get more consideration with our brand activity.
Yep.
Then we call it mid-funnel, where we do a lot of PR and earned activity. And then the bottom funnel is working with our partners to drive that conversion. So throughout the year, we'll work with about 200 partners. There's a number of airlines, about 24 of those, key distribution partners, which are online travel agents, retail agents, wholesaler. We work with them localised by our 16 markets around the world. Quite a robust, well, a very robust selection criteria to ensure that we work with the best that meet the needs of our industry around the country, so we can drive as much business to them as possible. So some good big volume operators, and we're very commercial in how we select them, but also how we measure the success. So we have a total passengers that we're tracking, but incremental, so we can see that we're driving and increasing the volume that they deliver for our industry.
Okay. That 130, can you break that down? Have you got it by market here, or can?
Not with me today, Senator, but we can take it on notice.
Getting that length, because we've spoken historically about what month, seasonality, what markets, and that sort of stuff, and the breakup between paid media versus production.
Yes,
including costs. That would be good.
I can give you some of the production costs
that'd be
now
good,
if we like it. Bear with me 1 second. Thank you. So in terms of the production elements for it, we have that broken down, including obviously non-celebrity talent, animation and music is 8.3 million. And then talent that we have used within that and associated travel, it adds up to 11.1 million.
11.1 on top or 11.1 up?
That's
incorporating the 8.3?
That's included, yes.
So according to my math, that's another 2.8?
Yes, that would be right. Yeah, talent and travel and production and everything associated with that.
But
we do keep an eye on the production level to make sure it's not over and it's actually under what would be a benchmark in terms of a production cost to do a campaign of this scale.
So what was the paid media leverage to that, if you got that ratio? If that,
I don't think I've got that ratio.
On notice,
but
that'll
I
be
can
fine.
Take that on notice.
Do you have a target arrival spend as part of this campaign?
In terms of that, we set that each year in terms of our...
Overall, is there one for this campaign?
For the campaign, we link it to our overall KPIs as an agency in terms of we have consideration KPIs and look at how we are actually measuring the success of this. Obviously, campaigns like this are pretty long tail, especially for our longer haul markets. It takes time to get it on the consideration list, but we look at is it having impact? The campaign that we've been running has had great success. We launched Chapter 2 in August and we've been launching it progressively since then. You mentioned Robert Irwin, he's the star of the US campaign, and we select localised talent to resonate with the target customer in that market. He's having a real moment in the US, which is an excellent halo for us. In fact, when we launched the campaign, we did advertisement. We launched it the day that Dancing with the Stars is the show he's been on launch. So in the advertisement,
did you contract him prior to him winning that?
We did.
The only way I know that is my wife. Anyway,
So the campaign is going phenomenally well, though, in terms of paid media views. We're at 370 million of those. Equivalent advertising value, it's 260 million.
260 equivalent?
260 million in terms of, if you were thinking of, it's the PR activity, so we call it equivalent advertising value, is 260 million. And 63 million impressions that we've got from our social activity as well.
Okay. When you do your progression for spend and visits, do you do it by market or do you do it overall? Or
we look at it overall and by market as well.
Is that tablable or disclosable, or that's?
Let me take it on notice and see what we can share. But yes, we certainly look at. We have KPIs, as I say, around consideration, partnership KPIs when we're working with them as well, and then we look at overall leisure KPIs and total visit KPIs.
So Simon, Nat, I have to ask this: do you look at KPIs for regional travel versus capital cities? Is there a different target for that?
We monitor the regional dispersal closely and look at that for each of them, but let me take it on notice if there's a KPI associated.
So we monitor it, but we don't set goals for it. Would that be fair to say?
Let me take it on notice, Senator, unless one of my officials can find that now.
For this 130, did you receive additional funding for this, or any additional funding, or was it all funding from the 25-26 normal appropriations?
It's a two-year budget period, so it's taken from our forwards appropriations.
But was it an increase for this, or it was just BAU?
It wasn't, Senator. It was using our existing budget.
Okay.
And obviously we build in a campaign as a big part of our existing budget because it's a key part of what we do.
When you talk about channel partners and airlines, I think you mentioned 24 partners. Was it 24 airlines or 24 partners?
24 airlines, and there was actually 112 key distribution partners globally.
Do you put a value on their contribution?
We do.
Can you tell me what you think? Not individually, I wouldn't want that commercially, but collectively, can you tell me what you think?
I believe, and we'll validate it hopefully while we're here, but from a commercial partner perspective, we look at obviously contributions that is cash, indirect cash and in kind.
Yes.
And it's about 30 million from our commercial partners.
Would any of them be state tourism bodies, or?
We work really closely with our state tourism bodies, and not in that commercial sense.
Right.
They'll often join our commercial partnerships, but we talk about working in one voice, so we don't duplicate, and we actually support each other in what we do. And from that perspective, we work together on a combined Aussie specialist training program, so we're not duplicating training. We have people around the world that are training how to best sell Australia. We work them on our consumer demand research. So again, we're not duplicating effort there. Our Signature Experiences program is a big part of what we do with a number of states.
And so just for clarity for me, you've funded this out of your own allocation over 2 years. That's $30 million of allocation there. That's on top of the 130, or that's include some of that income is included in the 130?
That income would be on top of that in terms of what we're doing, yes.
Understand. Now, no disrespect to you, Mr. Mack, because you are here.
Yes.
Is there a timetable or process for a full-time managing director, general manager coming in?
The process is very much underway with regard to that. Obviously, it's not for me to comment on further, but our board is following due process in that finalisation.
But it has, in finalisation, so it has progressed some way.
Yes,
okay. That.
Thank you,
I might
Senator
add,
Cadell.
Senator Cadell, that the decision is imminent.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's good news.
Just like an EU FTA.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Just a couple of quick follow-up questions, Chair.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did indicate, but no, it's. I did joke with the chair that I had an hour of questions, but I don't. I just have a couple of. I had a couple of questions.
Please.
Mr. Mack, I will confess, like Senator Cadell's wife, a very big Robert Irwin fan. So I'm sort of asking these questions. I feel a bit on indulgence. But you've struck gold in terms of promoting him in your US campaign, given he's just soared to new heights. When did you contract Robert Irwin?
I can give you an estimated date because we launched the campaign in August. So it would have been earlier this year that I believe would have finalised the contract. I know we did the filming from memory was in June, July, so I'd say around that time. But I can get you specific on notice, but if you want an estimation, it's around then.
And was that after the bonds campaign?
It was around the same time, actually. Yeah.
And what was the reason you contracted him?
We were looking for the Chapter 2 of the campaign because Chapter 1 had gone so well, and we're like, how can we take it to the next level? So we look at localised talent that would really resonate with our high-yielding travellers in each market. Robert Irwin and the Irwins are super famous here, but they are stratospheric famous often in the US market, particularly another level for Robert Irwin more recently. So he was an obvious choice. He fits with our brand. We have quite a rigorous process to select the talent. Do they fit with our brand? Have they got a great following themselves? And he's about 18 million followers that he had back then when we contracted him. I'm sure it's a lot more now since Dancing with the Stars. But he has a great connection, and he's just a great Australian ambassador for us in terms of how he works. He was already a friend of Australia, so part of that program. So yes, it was good timing that then followed up that he was on Dancing with the Stars, but we did predate that.
He has 9.2 million followers now, just checking.
Across all channels, we do the
across all channels.
Yes,
Sorry, that's just on Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the TikToks and everything else as well.
You don't have to tell us.
I think I am.
Or one more now, maybe.
So obviously this is a very significant spend, 130 million.
Yes.
You've mentioned the return on your investment already. What are your projections for further returns?
In terms of how we look at it, it's kind of a 2-year program we almost look at in terms of the benefits we'll get. We look at an immediate viewpoint on how the campaign's resonating. So, and thinking of that campaign specifically, we have a job to do, and it's so competitive out there with other tourism boards all vying for the same high-yielding traveller. So we have to cut through with what we do. So we do a tremendous amount of research to make sure we've got the right campaign. The advertisement that's going around the world at the moment, independent research tells us that we're in the top 1% of advertising. That means that it resonates with the target customer. They're thinking of Australia, they're connecting with it on an emotional level, and then we know and hope they'll take the next step. So the stats that we had in terms of that, which is part of, to answering the question, this is an initial part. We look at how is it resonating, and it certainly lands in terms of that. And in terms of the campaign itself, initial dip we did in August, so this was just after really a couple of markets had launched. 83% that had seen the campaign said they would now consider travelling to Australia. 77% say would plan a trip to Australia in the next 2 years, and nearly 9 in 10, so 90% of high-yielding travellers want to find out more about Australia and seeing it, so it works. And this localised talent takes it to a next level. So that's how we look at it initially, and we monitor that over the campaign period of the 2 years. Is it still resonating? What tweaks do we need to make with it? But the advertisement that you see starring Robert and Owen and other talent around the world is just part of what we do. We have a lot of earned activity, the PR activity that supports Come and Say G'day. It's integral to it as well. That might be getting broadcast programs coming over to Australia or visiting media so we can promote those as well. And then it's also looking at that partnership layer to make sure we are converting off the back of it. When we're selecting those partners I mentioned before, we go from a minimum of 10 to 1 for our return on the dollars we put in, and we actually had a 20% uplift for last financial year. So again, we're selecting the right partners that delivers to our 360,000 businesses around the country that rely on tourism.
That's many businesses. And have you seen already any demonstrable uplift in overseas tourism as a result of these campaigns?
It's early days since we
markets,
relaunched it in August, but we monitor the performance of the campaigns very, very closely, as you can imagine. The latest ABS stats we got in September were at 8.6 million, so it's the highest number we've been.
Sorry, just say that again. The latest.
The latest ABS stats that we received in September, they come out a bit of a time lag. And for that, they were at 8.6 million, which is the highest we've been since COVID. Each market comes back at its own pace.
And just explain 8.6 million over what?
That's the 12 months to September.
8.6 million.
8.6 million arrivals from overseas into Australia for the 12 months of September. But that's not back to what it was pre-COVID, but each market is at a different pace of recovery. We have several markets that have already surpassed where they were pre-COVID. India is up, South Korea is up 38% where they were, Indonesia is up 6%. The New Zealand in that September period to that 12 months is now back to parity. But some markets are at different paces. But we're really optimistic about the future return from all markets. They're all heading in the right direction.
And have you optioned Robert Irwin for any future campaigns, or do you have any other profit share arrangements with anything else that he might be doing?
You asking for a friend?
It's a good question. It's a good question. We actually contract all of our talent in the campaign for a 2-year period. So we're just in the start of that. So it's not just them starring in the campaign, it's how we work with them over that 2-year period. But he's going so well that I hope the partnership will continue.
And so what other commitments do the talent have as part of this campaign?
So that could be public appearances that we do at a particular event. It could be social media posts. It's a variety of things that we work. It's individual to the talent we're working with, but obviously we're trying to get as much value as we can from that partnership and relationship, and keeping in mind that 18 million audience he has. Anything that he can do to support the campaign or just support Australia in general through his posting is a real benefit to us.
And do you have any option beyond the 2 years?
Not at this stage, I don't believe. I can take it on notice, but I think it's a 2-year contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can work in
Thanks,
Don's
Chair.
office for a week, be a great ambassador. Senator Cadell?
We'll try and get him into Parliament House.
Just for my own personal benefit, and this is the last question of estimates here, was it his social media following that made you choose Robert Irwin over me, given we are so physically similar?
I was going to say, can I take that on notice? But I will leave it.
Feel free to.
Maybe it was rhetorical.
Tell the truth.
Thank you.
Don't worry, you won't be in contempt of the Senate, I can assure you.
Yes, that's why I kept quiet.
All right, on that note, that concludes today's proceedings. I want to thank Ministers Wong, Farrell, Department Secretaries Ms Adams, Mr Mina, officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, all the agencies and witnesses who have given evidence today. Thank you to Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat. On that note, I'm happy to say we declare the hearing adjourned.
And can I just